weekend away. We're ready to cast on StarCraft 2 again. Let me just refresh the goals on the stream elements, and we'll be getting ready to zoom. Goals are reset. Effecto. Alrighty, awesome. Hello guys, hope we're all doing well. Welcome to the stream. Yes guys, we started doing new seeding rules last week. The date on the Wikipedia set to tomorrow. Yeah, well that's not a me thing. I can't even edit it because to log into Wikipedia now I have to log in with TL, and I have the wrong TL account logged in. So I don't have the TL. I have my WardiTV TL account logged in, but my Wardi TL account is the one with my Wikipedia editing privileges, so I can't even do anything to fix it. Oh, hello. Thank you so much, Lily, for the 7 years. Thank you also to Ruga on the 14-month Prime sub to start us off today. Marek287 on the 12-month resub on the Prime as well. Yeah, already had Reynor complain in the in the chat, but there is a very real kind of reasoning. So basically, we talked a little while ago about the seeding of this tournament with some of the players and stuff, and we have basically come to. We're trying out a new way of seeding, which is that basically only the top 4 from last week get seeded, and everyone else is completely randomized. Last week I seeded, so here's who you have to hate, Reynor, because last week I actually seeded the top 4 plus the legends who always play and do well, so you and Clem, etc. But then Harstem said, "That's stupid, you randomized it last week." Because all the best games are in the first 3 rounds of the bracket. Yeah. So why am I still listening to Harstem? I don't know. He's bullied me so much. I've been beaten down into believing that I have to listen to him. You know, something like that. So yeah, it's it is a new seeding thing. But look, we'll work on it. I still think we should seed. I mean, first of all, it's your guys' fault for losing last week. You know, let's just put that out there. But secondly, I still think we should see like top 4 plus like top 4 all-time players in the Mondays or something like that. I'm not sure. I feel like that should be a thing, but we'll work on it. It's a work in progress. For this week, apparently, it's just going to be a bloodbath though. So we'll see how this goes. Last week we had our first finals without one of Max Pax, Clem, or Hero in it. Since the first edition of the event. 42 editions, one of those 3 had always been in the finals. Last week we had Classic versus Shin to make that a bit different. We'll see what happens. I should edit my stream on YouTube, what the stream title? To have all the top names in it. I probably should, yeah. I made the YouTube stream title a hot second ago before all the signups came in, to be fair. Alright, we're in a lobby. We're ready to go. And yeah, so I'll just show you guys what the bracket looks like as well on screen while we load into our first game. Just to show you guys what's up. So, I mean, this is the bracket section we're talking about. Classic is waiting for Reynor or Shameless. The winner of that very likely plays against Clem, unless there's a bit of an upset there. Max Pax is also in this section of the bracket to meet someone in the round of 4, if he gets past Harstem and Lambo. And then the bottom half of the bracket is just the Wild West. Shin, Geralt, Creator, Christiana, Mana, Beyond Showtime. I mean, Beyond Showtime's already playing as well, by the way. That's a 6 series. And Gumiho, Young Yakov. I mean, it's just a day of StarCraft. I don't know what else to tell you guys. It's quite a bracket. It is quite a bracket. We'll get into it. as we get this ready to go. Top 4 seeded to round 2, why not top 8? It's not that they're necessarily seeded to round 2, it's just that they're seeded in the top 4, which more than anything helps them to avoid each other. Why not top 8 is simply because, I mean, we could base it, because the whole point, right, is that I was, basically my seeding beforehand was that I was taking the top 4 players from the previous week, and then I was seeding them based on just kind of generally, like, if Clem, Reynor, or, you know, someone like that signed up, they would go at seed 5 through 6. And then I just a general guesstimation. But what happens is that every single week, certain players play other players. For example, every week, Percival played the number 1 seed because we get a similar amount of signups. Percival's always like on the lower end of the pros, so he's always around seed 16. So he's always playing round 1, Clem, or Hero, or Max Packs. And he was just like, bro, this isn't fun. and a few players messaged me about this. And so, I kind of agree, like, the tournament was looking a little bit repetitive. I'd already started mixing up some of the seeds a little while ago in order to make it not the same finals every week. Especially, obviously, we had Hero, Clem, and Max Packs always performing extremely well. But it makes no sense to just kind of, you know, every week have Hero versus Max Packs as the semi, and Clem was seed 1. So we started to mix that up a little bit as well. I think this, in general, is good for the tournament because it means that every week we should have a very different-looking bracket with different matchups. No one is typically in the same place. Obviously, maybe the top 4 guys are if they continue to make it back. But there's also volatility in the top 4 because you've got a much more randomized bracket as well. So, yeah. I think realistically, I kind of like this bracket seeding. I know today is one of those days where what I would say the top 4 seeds have all ended up in the same section of the bracket. And that's going to happen because, let's be fair, Clem and Reynor didn't make it to the top 4 last week. They both lost in the earlier round. So they both missed out on top 4. They missed avoiding each other, right? So, there's aspects to it. So yeah, there's things to think on. It's not just completely rigged or randomized. This was, like I say, last week I actually dragged Clem and Max Packs around even though they weren't top 4 seeded because I was like, well, these guys are always at the top. They should be like seeds 5 and 6. Let's make sure they don't play each other round 1. But this time, we literally just randomized it and seeded the top 4 from last week. So, yes, we have a bracket of death, but you know what that means? It means we get great matches all the way through. Right? We get to watch Reynor versus Shameless, then the winner versus Classic, then the winner likely versus Clem. It means the entire day we have great games. There's no warm-up period. There's no, there's no watching Reynor beat up on a guy. Well, I guess, Reynor's meant to be a heavy favorite against Shameless. Usually, Reynor plays a couple of matches, which are very one-sided, that are very heavily favored toward him, right? This is a much more different, there's a much different approach in that regard, so, yes. And I mean, some weeks Reynor will probably get a bracket which is completely free if he signs up every week, That's going to be how this system works, so, yeah. Like I say, we're trying it. It's not locked in stone. I like it so far. We'll see how it goes. I will take feedback from the players. If people really want to complain at me, then they can really complain at me. Alright, we get set up here. A couple of Lings are diving in, and a couple of those Adepts are already taking some damage. They're going to be pulling back and pulling away for a few moments. I just got a Discord message from Reynor, who sent me a picture of his ping while in-game, I guess. When did he send this? He sent this a minute ago. He sent me a Discord message saying playable, and he has 350 ping right now, so I don't think he's super impressed with the current ping scenario. I can't do anything about that. We do also nowadays rotate server preference for Korea versus Europe, by the way. So, 1 week we run Central West Central as the map or as the server ordering. Then the week after we run Rest Central West. So, yeah, that's my TLDR, anyways, on stuff getting set up and stuff like that. If you got any more questions, you can ask because I'm very easily sidetracked, so I probably will answer. And, yeah, let's get into looking at this game a little bit. First of all, though, thank you so much, Fnatic SC2, 58-month resub on the Prime, and Dig Big Minx coming in with the 90-month resub on the Prime as well. Appreciate the support. Thank you so much as we get this up and running. And we do have a couple of Oracles already going to get pushed away there by a couple of Queens in good position in these early stages. Twilight Council coming through, the +1 attack coming up, 7 additional drones and a couple of Overlords coming online as well. Got that Spore Crawler coming into place as we just have again the charge and the +1 continuing through. The couple Queens will fly away at those Oracles, and a little Revelation going down on the hatchery. As we just see those Queens able to push the Oracles out of there. Charge and +1, the Gateway's coming online. Just going to be seeing the lair, the drones, and the overlords continue to come up. And yeah, plenty of gateways with that charge. Really does suggest that we're going to get a little bit of aggression going behind this as Shameless. A little bit of attempt to put some damage out as Reynor gets into the lair, gets into the Rotron. Nice run by already coming in to disrupt this third base massively. Cancels the battery, kills the pylon. And those lings are going to peel away. It is costly to have this many lings on the map, and obviously these lings are not at home defending against the adepts, so a couple of drones begin to potentially go down. A lot of drone mining time lost. We're actually losing drones not on the counter here, because the counter we can't host with Game Hard still. 5 workers go down. That is all of those drones, all of those adepts dead, however. I think this was nice for Shameless. I mean, getting a bunch of workers like that, the entire natural not mining does feel good. But at least Reynor got something himself, right? Like, Reynor did succeed on the other side of the map at the same time. You can't say him running in and killing off a pylon and a battery and once again being on top of this third base and killing probes himself is not a success story. So he comes in, he's having a very good time on that base. And, I mean, right now he is exploding back up in that work account once again as he goes up to 63 drones to the 48 probes. And, I mean, there are more probes on the way. Temple Archives added on too. I feel like that was meant to come in earlier from Shameless, but he's being distracted. You can see all the gas that he has. That is exactly what you want that Temple Archives for, to mass Archons. Reynor with his first roaches coming out. First one already in a nice position here. Going to pull back toward the natural expansion. Roachron is exposed there. I was going to say, that feels like a good dive, no? If the Zealots just take the Roachron out, they're going to decide not to. They'd rather just focus on trying to offset the Roach numbers and maybe just gain an advantage, which then Reynor can never come back from. If you kill enough Roaches right now, maybe he never gets enough Roaches out, but that would work way better if you had a Prism. If this was like a true like Zealot only all in, and there's like a Prism, and you're warping in like 8 more Zealots every single time, then I think that's not a bad decision. In this scenario, I think that Roachron going down would have been a good catch, because he's also at the point where he's researching Roach speed off of it, so it would have delayed the Roach speed. And that then really has a hit on Reynor for later in the game. Whereas right now, you just kind of gave those Zealots away. They traded with some Roaches, and Reynor was fine with that, because he was, you know, able to get up into a higher work count. He lost a few more, mind you, and he's actually only at 55 right now, so there is a little bit of a factor there as extra Roaches and Lings spawn out, but as +1 missiles and Roach speed is done, I mean, is Reynor looking to go across the map? I think he might be. 83, 84 to, well, 88 now to 34 army supply. The supply difference is there. Can we turn that supply difference into a successful shove to the other side? That's what we are looking to try and find out right here and right now. As the Oracles come about, the Archons gather together. The Roaches and the Lings start wandering forward. The first Archon gets chased away a little bit. Roaches will actually dive through, and a couple of those Archons getting jumped on immediately to go down. I mean, to be fair, there's just not enough support. These Stalkers aren't as good as they usually are either. Right? A lot of the time you'd see Stalkers like this, you'd be like, actually, I feel like there's a defense coming. But there's no blink available. You know, usually these Stalkers are super efficient. They're super able to kind of stay in the fight for a very long time, never get taken out, always be fighting. Obviously, that is just not the case here in the slightest. Those Stalkers are getting absolutely wham-bammed up down the map. And, I mean, Blink is about to finish, +2 is about to finish, but by then, I think the damage is already done. The Stalker count is not what it was. The Roaches and Ravagers are very much so on top of this base. The Stalkers have to fight out into choke points of their own making. And yeah, Blink done, but I just don't think we've got what we need to truly trade the way that Stalkers are meant to be able to trade in these scenarios. I think the gig is up for this opening game as Reynor presses forward. Roach Ravager still putting in the hurt. A couple more Biles taking away a Pylon here. A couple of Stalkers blinking back too. Pylon still taking some shots. The probe still mining away. Another little transfusion coming out onto a Ravager. The Zerglings will continue to get shot down. Corrosive Biles will go for this Pylon, for this Nexus. It will go down. I mean, that's already a success story, but I actually don't even think we need to kind of go back into macro or anything here as Reynor. More Roaches, more Ravagers, more Lings. This number is still looking uncontested. There's a Queen going to be taken out by the Oracles. I mean, the Roach Ravager going to chase the Stalkers, which is fun because the Stalkers can blink, but eventually they run out of space on the map, no? And they're going to turn back in and try and trade a little bit. The Oracles overhead will slowly knock down the Ravagers. Would love to see like one of the Overlords spread creep on top of the third location just to ensure that we do not retake that third super easily, but it's going to be a little bit too late now. I just said that because there was Overlord spread and creep nearby, and that could have just been a way to slow you down a couple more moments, but not going to happen as the Roach Ravager continues to come hammering across the map. Stalkers shooting, a couple of Roaches taking shots. Storm on the way up. That's going to be seeing our Oracles coming in as well. Let's see our Stalkers Just going to peel away to the sides. We do have the Roaches, the Ravagers being chased once more. Oracle activating Ravager. Being pushed all the way back. Reynor is on his way to Hydras, which obviously would fix some of the Oracle problems. There is Storm coming up, like I say, but you just don't have that much economy because your third base has not been active during this entire period, so you do not have the income that you're typically wishing to work with. And that means that there's next shove from Reynor, which features a techier army as well, right? He's doubling army supply, but now it's not just Roaches, it's Hydras as well. So he's building more expensive units and still dominating the army supply count. Apparently Nevo Chimpy here blocking from earlier or so just needs to be killed off, so we do that. It does feel as though Reynor is going to be in a commanding position in this opening game as he gets across the other side. Queen's going to fire, Ling Roach going to come through. Feels those Lings streaming in as the Roaches here are arriving a little bit early. Of course, Lings in the mineral line are going to be nice, but there's the rest of the army on the other side. Already used up a couple of the storms. Do you have any other storms remaining? We should have a couple. We're not going to have to respect it a little bit. The Lings should be shredding probes in the main base, so that main is in a hefty amount of trouble as well. One more storm here. First of files are decent, but not good enough. I mean, the real story here is the Lings. If those Lings didn't get in, I feel as though this would have been a very good defense for Shameless. Reynor just saying, okay, fine, if you're going to make me make a Lurker Den, I will make it. I mean, don't get me wrong, these Lings are still absolutely hammering away. Even as a couple of Zelts get warped in, he gets right on top of them and is able to clean those up quickly. Forces the Oracle to come over to play defense finally. Couple more probes coming over. Just have the pylons coming up. Again, Lurker Den coming through. Additional Ling Hydra coming about. +2 missiles and the Groove Spines on the way up. Results in the High Templar still building in as well. Six new Lurkers just going to start to morph in. We do see another High Templar getting warped in as well. Continues to bring this through. I'm just going to be seeing the Lurkers continuing about. +2 missiles coming over. Zealot, the Archon. Stepping up. Hatchery just goes down immediately. I mean, Reynor's maxed, of course, with Lurkers out as well. He's going to be even more powerful. He's not got a hive, so he doesn't have like the range on the Lurkers or anything. But we'll see if it's good enough. As, I mean, a couple of Lurkers here will zone. Obviously, we're going to try and collapse in on this army. Reynor coming from the top side, Lings from the right side. There's a lot of storms available. A bunch of the Lurkers got burrowed up. The High Templar do get, honestly, decent storms off. But, again, the question is it going to be enough in the end? We're out of storms right now, which is a shame, because a couple more storms, I actually think we would have had something going for us here. These Hydras and the last few Lurkers are going to maybe, honestly, struggle to stick around. A couple of those Lurkers do start to get cleaned up. Reynor gets pushed away. And Shameless makes another kind of hold on. You know, he hangs on in there for a little bit longer. The problem is he's all in. And so he's just being worn down. And the strength of this all in is obviously going to begin wavering. We do get the cancel on the warp in from the Prism as that gets killed off. Get rid of the Oracle. These Hydras are going to fight. Very wrong. Your Hydra's taking damage off the Archons. Doesn't feel great, but the reality is that you've got enough in the end. GG is called, and Reynor will finally close up a game 1 of this best of 3. And that will be a 1-0 lead here for Reynor in this opening series of our day. Jalea, thank you so much. 51-month resub. GLHF, thank you so much. Hope you're having a great time. Thank you so much for the 52-month resub. Hobbit Kabul, thank you as well. Much appreciated as we get ready for more action. In a couple of moments, we'll get into game 2 of this. I'm going to have to run ads, guys, because I got the stream up a little bit late and stuff today, so just have to work on some extra bits and pieces. Cool. Alright, so nothing really happening on the bracket just yet. Everything looking pretty normal. No, well, one walkover. I don't think Percival wanted to play TVP, which is why Showtime and Beyond got to play against each other so quickly. So, yeah, everything just kind of ongoing here to get us started up. Like I say, nothing really too surprising as we take a couple moments and get ourselves ready for game 2. Again, the winner of this plays Classic, which is instantly a, as they say, a banger of a matchup. If it is Reynor Classic, I mean, that would be pretty great. Clem again. I mean, again, this section of the bracket in its entirety is just stacked. Let's be realistic. So, yeah, we've got a stacked section to follow today. Interesting to see who makes it through this this minefield of opponents. No hero today though. He's chilling out apparently. His swap and go gets cold, so we're just waiting for Shameless to get dragged up into a player spot. Should be able to go for game 2. And we dive on in. Ley lines coming up. Alright, let's hit in game. So we have ourselves in the bottom left-hand side, the blue Zerg player. This is Reynor. 1-0. Now playing on West should have a little bit more manageable ping as well. As in the top right, it is our Red Bros player, Shameless. He had like 300 plus ping in that last game, so not pretty. Got the job done in the end. So you get rocking into in game 2. Is Reynor in Korea? Yes. He is in Korea. Pro just nibbling up, a little bit of damage and work being done. Hatchery going down, the drone's still in production. Just see if he hatch the gas. And the spawning pool coming into play. Shameless obviously had a bit of a rough opening last time, all those zealots that really didn't do anything at all. Is this the last Monday tournament for a while? Well, this time next week I'll be in Saudi, so there will not be one this time next week. But the week after we should be back. There's no reason that we don't have one a week from the week after this. Like, EWC finishes on a Friday. I know there's the Poland event on the Sunday, but it's only going to take a few players away. We should still be able to get enough competition up for a Monday Cup the day after. As long as our funding continues, we will continue to run as many of these as we can, basically. So yeah, doing our best. Coupling's gonna go chasing after a probe for a moment or two. Probe will get hunted around, hunted down. Link speed coming up. Stargate on the way from Shameless. We have that next sun as well. 2 more probes being brought into production here as the Lings will chase that probe for now. And the Stargate finishing shortly here from Shameless, no surprise. Get those oracles up, take some control in the early stages. Everything you expect this to be bright and early. There's our Stargate, and yeah, we get that on the go. Chrono boost in the first oracles. Bring that straight up. Have the Link speed on the way through. The Overlord Lings and the drones coming by as well. An oracle on the warp gate all coming up. A couple probies coming about. Our Link speed about to finish, and yeah, we get the Spore Crawler or 2 added on. The few Zerglings will begin to make their way out onto the map right now. Things get there. A little grab goes down. There's a couple of Adepts just going to be there. And we begin to fight. A couple of the Zerglings drop down immediately. One of the Adept falls. The other Adept does shade off to the sides. And well, the Ling's actually getting not a full surround, but enough surface area to take that out and just chase a probe away. Not enough Lings left over to keep the pressure up. Reynor did make a bigger round of Lings at some point and start pressuring that third early in that last game, so wouldn't be too surprised to maybe see that come about once again. As a couple of oracles head all the way out through the center. Again, drones, lings, and queens in production, currently bringing all of those up. A couple of assimilators on the way through as well. As our queens get there, and the oracle is going to be taking some damage. Well, peaceful first few minutes. Obviously, first 5 minutes or so of a PvZ, we do not expect much to necessarily come up and to happen, but we get this rolling here for the moment. The Forge and the Twilight continue to come through. And Depth's fire, the lings get turned away. A couple of oracles still gathering up together as well. And those Zerglings still trying to get into position. The Adepts will try and shade through the oracles overhead. And together, they'll try and be annoying here. Stasis Ward on the top of the ramp is actually very annoying. Single Zergling. I was going to say, the single Zergling should chase after that. The Queen actually went into it as well. But it's actually a little bit of a blocker on your ramp, but this is looking to be fine. The Adepts now getting caught by some lings. Actually losing Oracle as well, which stuck around just a moment too long. All the Adepts go down. The Oracles get pushed away. +1 and Blink still coming up. And the +1 missiles coming through as well, currently from Reynor, so still bringing that up and online. As the lair is about halfway done. A few more drones coming up as well, +1 missiles coming up, a couple of creep timbers and extractors coming around. The Oracle's back over to the left-hand side just for the moment. And yeah, +1 and Blink continue to build through for now. The Temple Archives and the Cannon will come online as well. On drop of Revelations, +1 and Blink coming down. We do have the couple of Stalkers continue to come up as well, and that lair will complete just for now. Obviously, way less action in this game. No kind of initial shove with charge lots or anything. It's straight to Blink. But also straight to the Storm. Like, we're not messing around here, Shameless. Like, he's just tacking up in this game. Storm on the way through. The Blink obviously coming up. The +1 will finish as well. The Oracle's put down a couple of Stasis Wards so far. Lings on the other side. Going to get a little grab on this cannon as well. It's going to be a nice pick-off. Some nice grab to get rid of that. And now the Lings continue into the mineral line. The Lings and the Roaches continue forward. The Stalkers will push through. That one Ling getting caught in a stasis. A couple of Oracles still putting some pressure back out in the other direction for a few moments as well. As the High Temple still join up. +1 missiles, Overlord speed and Roach speed building on through. Again, the Dropper Lord is producing the extra Roaches. Will be on the way. We just have the 2 Oracles coming around down the bottom side at the moment. Dropper Lord finishes. I mean, I think Reynor's just not messing around, right? He wants to get across and do some damage, so it has been a very greedy game out of Shameless. Like I say, super fast Storm. No Blink Stalker pressures. He has no presence on the map early either. And we already have 2 different groups of units. One to the 12 o'clock, one to the far right. The Dropper Lord will get its speed in a moment as well to go with. Infestation Pit will also be starting now as the few extractors continue up. Roach is going to show up onto that Nexus. A couple of probes will be chased. Pylon going down as the Roaches come in from the right-hand side. First Storm is going to be good. Having Storm up in this scenario is pretty nice. And Reynor obviously looking to do as much as he can here, but he does have a future plan. He is, a high drone count. And he's also obviously working onto, an infestation pit as well. He's going to attack the 3rd after already cancelling the 4th base while he distracts from this right side. That top side fight so far has been pushed away to the Oracles that just get free kills because there's no anti-air up to the top. So that portion of the army gets shoved away, no issue, no problem. And again, the Void Ray, Charge, and the +2 continue to come up. Add that Fleet Beacon on as well. Add a Hive, add a Hydra Den. And again, additional drones and additional Zerglings. Very much so, still in production as well. Ling Roach up on the top and another probe going down. Obviously, Reynor is going to be sat there just kind of hanging with the supply at 200. One more Zealot gets picked away at here, and just going to be seeing the Stalkers, the Templars still joining together. Oh, that's a huge storm into the Lings and the Roaches. The splash is actually kind of huge right there, no? Does a lot of damage very quickly, and the stage is catching a bunch of those lings. Might have saved a few of them from dropping even lower on HP, but they're still going to be exposed when they pop out of that. The difference this game is that Reynor is heading into Hive. He's getting the Lurker Den up, and he will have Lurker upgrades actually able to start because he's going to have the Hive to get the upgrades going, compared to the last game where obviously he got into Lurkers and he did not have a Hive to go along with it, so it did not work out quite as well. One more Tempest Mothership coming through. As our Roach Hydra comes around. And yes, guys, as always with WardiTV Mondays, this is live, not replays. There is a bracket at the top of the chat that you can click on and see how all the games are going. It is live, live, live. Our lurkers will spawn up in a moment. And we will pause up for a moment, hopefully not for too long. And get back on track as Reynor's got sizing spines on the ways, the lurkers are out. It's going to be time for him to put even more pressure on these positions. Now we do have Shameless already heading into the Tempests. So he's going to have Tempest already coming through the Mothership as well. That's going to force the response of the Spire from Reynor, which is on its way. And he can begin to build the Corruptors out from here as well. So you can get those Corruptors going. Get that started. Let me just take a couple of moments. Yeah, a couple of seconds, guys. Hopefully we get back into it. We gave you guys a bracket update, but I accidentally shut the bracket, so I can't open it without tapping around for a little bit too long, maybe. Go. I'm going to resume. Like I say, we are at a point where Reynor's about to attack in. He walks right into that stasis already, so the left side's going to be weakened up. And the right side's not going to strike yet. I do think before you fight, if you are going to force a fight, you want the lurkers to at least have range. Like, adaptive talents and their ability to reposition is huge, but range is the #1 thing that's going to make these lurkers genuinely very, very powerful, right? So, I do think that's a pretty major factor here. Tempest coming across, the Oracle's in the skies. A few lings are going to step forward, a couple of those lings getting caught. Stalkers blink across and blink in. Tempest, Mothership, High Templars joined together. Those lurkers burrowed up nicely. Cannon already going down. These lurkers continuing to fight as you just have a couple of storms coming out onto those. Okay, this Nexus is going to be in some trouble. So I think the top side base goes down again, which if Reynor keeps his opponent on 3 bases, then realistically it's very difficult for Shameless to stay in this game. You're just not mining enough to rebuild and to go again and again if you don't have a 4th. And so far, Reynor in this game has reliably removed the 4th base from the equation. He is not going to let that be a thing at all. So, as long as that's the case, Reynor is looking pretty in this opening series of the day for him. And he really has a bit of a... Like, Shameless is not a bad first-round opponent as well for Reynor to match into. And again, the winner of this plays Classic, the winner of that likely versus Clem unless there is an upset. We are in for a treat ourselves on this section of the bracket. No matter who comes through, we're going to have some good games. As the Zealots charge forward, the Lurkers are going to be there. Hydras too, pushing the Zealots back the other way. Another storm coming down. The Lings, Hydras, and Lurkers are still going to push on up. States that they're just catching a couple more of those Zerglings. The Lurkers burrow, and they're going to be able to do very well for themselves as well. And a couple more of those Lurker shots and damage still being dealt very nicely for the moment. Roach is diving back to that top side. But the whole story here is that the Lurkers are now in position, and now they're really kind of jammed in between the natural and the 3rd base. It's a very slow process to get rid of them. The only thing that can reliably get rid of these quickly is going to be the Tempest, but do you really have all the time in the world to wait for, like, Tempest to get rid of these Lurkers? Not really. The natural wall is broken down. The units are now chasing probes down from those mineral lines within the wall off, and the rebuild is happening. Lings and Hydras en masse. We could have built some Corruptors here, but we decided not to. Seems like Reynor does not have enough to successfully chase into the main. As we did clear away the left-hand side as well. Remember that Reynolds rich going into this, so he can afford to rebuild out the back of it. And again, choosing a rebuild Ling Hydra is a choice that interests me because, we're kind of expecting this to be maybe Corruptors at this point. Get rid of those Tempests, make the Lurkers easier to keep a hold of. Try and Nidus in the main base. He had a Nidus up in the main before, but I don't think he had that many units really available to pop out of it. So the double Nidus that came up previously did not come to much good. Tempest is going to fire away, and that Overseer will take a few more shots. Lings are diving in on the left side. Mothership spawns. Well, it spawned in a while ago, I should say. It spawns up a Time Warp, which actually is going to protect it from the Hydras for the moment. But this is a massive Hydras here. A couple of storms could be very scary. The first couple, okay. I mean, there's a lot of storms, a lot more than I thought. I thought it was going to be 2 or 3. It was actually like 4 or 5, which those extra couple really go the distance, because the first couple I wasn't sure about, but everything else then got lathered in storms. As Reynor still just trying to scrap his way through here, but man, Reynor's bank is gone. I mean, he's building another round of Hydras again. Night is popping up. Don't get me wrong, there's absolute chaos ongoing, but I actually feel like Shameless is defending this. I feel like he's actually getting into a spot where this is going to be held off, defended, and pushed away for now. What a defense made by Shameless. I mean, he's hanging on in there in a game where his 4th base got cancelled a couple of times. I mean, I think Reynor just really committed into those storms. I don't know if he was expecting the storms. I don't know if he was, thought there was something else going to happen there, but obviously not quite the way it's meant to be. Because he really did eat a lot of them. This is one of the issues, that wall on the natural is still down from early, and so attacking into this is so much easier than before. And this is going to be interesting, because we have, once again, storms available. But the Hydras don't have to walk into the storms here. They're already in position. The Protoss has to walk into the Zerg, and it's a very different scenario. When you're walking into the Protoss, the storms are so effective. When the Zerg is walking, when the Protoss is walking into the Zerg, it's so easy because the Zerg can just pull away from the storms that drop down, and they're still in position to fight. It's not like then they have to re-engage forward. Like, yeah, the storm buys you a moment, but it doesn't buy you the ground that it would usually buy you. So that difference in positioning goes a long way here. As again, Shameless will clear up, but he's struggling, right? 51 workers to the 87. Like, if you look at the resources lost, yes, it's in favor of Shameless. Yes, he's trading better. And right now, Reynor does not have a massive bank. But Reynor does have a Spire. He does have the option, if he wants to just build Corruptors. And the reality is the 7 Tempest in the sky, and then a group of Zealots and Archon. Okay, we just warped in a bunch more High Templar. The reality is, I actually think right now a bunch of Corruptors knock the Tempest down, just go play the Caustic Spray game, and then a rebuild on the ground would have been way more effective. Because I don't know if there's enough. I mean, maybe now with the storms back up there is. Maybe there is enough support to keep those Tempests safe, but I feel like playing it with just kind of Ling Hydra Lurker is riskier than it needs to be almost. And this Lurker sneaks in and is going to do well. No detection there just yet to get a hold of it and to stop it. And if you have to give up some main units on the top side, 12 o'clock base, then once again your 4th is going to be exposed and potentially in trouble. As in the main will get shot down. I imagine the one in the natural will not do much of anything, just a retreat pathway for that singular Lurker. It's the threat though, right? It's the threat that at any moment you could still be there and jumping on that. Shameless is realizing now he showed his army, killing off a Nidus, and so Reynor is going to dive in position on the 4th again. The Lings are going to try and go through and stop some of the High Templars, and oh my god, they walked into a Lurker fire, so they actually got absolutely blasted. Every High Templar goes down. There was a bunch of storms not dropped here. GG and good looks as Shameless. Not a bad showing from our Protoss against one of the very best that's ever played. But the reality is that Reynor was just a little too good, even in games where it felt as though this could have been a whole lot closer. I think Shameless, like I say, good showing. Still a little bit outmatched, just based on the opposition. I don't think there's anything crazy about that, to be honest. GG's. Reynor will advance on through to play Classic in the round of 16. Bracket in general moving through. Gumiho versus Young Yakov, Bjorn versus Showtime, Christiana versus Mana, Shin versus Creator, Hearthstone versus Lambo, and then MaxPax 2 Euthermal ready to be the first player into the round of 8 today. As we'll hop on over to Korea for Classic versus Reynor. Obviously, Reynor, Clem, both practicing in Korea right now, so yeah, we'll hop on over to the Asian server and get ready to go into the ZVP. Is Balance Wine legal here? No. If you balance wine, I will personally time you out, write your name on a notepad, and make sure I never have to read anything from you again. And the worst part of that is that you'll be on my notepad. That's like a personal shun for life, you know? Forever. And ever. Just trying to log us back over to Korea. It doesn't want me to log in today. Alright, Classic Reynor. Classic's been on a tear lately. I actually think this is a Classic favored matchup, if I had to be honest with you. These two play recently. Let's have a little peek. Classic 3-0'd Reynor on July the 5th. Reynor got a 1-0. Yeah, Reynor's not... Reynor's lost every best of 3 that he's played, or best of 3 or higher that he's played against Classic this year. Which is 4 times. Which is obviously a little bit of a shocker. So yeah, Classic is not a good matchup for Reynor right now, and I really do think Classic is playing up at the highest of it, top of his game, so... Let's see how that all goes. Is it? He just got a lot better? Well, yeah. I don't expect anyone to beat you multiple times, Reynor. You're good. Even if the other guy's really good. The videos begin, we get ready to go. Let's start it on up and we'll get ready to rumble. Exciting times. Great games today, WardiTV Mondays, good to see you all. Dropping in. What's up, King TKD? Thank you so much for the gifted sub to Big Rick TV. Appreciate it. Thank you for the gifted sub. Hell yeah. Do, 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 do. What Tony is this? This is the WardiTV Mondays. You can find a bracket link at the top of the YouTube chat. It's pinned. So you can see everyone that's playing. We have this event every Monday, $400 on the line. Open Cup, anyone can participate. It's our 44th edition. Pretty sick. Shout out to OSC, Loco, and Winter who helped to fund this as well. Without those guys, this event would not be here every week. At least it wouldn't be here at the same scale that it is. Everyone coming together, putting a bit of prize money in and helping us to make up the cash. To put on the weekly 400 is pretty big, so... Mana beats Serral 2-0. That's not the real Serral, it's just a fake dude who's called himself Liquid Serral for a few weeks. Trust me, if Serral was playing, we would have watched every single Serral game that exists. I promise. You said there, sorry? No need to be sorry. That's what I'm here for. I'm gonna help to direct you around and tell you what's up. Always happy to answer questions. I'm just multitasking right now, trying to talk and get the video sorted between these two for this next match. The real Serral is solid Serral? Yes. Serral wouldn't play as a Liquid. It's just, way too sloppy of a playstyle for him. Doesn't make any sense, right? My map's not going to load on Korea? Doesn't seem like it. Real Serral is a plasma. Yeah, Serral is just something beyond, something beyond. He doesn't follow the, the rules of the world, Alright, a couple of moments, guys. We are going into the lobby for this Classic versus Reynor series. Alright, we're readying up. We're getting ready to go. Dive into some ZVP. And get this up and rolling. Reynor versus Classic in the round of 16. Clem will play Lemon in the second round. Showtime 2-0 Björn. Oh, how about that for a little bit of a result on the bottom side of the bracket. Showtime going to have a Gumiho or Yakov to play in the next round. I was looking at this bracket, I was like, man, Showtime's going to be happy. He was talking about at Home Story about how it's very difficult to have any Terran practice partners at the moment, because there's just not really many Terrans in Europe. And he gets the bracket of the day just before EWC, and he's just got Terran after Terran after Terran. Love it. Alright, love it for him. He does get through to that round of 8. We'll keep up to date with the rest of the bracket as we go, but obviously our main focus is on this top section, which is fired up full of great StarCraft 2, as we have in the round of 16. Two of the top players in the world right now. In the bottom left, our red Zerg is going to be Reynor. And in the top left, our blue Protoss player is going to be Classic. As we get into game number 1 of this best of 3, we kick this off and we get this underway. Persephone going to be our map. And yeah, Reynor, how are we going to do against Classic? This does feel like a difficult matchup for him. I do feel like this is the kind of matchup as well where if Reynor does have a way to kind of take Classic down, I don't think he's going to use it in this Monday Cup. If anything, I think Reynor takes this as a chance to try a couple things out, maybe test the longer game and stuff. But I think the reality is that if he has some real kind of up his sleeve plans for Classic, we're not going to see them 8 days away from the biggest tournament of the year. So, yeah, love that. Let's see what Classic we know is just top of the world right now. I actually think he's set up for a big performance in EWC. My biggest fear for Classic is genuinely just PvP. I think there's a couple of top-end PvPers that do kind of still have the edge over him there. He can play PvT and PvZ in EWC. And Classic's an interesting one because I do still feel sometimes Classic has that consistency issue as well. But right now he's being very consistent. So, yeah, it's going to be a very fun EWC next week, guys. I mean, we're going to see all these top dogs. We're going to see what they have to show. That's going to be absolutely fantastic. Really excited to see. I mean, it's always exciting when you get to a World Championship caliber event as well, because the players are in their best possible forms. There are going to be builds and takes on the meta, which we've not seen because people have been prepping specifically for this event. They've been prepping for their opponents. You know, I know everyone will be like, wow, it's not GSL, you don't know your opponents 3 weeks before and you have a week to practice, but there's no way that these guys are not going into EWC without a very good idea of what each and every possible opponent does, how they play, the approaches they make, and all of that kind of stuff, right? Like, you know, preparation in StarCraft 2 is not just prepping your own styles, it is knowing about anyone you could possibly come up against, especially what especially if you want to start considering your biggest threats. So there's going to be a lot of prep work in for that event as well. It's going to be pretty huge. Going to see the couple of queens are there. Push the Adept out the front for a little bit. The one Adept shading back down through the natural into the main base. A few Zerglings are going to chase after as well. The Adept going to fire. One Zergling getting tapped at. A drone taking a bit of tapping as well. Link speed coming up. The couple queens still stepping through. And they're going to get onto that Adept in the next couple of moments, which is going to shade away out elsewhere. The Adept going to be annoying, just grabbing a drone here or there as well. Link speed still coming up. done a pretty good job of building spores, but we've had to build a bunch of them, and 2 drones still went down. So 1 adept for 2 drones, not bad at all. Bunch of spores building. That's money that's not being spent elsewhere in the meantime, and yeah, well, we actually have the Oracle now showing up as well, so we're going to start seeing some Oracle harass here in the early stages as Classic looks to pressure in for a little bit of opportunity. Things going to wrap around there. There's actually another probe going down. The Adept continue to take damage. The Oracle will activate. A couple of those Zerglings going down. The other Adept coming over, helping to push that back. A couple Queens come up. The drones come in. Overlords in production. You have the Nexus and the Gateway still building as you just have... I mean, nice to see Reynor get across the map and get a few workers as well, right? Feels like you even up some of this early game damage. Definitely feels like something of a necessity. Otherwise, you know, you can definitely start seeing this game run away in favor of the Protoss player, right? If they start getting a couple drones here and a couple drones there. So getting back the other side is big plus. While the Council and the Forge will start, the 2 Oracles will combine and double their power, one-shotting drones in the near future. What is that wall? It is a wall. I mean that's something, right? It's not the prettiest wall, but it is a wall, as the Queen's going to be there. Oracles immediately begin to take some damage, and they get pushed away toward the 3rd base, where they activate 2 drones already going down. Going to make that 3, going to make that 4. We have Zerglings continue to produce out as well. The Overlord still producing by. 10 drones continue to come up. The melee upgrade coming online. Flare coming through as well. And the hatchery also building up. The Zerglings get back to the center. The Oracles gather up together. And we do have our melee upgrade continuing to just build in. So we are going to go for melee opening, which is great against what Classic is doing with the Blink Stalkers coming online. Obviously, there's a little bit of a roll of the dice of your build order here in ZVP, where melee upgrade really good against the Stalkers, melee upgrade really not so good against like a faster Archon or Zealot-based opening. So there's definitely Glaives as well, obviously, is kind of in there too. But then the Glaives slash the Zealots slash the Archons are just much weaker to a non-melee upgrade, where someone is typically going to have their Roach roaring down and be looking towards a Roach-based composition anyway, rather than having to build Roaches responsively. So there's that kind of little bit of a rock, paper, scissors effect. I think it's fairly well balanced in this matchup, where, like, yes, if you have no idea what your opponent's doing and you lose the rock, paper, scissors, you're going to lose hard, right? But if you know what your opponent's doing and you lose the rock, paper, scissors, you can still kind of get a second go of it. You're just, you know, you're still in the game. It's just going to be a bit of a tougher situation, but absolutely not unwinnable, as these Stalkers are going to get there. I mean, this hatchery probably goes down. This is the 5th hatch of Reynor. He's going to let it finish, actually. He's going to start fighting with a few of the Lings. Does drop the transfusions down. Came in from the other side with the Lings, but the stasis catches, and I mean, the hatch goes down. The Broodlings will help fight. We do get rid of 1 Oracle at least, and a couple of Stalkers dying too. This is not free damage. The Stalkers do not have Blink yet. I mean, it's going to finish in a few seconds. We're going to decide just to recall in the end, as Classic realizes this was a little bit of a tricky one. That stasis catching so many of those Lings. If that didn't happen, those Stalkers all die. That was actually a huge stasis ward, because without that, Classic would not have anything right there. As we do have Storm not ready yet, by the way, so these High Temple are not useful right now. And that's going to be a cancelled 4th base. So remember that was just the 5th of Reynor as well. This was not the 4th. So he loses a 5th, he cancels a 4th of his opponent. And both players kind of trade blows here already at the 7-minute marker. Back and forth, base denying action. With Reynor now taking a different approach to a 5th base, with the hatchery coming up on the gold on that 3 o'clock position. A very different way to play out Persephone. But one where, honestly, does Classic typically send units across over there? Probably not for a while. There's no way the Stalkers want to wander over there. Maybe once Zealot charges up and you're going to start sending Zealot run-bys around, you will make more of an attempt on that base. But Reynor taking it so quick may have time to effectively get some defense and some static defense there to help you defend against possible Zealot run-bys and so on. So I do think that's something else that we can keep our eyes pinned onto. As 13 additional Hydras come up into play. The Infestation Pit will be finishing very shortly as well. One more Revelation just dropping down onto that main base. Keeping an eye on the structures. You know, if you could see the hive timing, for example, that would be amazing. Lings Hydras work their way up that right-hand side. Still trying to get a little bit more done. Charging the +2 attack upgrade coming into play as well. 4 more Zealots, Robo Facility, Fleet Beacon coming up as the Hydras are going to come try and wrap around a little bit. Couple Storms coming down. Lings and Hydras continue to take some shots, but they're obviously dealing some damage as well. We close the distance on the Stalkers very nicely, and now we're chasing down the High Templar. No more Storms available, so this High Templar, okay, they do get one Storm off to protect themselves, and these few Lings get the kills. Trying to block these High Templars from escaping, forces the Archon Morph. That's what you're looking for. Guarantees the kill on those Templar. And obviously the Archon morphing buys you a little bit more time on them, but they're not going to get away. And Reynor makes a major catch on Classic's army. And Classic is going to find himself caught out there. Now trying to drop some Storms. Bane speed is only just starts. These Banes are not as effective as they want to be. But they're still going to be a threat as they move up this ramp. The High Templars are going to go down. The Zealots are going to get blasted Baneling style. And the Pylon going down, stopping a warp and depowering the battery. And Reynor going to come clambering in for a Game 1 victory here against Classic in this opening game of the round of 16. Reynor with the catch there, really catching his opponent at a prime time and able to push himself into the 1-0 lead in this best of 3 series. Nicely done. Ooh. Incorporeal going to be map number 2. We'll get into this in a moment. Take a moment or so, we get this all set up. Alrighty, MaxPax and Lambo, by the way, in the round of 8. So their section of the bracket is steamrolling forward. So MaxPax Lambo round of 8 winner is going to be in the round of 4 to meet whoever comes out of Classic, Reynor, Clem, and Lemon. Christiana 2-1 Mana is going to play Shin or Creator in the next round as well. Exciting stuff all across the board. Double checking who's around. How are we going to get Harston to join us? Beautiful. What you like to hear on your Monday mornings. Hello?
Hello, can you hear me?
I can. How does it feel being public enemy number 1?
What? Why?
Well, last week you said we should just really go full steam ahead on the randomization. So now Classic, Reynor, MaxPax, and Clem are very upset at you.
I don't care. The matches are better than they've ever been.
But they're ready to fight you, mate.
Okay, let them come. Who did you say? MaxPax has never shown his face online. Reynor is like 1.60 meters. I think Clem doesn't... I'm not sure if he's allowed to ride most of the roller coasters yet. They can come and fight me.
Fair enough. But it's a good point. Is there anyone you'd be scared? Is there anyone you'd be scared of if they came for you?
Yeah, Showtime.
Showtime
said he had a problem with the seeding. I said, I've already reverted. Seeding sucks already. Why would you come up with this? A terrible way of going about it. You're so stupid.
Yeah, Showtime.
Did I throw you under the bus so fast? You wouldn't even have seen the bus coming yet.
That's okay.
Insane.
I'm so used to it. I'm already in protective anti-bus gear, you know, like...
Yeah. It's got the helmet.
Yeah.
All right.
Every time I cast it, you have to put the helmet on. What, sorry?
Do you want to knock?
Oh yeah, I can knock me. Hang on. Feels like being a kid, man. I'm gonna go knock on my buddy. See if he wants to come out and play.
I like it though. I like the knocking.
Yeah, I like
think
the knocking too.
It's respectful.
I just forget where it is every time. There it is.
Yeah. Do you also used to do that? Like you go to around someone else's house and then you're like, is Timmy home to play? You know? Because his mom would open the door.
Yeah. That's what I mean. Like knocking on your friend. Like.
Ah, God.
This is
nowadays, I bet people just text all the time. Dude, the kids, they're like 6, they have a smartphone.
Yeah,
it's crazy.
He's like, can you come out? He's like, hang on, gotta text my mom to find out. She's just like 2 rooms away, you know?
Yeah. God. Yeah,
it's not the same anymore.
It's not the same at all. And you know that when something isn't the same anymore, it's by definition worse.
It's by definition worse.
Yeah.
I see. Is this why everyone wants to go back to the 6 worker start?
Yes. Yeah, actually. Yeah.
Alright. Reynor Classic. Reynor's up a game. He's not beaten Classic in a best of 3 this year.
How many times did they play though?
4.
Oh, okay, that's quite a bit.
Yeah.
Like, I could make a lot of stats where I look as like a great player all of a sudden, but then I've never played them. Harstem has not lost to Zero in a best of 7 in the past 12 years.
Feels bad, man.
No, it feels fine.
So yeah, I mean, I guess you didn't see the first game at all, right?
No, I was busy losing myself.
Busy losing.
Yeah, I still had things to do.
Yeah. Well, TLDR, it was Ling, Hydra, catching, Stalker, High Templar. And
Oh, was it a loser build?
pretty much, yeah. Just blinks, just 2 oracles, blink stalkers into the storm.
Yeah, but did he move out with the blink stalkers, or did he only move
Yes.
out after he got storm?
No, he moved out with the blink stalkers pre-blink. He had to recall before blink finished.
Oh,
He killed the
high
5th.
test.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, he killed the 5th with a pre-blink move out.
Yes.
I like that there was a 5th at that point already. Yes.
It was a
It's
game.
nice.
Yeah.
Yeah, it sounds like it was a game. Yeah.
You sound like you've had a wild weekend.
No, my my voice actually is in a little bit of pain.
Yeah, that's why I thought it was a wild weekend. But it's the other.
No, it's just been like I think I damaged my vocal cords somehow a little bit.
Too much talking.
Like, yeah, maybe I think so. Especially do you call it the higher register? It's it used to be more painful like a couple of days ago. So I took some time off, and it's getting better. But if I squeal in excitement, it actually hurts quite a bit.
I see. We'll keep it. I'll do the squealing.
You'll do squealing.
Yeah.
I should have like a button.
You should have a button to make me squeal.
Yeah, like you know these things where you shake someone's hand and they get like electrified. I should have a button that basically does that to you from from a remote pretty much. So I click it and you get buzzed, and then you squeal automatically. So when I'm wanting to do it, it happens the instant I want it.
Yeah, that would make sense.
And the added benefit of electrifying you for fun. So it's really a win-win for everyone involved.
Yeah. I'm sure that's completely allowed by Twitch.
Yeah. Oh, it probably isn't. Wankers.
Yeah. I think Fear Dragon tried to make a thing where Chuck could electrocute him when he got supply blocked or something. But it was against Twitch TOS as the Oracle goes down. Nice catch for Reynor.
Gate, Forge Twilight. What are we doing over here? Fast melee as well. So far the trades have been 5 workers killed, Oracle and 2 adepts. I mean, we look at the state of the game. I'm kind of okay with this for Reynor now.
Yeah, but he does need to obviously know it's Glaives, right?
This Glaives is very late, Wardy.
It is, but maybe that's the most dangerous kind of Glaives.
There's also no lair yet. There's also no links to... Oh, there's a couple of links actually. Okay, it's gonna lose a couple of workers. Exactly a couple. There's no Baneling Nest. No... What is this?
Yeah. But I mean, Les starts up now, and Classic's gonna start Temple Archives. Just makes it look normal, apart from the fact he's got a ton of adepts on the map that would usually be stalkers.
Like, a storm is gonna be done by the time that the Hydra then starts. Like, that is not a normal context to play PvZ, and these adepts are also managing to shade by entirely. Reynor is not gonna get the info that he needs. He has 2 hatcheries on the way, lair on the way, Baneling Nest halfway done, melee halfway done. Still doesn't get the scout here on those right side adepts. These adepts sneaked by big time, and now I think Reynor is in a world of trouble.
Yep, this definitely seems like Trouble City because he just has no preparation. We saw something very similar last week, right, when Shin played a Classic in the finals,
Shin,
and
yeah.
he just was not ready at all, expecting the adepts. I mean, we start him off in a few Banes, but 3 Banes is not super scary unless these adepts really get choked up against them. Right now, they're going to stack against these Lings, but with the Queens here as well, it's a better fight than I think a lot would expect for Classic.
Yeah, this one's kind of okay, to be honest. These 2 adepts are still going to finish up. It is, of course, 62 workers to 60, and we're having a +1 melee Ling army on 62 drones against someone whose Storm is pretty much finished, 4 Templar out on the map, and the supply is relatively even. So I actually still think this is a great position for Classic. I do feel like that maybe it could have gone better had that shade in the natural been a bit more, like a bit less exposed, I guess. Because it did feel pretty exposed there.
Yeah, if we hit in the mineral line, he didn't really truly deepen the mineral line to minimize the surface area as much as he maybe could have done, but I mean, Reynor now has a bunch of Lings on the map. Storm finishes. It's going to be tough to do much with them. But this also gives him freedom to drone. Hydrogen will be well on its way now. Do you think Classic has any... Because obviously his Blink's like an eternity away right now. So does he have any real push out onto the map before Reynor has a chance to set up onto Hydras and everything?
No, I don't think he wants to move out on the map either. I mean, he just lost a lot of adepts to a bunch of Lings. He probably knows that Reynor is droning up. Is Reynor just going to play Hydra Ling Bane here off of an insane drone count? This is so old school.
It does seem that way currently because he's not really teching up. You know, there's no infestation bid investment or anything. It's just pure kind of baseline unit production. 86 drones going to 90 plus.
There's no Baneling speed though, Wardy. I think this is a mistake, a misclick. Well, not a misclick, a lack of a click really, if anything. We are missing a click.
Yeah, it was the same last game as well. I think he had Bane's rolling into Classic's third, but they weren't rolling. They were waddling, and Bane speed was just starting. So it was kind of a late Bane speed then as well. Very similar to this game actually. Obviously, as Blink finishes, you have a bit more chance to be on the map if you want to be as Classic, but he is likely just going to start charge very quickly too and start having a mineral dump available to him as a few Hydras show themselves. The Oracle will revelate. Obviously, one thing that Reynor doesn't have is a lot of creep spread, right? Like, he's got a little bit out the front, but it's not like crazy out there on the map.
Yeah, but I don't actually think I care, to be honest. Like, this feels pretty much like a counter to what Classic is doing, because Classic wants to go into Fleet Beacon fast Tempest to pretty much be capable of dealing with anything. As I say that, he's going to lose 2 Templar here over on the 3rd base location. That's a really bad start, I think. And because, like, where's the value for him right now? He's going to have a lot of Storms. That's one. That's great. And then the rest of his value really is going to be put into cannons, right? 85 workers for him. He's planning on moving out, which I think is a huge blunder if that's his actual plan. I don't want to be out on the map right now. We see a second Stargate and Fleet Beacon coming in. I think he's lacking the read that this is still being done on lair attack. Like, this is going to be a massive Baneling attack, and then there's going to be another massive Baneling attack, and another one, and another one, and another one. Pretty much till forever, until one of them has to tap out because they have nothing left. And here comes the first one, Wardy.
Stasis was getting popped. Honestly, not too badly. I think the stasis on the far left is maybe the roughest. We do see some Bane's going to reach the High Templar, and they all get blown up in the center. There's one on the bottom that had 2 Storms on it, but he's going to be the last Templar alive. The Bane survived through to hit the mineral line as well, and everything else has crumbled as Reynor is going to kind of just dominate this series. Coming in, looking for the 2-0 right now. If these Hives can continue to fight and finish off. I mean, Lings are coming out of stasis. We also have Lings that are also pouring on through from across the map as well at this point in time. So yeah, looking very good for Reynor, who's going to finish this Nexus off, and his reinforcements are going to put him in a great place.
What a weird opener, Wardy. That layer started 5 minutes and 30 seconds in, and he's going to clean this up, man. He's going to clean this up like a beast, like it's his job. But his job is to play StarCraft, Wardy.
Well, you can say that this is his job still. Playing StarCraft like a beast.
He's cleaning, like he's cleaning. Like, this is not part of his job anymore.
This isn't StarCraft, this is just clean up.
These are chores.
These are the chores.
These are chores. What the hell?
Well, you know, every
job
has
this in a fight with a significant other. He's like, oh, you didn't do the dishes. Like, don't worry about it. I cleaned in game today. Like, well, that's not really how it works. Hey, you gotta stop using this argument. I'm leaving you.
I do not think that one's gonna go down well.
I'll test run it tonight. I'll tell you how it goes, Marty.
I cleaned up in this 1-2 defeat in the round of 16.
Classic is absolutely cooked over here. This is going to be his first 0-2 in a while as well against the Zerg, and his first loss since, I want to say, earlier this month, where he lost 1-2 against Shin. Classic was on a hot streak, and Reynor stopping him dead in his tracks with an absolutely phenomenal game here.
Yep, obviously too much. Reynor is going to get the 2-0 advance through, and a big win for him against Classic. Bit of a confidence booster. Yeah,
that was great, man.
That was great.
Ooh, sorry, what did you say?
I was saying it's a bit of a confidence booster ahead of the EWC, and I was going to ask you, what do you think the impact of EWC next week has on the guys that are playing a day? Like, how much are they holding back? How much are they just
I don't think they're holding back. I think the only one that is holding back is Classic.
Yeah?
Yeah, I believe he's the only one that's holding back. Clem wants to regain confidence. Reynor likes to have some momentum going into tournaments. I don't know much about Showtime, to be honest, but these are my feelings. I think like Lambo's probably hiding a little.
Yeah. I think Lambo doesn't have much reason to kind of show everything right now, but I do think that the rest of these guys are like, you know, they're here for a reason. No, like they didn't have to sign up and play an Open Cup. So it's kind of crazy. As well, we're literally 8 days away, and they're all, you know, a bunch of the top guys are just here playing it out. Kind of wild.
Yeah, it really is.
Reynol's BRB in a few minutes, so we can wait for the Reynor Clem series that's coming up. And then the winner plays Max Pax or Lambo. On the bottom of the bracket, Christian and Showtime are waiting in the round of 8 for probably some Koreans to show up and battle them.
We're gonna do Clem Reynor, right?
Yeah, of course we are.
Okay, thank God.
What do you think we're going to do? You think we're going to jump into like Christian, like Shin or Creator?
Why is that funny to you?
Because Clem Reynor is an instant classic in StarCraft 2.
It's an instant classic?
Yeah, of course it is.
Should we pretend like it's the final?
Some people would say it may as well be. But
think
don't we treat like don't we treat every match like the final because we're always bored and uninterested and never hype? That's what some would say.
Maybe you are bored. I am and uninterested. I'm just never hyped. The other two, they don't apply to me.
Yeah, okay. You do. You just get the bypass on that.
Exactly.
Nice. Must be nice. Yeah. We will go Clem Reynor, but Reynor is BRB. So. And he's not BRB.
This is great stuff.
Great stuff.
What do you want to do, Wardy?
What do I want to do?
Yeah, after Reynor versus Clem. Like, let's kind of walk through this tournament together, okay? We got Reynor Clem, Max Pax Lambo, Shin Creator into Christiana, Showtime. Oh, Showtime beat Beyond 2-0.
Yeah.
Showtime is in good shape, isn't he?
Yeah, Showtime's good.
There's a lot of people in good shape.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like Reynor's in good shape. I feel like Showtime's in good shape. It's exciting, man. It's exciting.
Yeah. No, it's I mean, this is always the exciting part of the year, right? World Championship, players are playing at their best. You come back and people are still at their best for a while as well, so we run all the tournaments possible to get the best games you can.
Yeah, it's crazy.
It's content farming season.
It is content farming season. And you have the biggest farm.
I have the biggest
and the most
farm.
content.
Most content, biggest farm. Yeah.
That is crazy how much content you farm.
Been doing it for a while. I have the fields already sown, you know. Helps.
I love it. Why are you still in game?
I'm not.
Oh, never mind.
The server just hates us.
Yeah, they do hate us.
Yeah. What's new?
What is new? You think I get a quick snack? Oh yeah, I think I can do a quick snack.
I think
I'll be
easily.
right.
Oh,
I think I could get 3 quick snacks, walk back up and down a couple of times. No problemo.
Sounds deadly. So yeah, guys, we're just gonna wait for Reynor. He's AFK. Taking a moment. Then Reynor versus Clem. Let me check if there's anyone else in any of the other games, so we can maybe just see how they're going. Got some updates while we wait. I don't think so, though. I think everyone's kind of just dive bombing the same section of the bracket with us. Should really make a rule that people have to cast games that I don't cast, so that we can not because I care if they cast the same game as me, but because it would actually be cool if people covered a bunch of the other cool matchups going on. We have like so many good games, and everyone has cast the same 3 matches so far. I'm pretty sure. So maybe we need a new rule. You think the weekly cup should have less prize pool to the point big guys don't play anymore? It takes away from the gravity of actual big matches when the players play every week. Well, I think you'd be surprised at how many of them would still play even if we reduced the prize pool. That's the reality of it. A lot of these guys play this because it's good practice. So It's good practice, and you can win money. Like it's a win-win. So even if you take one of those away, like the other one's still a good reason to play. So I mean, I trust me. If people were not pumping the money to me, I would not be burning this much money every week. I can't afford $400 a week for an open cup. But
Hello.
hello, how's it going?
Good. I had a snack. I watched a little bit of the Tour de France. You watch it or no?
No, only like whatever shows up on social media.
Do you watch the daily highlights that the Tour Twitter account posts?
No, I just literally
You
just
should. They're very good. 8
very
minutes and you're completely up to speed every day.
yeah.
Yeah. It's great.
I just don't
Did you watch
care.
the Unchained documentaries on Netflix?
Nope.
Oh, also missing out. Actually very fun.
Also missing out.
Yeah, I think there's 3 seasons. This year is the last season. Or well, previous year was the last season.
I see.
Yeah, they're fun as hell to watch, man. Drama, excitement,
Well,
cycling.
It just follows like two of the friends. The behind the
Yeah, it
scenes.
follows like the different teams. You're in like the bus with them, you know, and they're flaming each other and they're throwing stuff on the floor and they're upset.
Yeah,
Yeah.
fair enough. Yeah, I did.
Yeah.
I mean, I just watched something similar, but for NFL. So I get the vibe.
Yeah, I feel like the sports have now figured out that if they make cool documentary and their players are likable
Yeah.
or dislikable, it's like a huge boost, you know.
there's just no reason not to do it, right?
I mean, although the Unchained documentary is freaking stopping for some reason, I hope they come with something else because it was phenomenal.
It's like silly not to do it, right?
Yeah.
Makes sense. All right, we are in lobby. We
Yeah, I'm in
are
lobby.
pretty sure we're ready to go. I feel like everyone's not realized that the game's starting.
Actually, I'll let you know that there's no performance-enhancing drugs in the Tour de France right now. It's the cleanest it's ever been.
Really?
Yeah, the previous period that was the cleanest, which was 10 years ago. At this point, the drug tests have caught up, so we now know that they weren't as clean back then as they claimed. But right now, clean as you'll ever get it. Trust me.
Clean as we ever get it.
Yeah.
I love that.
Zero performance-enhancing drugs.
I don't even know if you've been serious or just memeing.
No, it's very clean. No one has been caught in a long time.
That's the thing though, what if they just got better at hiding it?
Impossible. They
Impossible?
wouldn't innovate on that anymore. They stopped hiding innovation a while ago. Okay, enough. This is the finals. Wardy.
The finals bracket quarter. It's just
In the quarterfinals of the Wardy Open number 44, spawning in the top right. Playing for Team Basilisk, it is Reynor.
And in the bottom left, our blue Terran player from Team Liquid is going to be Clem. And as you can
Wow.
see, the stakes are truly on the line because now barbecue is up for grabs.
Truly, the stakes are on the line. Although, I don't think you eat a lot of steak when you're in Korea. Both of them right now, of course, in Korea, as everyone should know, practicing hard for the upcoming World Championship. And having a cheeky barbecue together every now and again as well. We're discussing who's going to pay for it. As we see Clem opening up with his standard barracks gas, nothing weird going on. At the same time, Reynor hatch first into gas pool is what my feeling is leading me towards, Wardy. What do you think?
Well, if your feeling is leading you there, I'll get by it. You're very rarely wrong, so I'll believe in your feeling. There's the gas. Well, he's going to do it. It's the pool. You should put on like some lottery numbers or something as well.
I would love it. You know what's interesting is that right now it feels like there's 2 major openers in TVZ. From the Terran side of things, you got your 2-Rex Reaper stuff, right? Which can go into anything. And then you also have your Triple CC, 6 Hellion Banshee. I think those are the 2 most common starters. You know, if we go over the past 150 games, I think those 2 will well, each one of them will be, representing a significant portion of those games. Maybe Trigger pays first since he stalls. Poor Trigger. Trigger got knocked out in round 2.
Trigger didn't even sign up
there.
today, man. Just like
He's like, there's no point. be extremely fair. Oh, look at these two guys having such a good time together. Reynor's been living in Korea for quite a while now. Like I think 5-6 months or so. I think he has he's renting an apartment for at least a year. He might stay a little bit longer, but he's enjoying his life there very much so. The mecca of esports. The mecca of getting cheap food on the street as well, man. Korean food is very tasty and not so pricey when you go out to eat. So I'm a big fan of that place in general. This is good control, by the way, in this Reaper. It's gonna get one link and gets to run away. Did use his grenade, so threatening the creep tumor is not gonna be possible anymore.
Yep. This means it has to step back, but still not a bad start for it at all. Double CC behind it from Clem, so he's going to have 3 command centers in total, which is obviously just very standard. Macroed up. We'll see what kind of tech he wants to go with to accompany that. Obviously, we know Banshees are very popular. Clem especially loves his Banshee blade because it's so good at keeping them alive and getting so much out of it. We'll see very shortly as obviously the factory gets to the reactor. Hellions will start to build, and the early game gets solidified here. As Clem just takes his extra gas as well. And obviously still kind of eyes on Reynor as to what he wants to get up to. He'll be back into gas at some point soon, I'd imagine, and starting to think about his future of this game.
Oop. Tumor does finish up here. Was a little bit close there for a second. Clem is being so active with this Reaper. He's always using it pretty much on full health regeneration, and then takes a couple of hits to the face, goes back in again, takes a couple of hits to the face. First 2 Hellions are now popping out as well. So we're gonna get the swap of the starport onto the onto the tech lab that was produced by the barracks. And indeed, it's going to be Banshee with or without cloak, still to be seen. Usually, when we watch Clem play, it's going to be with the cloak, right?
Almost always. Like, he's so good at keeping it alive and like keeping it around for later. That cloak, even if it doesn't get used straight away, sometimes can like help him get a bit more damage later or deny some extra creep tumors. So I think it's just almost always just a good investment for Clem. Like, he gets so much out of these Banshees. You may as well make them as good as possible, right?
Yeah. Nah, absolutely. You know, tech lab, yeah, there's a follow-up. Oh, he's gonna go mech.
It's a different vibe.
Yeah. I mean, it's a completely different vibe here, Wardy.
Yeah. There's very few occasions that Clem has mech, specifically against Reynor as well. I remember one of them was that surprise time he brought it out in it was an ESL regional way back, like when we were still locked indoors and stuff for a while. So yeah, that was one of them. It was a big win that he got with it. I can't remember what that map name was. I can see the map, but I can't remember what it was called. But yeah, he does this very, very rarely. But he's gonna crank it out.
Could you draw the map for me, maybe?
Did I draw it for you? No.
Yeah, draw where the bases are and the texture, you know, the color.
I'm sure if I just type in Clem, mech Reynor, one of the YouTube clickbaiters will have it.
No. Yes, they will, but it's not as interesting as you having to draw it on paint and providing you with hex codes. I think I would much prefer that. Ooh, we have a Hellion move coming in. I thought he was gonna swing into the third base, but Clem respects Reynor enough that he's not gonna do that. We have the hyperbolic flight rotors, what's it called? Hyperflight rotors coming in. The speed for the Banshee. We have 2 Banshees out already. These bad boys have cloak. And we have triple factories coming up behind this as well. We're heading into a macro game. Hellion Cyclone Banshee is going to be the name of the game. There was a period of time actually where Clem almost exclusively played mech, and it was all the thought is one queen's going to go down, second queen in some trouble, will get transfused and saved. This was before Intellect Stream Masters Katowice 2022, if I recall correctly. A great tournament in which Clem ended up not beating Dark in the group stage and not making it out of the group stage, I'm pretty sure. But he was playing a lot of mech back then, and a lot of European Zerg players were deadly afraid of it.
Yeah. That's crazy to think back on. It's been such a long time as those Blings, by the way, are going to get roasted a little bit. These Hellions obviously able to have a good time, and they're going to have access into this natural node. This is super scary for Reynor, whose defense is going to be trying to run a couple queens in position, but that doesn't save the natural expansion. It just stops you going up into the main base. A lot of drones going down, so Reynor's going to be in some serious trouble here. And because of the way that Clem's playing, because it's Hellion, Cyclone, Banshee, he's going to have a lot of follow-up for this, right? Like, to me, this is what mech usually struggles with, where, you know, a lot of the time you just don't have the follow-up to kind of take advantage of, oh, I killed a bunch of drones. But with this group of units, you much more so have that kind of chance.
Absolutely. These Banshees dealt a lot of damage to the hatchery. You might want to just throw 1 or 2 transfusers on there so you get a little bit of pre-healing going already in case this guy decides to come back with 4 or maybe 5 Banshees later on in the game. We have more factories being added in, so we're going to go up to 5 factory. Armory comes down post 5th factory. and we're gonna be bumping Cyclones like our life depends on it right now. The damage output of those Banshees is phenomenal, of course. He's now gonna try to get a couple more drones, gets 2 of them over here. One of these Banshees can be sent back. This would be insane on torches as well, by the way. Flying around with Banshees and then sending them to heal in the free healing spot. Hell yeah.
Yep, no, that's definitely one of the benefits of torches on the map, right? You have that healing shrine that does not have any blockers on it, so yeah, it would be kind of nuts as we have these Cyclones able to lock on. Overlord going down, Reynor supply blocked, so this is just going from kind of rough to worse realistically, because he's having to build a ton of Overlords right now. Clem's clearing up all of the creep, and he's going to be penned in on 4 bases with just a Terran army that's out the front that's just going to keep on hitting him in the face and just taking very effective trades. Like, there's not really a way to stop this right now. Reynor does not have the units out to really do anything about this group of units.
Yeah, and as long as this 5th base is getting denied as well, it's going to be tricky to kind of continue expanding on. I believe we're going to go for a full 4-base Hydra Ling Bane attack. We don't have Baneling speed quite yet, but that's kind of what it feels like it's leading up towards. I don't understand exactly how else Reynor is planning on playing this game. There's no Infestation Pit. I mean, this 5th base is going to get cancelled for a 3rd or a 4th time over here. Beautiful army split as well here. Hellion Cyclone on the right. Banshee on the left, and both of these groups just getting so much value out of their movement.
Well, those Hydras again whacked up a little bit as well as they try to kind of make some distance, but every single time those Lings start to attack, the Hellions just start to really rip through their numbers. He does get a good few Cyclones here, but again, like, Clem at this point, he's on 82 workers. He's okay with taking trades like this, right? Like, if they're trading out, I'm just kind of fine with that. He's got a lot more on the way. He's going to have Banshees showing up right now, and there's no Overseers, so these Banshees are just going to get a bunch of the Hydralisks, Lings, whatever they can reach. Now there's a Defector showing up, so we do chase them away, but only one Banshee lost. The other gets away super low HP.
Yeah. The main issue for Clem right now isn't really the income. It is more that his production hasn't caught up with his income quite yet. So he really needs those 3 extra factories to finish up. They're doing that just now. We're probably going to get full tech labs on those and go 6 tech lab double reactor. Once you have that, you can start trading like crazy as the Cyclone player here. You have Banshees controlling the extra expansions and then Hellion Cyclone for full-on trades. As long as you're not getting fully surrounded, it's going to be impossible for Reynor here to get anything good done.
Yep. This is very tough. We are going to have an attempted surround here. The Ling's trying to get around the back. There's not really quite the numbers to make it happen, though, and so we are going to break 3 of those Lings, and we're just going to get back up this ramp and trying to lock onto Hydras and taking those down instead. Every time a Hydra dies, it's just an expense for Reynor that he just can't really continue to reproduce. Again, 81 drones is fine and all, but he's just losing them at such a rapid rate. Now the Banshee's going to get rid of a few drones as well, so a little bit of a hit to the economy here, and Clem continues to be an absolute frustration in this opening game.
Yeah, a real Terran menace as the vehicle plating level 2 starts over here for our Terran player as well. Once again, plops up this ramp, sees a bunch of Ling Hydra. It's gonna say hello to that. Banshee count is starting to dwindle right now, and Reynor has had some decent surround attempts. Here we go once more. Lings are going to connect with the Cyclones, but the stutter stepping on these things is apparently good enough to free themselves. You have the Cyclones on the left, which are moving away. The control here is insane. Feels like we're watching freaking Alpha Star with different groups being pulled back and moved forward at the same time. Clem is going to take a major W here in game number 1.
Clem's like, look, if I'm having to pay for barbecue, if I win, I'm going to do it in the most disgusting way possible. He knows Reynor doesn't like those Cyclones.
Dude, that was crazy.
Yeah.
I think Reynor was pretty slow to realize what was going on, though. No?
Yeah, he had no idea. He was blind.
Yeah, he was blind as a bat. I think that's the scariest thing when these Terran players, they can mix it in there.
Yep.
Just randomly throw it in, rather than always playing it. Because you don't really mentally prepare for these Hellbat attacks in that case, you know? And yeah, this was phenomenal.
Well, great stuff for an opening game from Clem's point of view. We'll get game 2 on the way in a moment. Updates on the bracket. Gumiho 2-1 Yakov. So he moves into play against Showtime. Yeah, 2-1.
Yeah, Yakov.
And Shin 2-1 Creator. So Shin moves on to play Christiana. So the bottom half of the bracket that literally nobody is watching is still taking place.
Yeah.
Ultra Love. Can be map 2.
Who do you think is going to come out from the bottom part? I think Showtime Shin, right?
Yeah, I'd like to see Showtime Shin, but Gumiho could beat Showtime.
Then we get Max Packs Clem, maybe?
Yeah. Today's a banger.
Yeah, I wonder how that's possible that we get to, and even the first rounds were good matches.
Yeah.
It's crazy how that works. Almost like my seating system is perfect.
It wasn't your seating system.
But I gave you the green light, so it's
You
practically
gave
my
me the
seating
green light to
system.
go even more crazy with it, yeah. Crazy.
I'm in the lobby already, by the way.
Yeah, I think Reynor's not in the lobby.
Oh, I was in Reynor's lobby.
Oh. Yeah, come join our
Okay,
lobby.
so now I'm not in the lobby anymore. Is Rex in your lobby?
Yeah,
Okay, cool. I'll join now.
good job. Yeah, Reynor dropped the lobby link like a minute after everyone was in here. Alright, I'm gonna go into game 2 of Clem versus Reynor. So, ultra love our map. And, yeah, some mech in game 1 from Clem. Definitely don't expect to see that kind of happen twice, right? So, should be something a little different. These two have definitely been trading matches recently as well, right? They've, I remember when I cast them in a Wardy event, like Clem 1-2-0 quite convincingly, but Reynor 4-0 Clem since then, so...
4-0.
Yeah, 2-0-2-0
Jesus
on
Christ.
a Monday night. And then Clem beat him since then in RSL, so a little bit of back and forth between these guys. In recent affairs, let's see if we maybe get our way to game 3 today. As in the top right of the map, our red Terran player who's up 1-0 is going to be Clem.
Hell yeah. And in the bottom left, he is going to need to change things up. And he might. It is a Reynor. Yeah, Overlord first again. Boring. I would have loved to see some gasless play out of Reynor against this kid. But it's not what we're doing over here. You know what's really the issue in that last game as well? Is that initial Hellion run by, right? Actually, that is probably the entire issue in that last game. Like, you're never capable of stabilizing. You're never getting a 5th base. Your creep spread feels terrible. Like, even if you're losing creep spread on top of those ramps, then you know it's pretty much over, because then they occupy your high grounds, and once they occupy your high grounds with Cyclone, dude, life is gonna freaking suck. This map usually we don't see mech due to how strong Adrax is.
Atrax is pretty darn powerful, and Clem is definitely not afraid of just stepping into an Atrax a lot of the time. He has the strength to just make it look very good most of the time he does it, so always feels good. Not so much for the Zerg though. Was it? I feel like recently we talked about Atrax being strong on this map, and then someone did like the one thing that really dies to Atrax, and we're like, sat here question. Was that last week?
Was that Ling Infestor out of Reynor versus Beyond?
Yeah.
Yes, it was.
Yeah. That was like last week or so, right?
I forgot about Reynor liking Ling Infestor. He was playing this weird Carapace opener for a little bit as well, wasn't he? I wonder if he still does it. So this is the really cool thing, that usually before major tournaments, people are cycling through their like kind of internal meta game very quickly to try and, you know, settle on whatever works best. So you'll see people throw a lot of kind of weird stuff out there and see what they can settle on. And Reynor has definitely been experimenting a lot. We saw some Ling Infestor coming out of him. We saw that fast like Evo Chamber rush into quick Carapace. And well, today we saw that Hydra Ling Bane 5 hatch before layer tag out of him against Classic as well. So he's definitely been cooking a little bit. I'm not sure how much I'm liking the dishes so far, but at least he's trying, you know. He can always kind of default back to what he already knows, but he's trying to figure out some new things here for the EWC.
Maybe gets in for a few shots. A couple of drones continue to produce through. Hatchery, Queen, all on the way out currently, as we just have 2 more command centers building from Clem. So once more, heading quickly towards the 3CC. I mean, it's very rare that Clem does not play the triple command center, right? So just gonna head into that. Obviously, from there you have such a breadth of opportunities and builds that you can go into. So everything is available, and the starport starts up as well. I mean, this game could look very similar to the last game for a while, and then eventually just doesn't throw down the extra castles and play mech, right? You can just play bio off the same opening, right? So much potential, while things still look the same.
Something that's interesting, by the way, which I've thought for a while, is that Clem never low ground CCs. I think it is the single most underrated trick right now in high-level play. Is low ground command center, because no one except for Gumiho does it, and it has obvious value. And very often it doesn't get punished when Gumiho does it. So why do none of the other Terrans do it? It's because they're afraid of taking risk in a matchup that they know is good for them in the early game. I think that's the reason why.
It just feels unnecessary.
Yeah, but it only feels unnecessary if you already feel that your standard early game is much better than what the other guy has, right?
Sure. Otherwise, why not take every risk you can?
Well, or just a little risk every now and again, especially if it so often goes unpunished. I'm a huge fan of taking risks that go unpunished. I'm also a big fan of taking risks that do get punished and then taking them again. I like taking risk. Just
says a lot about your playstyle.
Yeah. But just in StarCraft 2, though. Not in real life,
Not in
I'm
real
very
life?
afraid of things. Yeah,
Very normal, standard guy.
I know I play it safe. I like too safe often, you know? Yeah, very risk-averse personality. Absolutely. That's why I became a StarCraft 2 pro gamer, which we all know is a blossoming career.
Blossoming career with a future that's just set in stone.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Stable career. You can do it well until, you know, till you retire. You can find something else, so... Yeah, definitely different. Okay, here comes... Well, it's not a super fast Evo chamber, actually, but it's a decent timing.
Yeah.
Here come the 6 cars.
I get turned away to the left side. Stim starting up as well. Obviously, seen the bio play this time from Clem, so the difference is coming around as he just looks for opening with these Hellions, but so far not going to find much of anything. Tries around on the left-hand side once again, still not going to get much done there. Good defense by the Queens, right? Just keeping this back, obviously not spreading the creep while the cars are nearby, so the cars are still kind of doing indirect damage just by being around.
Look at this. We're gonna have a full scout. Reynor wants to know whether it's mech or bio. I don't think he scouted Clem like this in a little while. You know, is this mech scout? That's funny to see. So we're gonna get the quick carapace out of him. He's gonna be quite happy with all of this. In general, his early game has been okay. Double Banshee now showing up. Ooh, there's no Overseer quite yet. We do have 5 Queens in a position and a nearby Spore that can perhaps push onto the Fort base location. Today's Queen count is insane. Now what do we have? We have 9 Queens already. 6 minutes into the game. That is a big number here, Wardy.
Yep. It's going to be a big part of his defense throughout these early stages as the Banshees really want to try and find this hatchery, and a Spore is not in reach, but one of the Banshees runs out of energy. Still going to get the cancel and gets away. Wow. Such a frustration. Well, fuck, Reynor, he probably feels as though that was meant to be just a very safe base to get open online.
Absolutely. Infestation pit about to finish up here, so it is going to be Ling Infestor. Now, the first Infestors won't be out in time for the first drop. And from what I can recall is that the strongest thing to do against this was some type of Hellbat push, right? Like a tank Marine Hellbat, or just a 1-1 tank Marine seems pretty powerful as well, because you just have so many Marines, and Ling does not scale well against high Marine count. So you get 24 Marines with 1-1, you're going to be in a little bit of trouble here. Right side base was being attacked, but for some reason Clem is giving up. I think he was afraid of being surrounded there. You have that ramp that is nearby the 5th, and I don't think he wanted to kind of risk it.
Makes sense. As you actually have a big group of units from Reynor going to send themselves up to the top left. Everything from Clem's focus in bottom right currently, so if there's an opportunity for Reynor on that top left, it definitely should be there, right? Because Clem's just not in position at all. He will have some reinforcements, though. We'll see how heavily Reynor hits, as Clem is going to get rid of that bottom right hatchery here in the next couple of moments. So that's an easy cancel on the 5th base. Reynor going to run at this front door, but there's Marines and a siege tank, and immediately just turns around, so... Yeah, nothing
Did spot the forward base though, so he knows it's not going to be an Adrax. That is nice info already. Reynor also already has really freaking quick Ultra, so his eco isn't great. Actually, nothing is really great for him, but his tech timing is phenomenal. Fast Ultra Cavern, really quick Adrenal Glands as well, and his creep threat wasn't looking too poor until these 2-3 tumors were being taken out here by Clem.
A bit more creep. Cleaned up again, the Marines and the Hellions joined back together over toward the left-hand side. And of course, Clem, if nothing else, has just had so much presence on this map this game. He's going to get rid of a bunch of active humans here once again, right? And this is the sort of thing that just makes it very difficult for Reynor, not having that kind of, you know, boosted speed, that boosted vision all the way through to the middle of the map. I mean, Clem's going to push very far forward. Reynor has a massive counter-attack as Zergling's heading to the other side, so they have some opportunity perhaps. They're going to start committing. Meanwhile, this left side base of Reynor is in trouble. He's going to clean out the 3rd base of Clem. There's a lot of SCVs going down, 17, and honestly, these Lings can turn around now and maybe be used for the cleanup.
Yeah, he's going to need to keep one of his side bases alive pretty much here. Like, he wants the mine from that. And if Clem doesn't push towards the left side 5th, and he doesn't kill the right side, then honestly, Reynor here did an okay job. No, killed 17 SCVs, lost the hatchery, but no workers. Survived till Ultralisk are going to be out. We have infestors with quite a bit of energy as well. I think we have, what is that, 6 fungals available right now. Like, this is looking very decent.
I'm glad he didn't waste much trying to dive in or slow that down from Clem, right? He just let it happen, and then obviously forced Clem back by the trouble he was causing on the other side. Clem is going to go for the bottom right, but as you mentioned, there is the 9 o'clock base from Reynor that he still has hold of, so that should keep him going for a while here as the Marines do get a cancel up on this hatchery, so that will go down. We will get a lift up once again as the Ultras start to show up, and again, those infestors available too. A fungal here could actually be pretty deadly to this group of units. Clem sees it coming and he gets up. Reynor did not drop the fungal though, as Clem will continue to try and bait it.
You think he's just sitting there waiting until the fungal drops? Yeah, he was. At the same time, Clem is moving through the middle. Just a single ultra there is not going to be good enough. Chitinous plating finishes up just now. So these Marines actually dealt a little bit of damage as well. Clem, by the way, went for Adrex before second factory. So much faster Marauder production, but much slower with extra tanks or drilling claws on the mines. Another big Ling run by coming in towards the third base right now. So we have pretty much a 3-base Reynor versus pretty much a 3-base Clem. The right side base really needs to start mining soon. We have 76 workers out, and we just don't have the bases to, you know, to get those minerals.
Yeah, Clem did what you asked him to do basically, right? Which was like those side bases, you know, one of them needs to go down, and then he's going to be in a good spot. And he did he did deny both, and now we're still at the point where we're trying to rebuild that bottom right one again, right? So it's been an extended period. Reynor's just not mined from a fourth, and that's given Clem the chance now to obviously max out very comfortably. Get, as you say, Marauders up, and that's going to allow him to have a good or better answer to the Ultras that are out. Obviously, there are still some mines. There are a couple of Liberators out as well. But in general, just wants to make sure this army can take on what Reynor's got. And right now, it definitely feels like that's the case. I feel as though Reynor's going to be swinging hard with those fungals and trying to catch something major with those. Otherwise, this game's getting out of reach.
Yeah, we're definitely going to need some fungals. Here comes the Ultra army. Ultra flank as well coming from the bottom side as the links now are going to be sent in somewhere. These mines are not going to be capable of connecting quite yet. Marauders are getting caught and the door to the natural is left open. Meanwhile, what happened over here at the main fight, Wardy? Did you see that?
No, I was watching the run by as well, but I think the Ultras just kind of turned around from it. I don't think we really engaged in. The Zerglings are going to try and make their way up into the top side, so going to try and get through as we just have the bio chasing. I mean, those things are going to go down, so they're not really going to do that much apart from keep them with a few units at home for a little bit of time, force a scout or two, but you know, this was well dealt with. 8 SCVs go down, but at this point 8 SCVs feel pretty replaceable, right? That's like 2 rounds of production. We're even getting 2 more CCs finishing, so at the point where those SCVs might not even get replaced. In fact, they haven't. It's just more unit production.
Yeah. The only thing I don't like for Clem is his lack of like factory units that are powerful. So we don't have mines with drilling claws. We do have a lot of mines in general, but everything else for him is just so freaking good right now. Where the infestors are making their way onto the map, we have 2 to be exact, both of them on the right side, and the main push is coming from the left. That could be an issue over here for Reynor. He's going to lose this, well, what once the 4th base for what feels like a 3rd or a 4th time. Clem has a lot of cash in the bank. Clem has a very big army. Clem is going to have 3-3 upgrades soon, and Clem is now pushing onto the area between the natural and the 3rd, and I think Reynor's in a world of trouble.
Uh-oh, that Evo Chamber as well, plus 2 melee, might not get a finish up here if Clem gets back onto it. I mean, it may not even come down to that, because this fight's being forced. The Liberators are in good positions, and Clem is just going to sit here and sit between the base and kind of force Reynor into just bad decisions, right? Like, there's no good way to really engage into a point like this. You can try and come from all angles if at all possible, but it's going to be tough. The Queens are buying some time with some transfusions. That's about it. At least he did finish his upgrades, though, so Reynor will have 2-3 to try and help him win some sort of a fight right now.
Yeah, I think that's what Reynor was waiting for us. He's going to pull the trigger right about now. Infestor coming from the back, and we get a fungal. We get a good fungal. Second Infestor on burrows, but doesn't get anything done. This was as good a fight as Reynor could have gotten here, but it's still not good enough, as Clem is going to take this series with a swift 2-0 victory.
Yeah, looking good. That's very similar to what the games looked like when Clem played Reynor when I cast him a couple weeks ago. So yeah, just Clem.
Oh, when you casted him.
When I casted him, yeah. Why?
I don't know. You made it sound like that was like a bigger thing, like when you cast that.
No, just because like that's the one I saw, but since then Reynor got a 4-0, right? Like, so I thought there might be some.
Actually, when I casted it, Clem won.
Well, there you go. Maybe it's us combined. Maybe it's our powers.
Yeah.
Yeah, GG's. So Clem moves through to play Max Packs just straight up. That's what's next.
Yeah.
We go.
Are we just gonna freight train it? Like, no stopping?
Yeah, because it's the semi-finals, so we start that one. And
Oh,
we
I
go into
love
the
that.
other semi after.
Oh, but how about we let Clem and Max Packs wait and we watch Showtime Gumio instead?
They're already playing.
Oh, okay. If there's anything...
You're getting greedy. You're trying to fit too much StarCraft in one stream.
I just like, giving pain to StarCraft players.
Making them
Once
wait.
I'm out of the tournament, we make the conditions as poor as humanly possible. Best of 9 everywhere.
Every single match is
series to
casted.
finish. Every match is casted twice. Once for the regular stream and then once for the French people. It's like, this is great.
Amazing.
Yeah. You gotta make these people work for their $200, Wardy.
Yeah. Well, in my eyes, they already
Did they actually get $200 if they win?
Yeah.
That is so much, no? Like back in the day, we would play cups for freaking $50. You remember what were the small ones called?
Go for
that were
SC2.
like, one more time?
Go for SC2.
No.
The
No,
Plarium.
the smaller.
It was the Daily Cups?
Playham.
Yes, Playham.
Playham Daily. Yeah.
Playham Daily. But that was a Daily Cup, right? So,
Yeah.
understandable.
Yeah. Oh, Cure is in a game with someone. Who's he playing with? Oh, it's not this tournament. He's probably just practicing. I almost joined his lobby though, just to
see
sit
who
there
is
with the boys.
practicing against.
Yeah, see who he's with.
Playham Daily.
That's his mistake for adding me as a friend.
To be fair, the Open Cups were never $400 until ESL came in, officially supported them, and since then apparently we've all adopted the idea that all Open Cups should be $400.
Yeah.
It's very expensive. Definitely ain't cheap. But we also get better players than ever before, so.
Yeah.
What do you think?
I want to get another snack. Man, I'm hungry like a dog today.
Just can't stop eating, huh?
Yeah, I legit can't. Wait, what server are we on?
America.
Oh, dang it.
What server are you on? Right? This makes sense why you can see Q.
Yeah. Are they already in lobby? No way, right? They veto pretty slow. I think MaxPax is a slow vetoer. He used to be fast when he was younger, but he lost some of his edge.
Yeah, well, he really thinks about every map right now.
Yeah.
He draws
because
it
he's
out
been
of his
losing
mind.
more, so he starts thinking more. He should do less thinking again.
Yeah.
That's my theory. Okay, be right back. I'm gonna grab another snack.
It used to be 202 before Shopify doubled it. No, Shopify doubled it to 800. It was $400 when ESL first launched it, and then Shopify doubled it to 800, and then when Shopify sponsorship ended, it went back to 400. Yeah. I didn't like it when Shopify sponsored it, because then they made the semis best of 5, and that always felt like way too much to me. And then they removed it, so like, I think before we used to do, like we do here, where it's like both semis and the finals, but they made the semis best of 5, and then we could only cast one. So if you're splitting the English streams between them, if you just catch the worst semi-final, like, I would frequently end up with the Clem Hero Marine semi-final, and I was like, well, I guess Clem Hero Marine played in the finals a lot, but there would oftentimes be like a Hero Marine Spirit semi-final, and you're just like, cool. I'm really looking forward to a best of 5 TVT. This is so much better than watching both of them as best of 3s. I hated that. I immediately messaged the ESL admins. I was like, this is terrible. They were like, no, we think it's really good. I was like, I think it's terrible. It's one of those things where obviously some people are always going to think that it's good to have just best of 5s no matter what, and other people prefer the best of 3s. I think best of 5s in an Open Cup silly until the final, personally, but maybe if we had way less players, like say we only got like 8 players every week, maybe best of 5 semis, so that we had a bit more streaming time, but yeah. Excited for the 3rd place match? I want a chair that leans back. I do not. Every time I sit on one of these gamer chairs and they have the thing under the seat twizzled so that it leans back, I always go, ugh, and I have a mini heart attack, man. All
right.
Hello. What did you get?
What are we doing here?
I want to know what you have for a snack.
I had nothing for a snack.
What? You just left me for no
I
reason.
just went downstairs. Irene was in a call with someone from work, so I didn't want to, make too much noise. Yeah, whatever.
I see.
I'll come back next series.
Come back next series. Fair enough. All right.
Yeah.
I'll well, you can talk to people for a bit. Then I'm gonna go get a drink.
You want me to do some shoutouts?
You do whatever you feel like doing.
Okay. People on the Wardy stream. How are we all doing? Thank you, Crazy Slot, for the subscription to Wardy. Thank you, Jin Kamoi, for the 3-month resub. Thank you, Randos1, for the Twitch Prime. Shout out to you guys. Big up to you all. Who's playing next? MaxPax versus Clem is playing next. Uh-oh. They can't start without Wardy. You gotta wait for Wardy, or he will be upset. Clem is flaming me because of the seating.
Hello.
Clem is flaming me about the bracket.
He is. Perfect. Well, the good thing
It doesn't matter if in the end we're going to have a MaxPax Clem semifinals. We still get the same matches as before, but with more hard matches before. It's just so much better.
No, I always liked the Kung Fu Cup. You remember the Kung Fu Cup had the craziest seeding?
They had no seeding at all.
Well, no. They seeded it to make sure that there was always someone in the first round that was like a really sickeningly good match,
Also, they always had something good to cast.
Yeah, exactly. Like the first round would be
they
like
actually seeded for content, which is crazy.
But the thing is as well, like it was kind of smart because actually, like if you win the super crazy first round match, your next couple matches are usually like not walkovers, right? But like
joke.
you're the favorite, in comparison. So
Play against the second or third tier StarCrafters.
Yeah,
I often was found by these people in the second round. Alright, enough with the joke party. Let's do some serious introductions here.
Okay.
In the first semifinals of the day, spawning in the bottom left as our red Terran player playing for Team Liquid, it is Clem.
I'm not in the right corner of the map at all. Can't you do anything normally?
And in the top right, as our blue Protoss player playing for Team Psystorm, it is going to be MaxPax.
Okay. Clem with the barracks and the natural. A little cheeky.
Yeah, this I think is very good against MaxPax because his scouting pattern is very consistent. Always gets the assimilator, like the post-assimilator scout or the post-gate scout, and never scouts around for any potential proxy. So being in the natural is the closest thing that you can get. So, oh, look at that block. You see that?
Beautiful.
This is a Future build. This is what Future did pretty much every single game for a very long time. Or every single game. He does it very frequently. He goes for that proxy barracks, and then he gets that eBay block, and boom, Protoss players, they don't know what to do. I don't know what to do. I take a Nexus before core so I don't get blocked, but with these guys, it's going to be tough. Bunker's gonna come down here as well. Oi, 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 oi. I really wonder what MaxPax's gonna do. He's gonna get a Stalker. And this Reaper is already out. I'm feeding. Okay, how many worker kills here?
Three. 4. We're insane.
What? Oh, he's gonna come and help his
Bunker.
his SCV. Oh, that's so lame. That is so lame, isn't it? But this is still counting as a worker kill, and the worker kills won't end for now, It's not like this is the end of worker killing altogether. Like, worker killing will be a thing of the future still with these Reapers. Like, we're gonna be worker killing for a while here. There's nothing in the main base right now. So you always have the ability to still jump into the main, which is great. Well, I'm not sure if it's great, but it's interesting at least. Okay, look at that SUV micro here. So you can see the direction of where the Stalker wants to shoot based on what it looks at, you know? Okay, right now the double Stalker shows up. You want to go into the main. Oh, he's going to get loads of kills here. He's going to get at least 2 more. Wardy, we were so wrong.
We were so wrong?
Oh. So wrong.
Yeah.
God, how...
We didn't see the grand plan of to the low ground to the high ground, though, you know?
Yeah.
If we were playing chess, we were thinking about taking the queen, never mind the fact we're about to get checkmate.
Exactly. Yeah, we took the bait.
Yeah, we took the bait.
Yeah.
But that's, I mean, MaxPax kind of took the bait. Like, did MaxPax take the bait, or did he have to do it like this, do you think?
I don't know. I don't know what the correct response is. I think you just have to check the natural, the nuke in the natural, you know?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
If you check that, then all is good. Because if you see it with a probe and you attack it, you see it at the perfect timing. Enough to clear it, and too late for the Terran to feel good about canceling, you know? So it's just the worst of all worlds. It's like the worst case scenario. Like legitimately the worst of the worst case scenarios. Now 3 Stalkers are going to move across the map. I feel like this Cyclone should be capable of doing something, but Clem, like the genius that he is, says, you know what's better than 1 Cyclone? It's 2 Cyclones. Yeah. That is very smart. And once again showcasing his ability to count. Ooh, he's potentially going to lose one of these Cyclones, though.
Gets it back, gets away, gets a new lock on, but to the highest HP Stalkers. So, commands and finishes. He's going to try and morph the Orbital, which is obviously a bit of belief that it's not going to get set on fire or anything here. He's going to have a Cyclone coming for a lock on again. That's exactly what you want, right? These Stalkers going low, and that CC provides the vision, so he actually gets the kill on that Stalker. He's now going to get a second Stalker as well, and this obviously becomes huge, because now all the Stalkers are essentially just doomed. There's no way out from these Cyclones. Like, your way out is having enough Stalkers to scare the Cyclones back, and that just obviously is not the case at all anymore. The SCV is even here for the repair, as everything gets cleaned up by Clem.
C'est une massacre! Massacre! How would the French say it, do you think?
Le massacre? I don't know.
Le massacre!
Yeah.
Oh, this actually is gonna be... Look at this. 2 Cyclones, 2 Stalkers. Who wins it? I think Stalkerman should win this as long as there's no double lock-on on the Prism. No, you always win it, I think.
If they double lock on the Prism, do you just get the kills? No?
Yeah, I think so.
Mm. Yeah, well, you force them to lift back up, I guess. That makes sense. Now 2 more Stalkers show up as well, so MaxPax can get back into pressure room, but Clem's going to take his Cyclones on a different journey. And now booked into the trip to the main base of the Protoss, so they're going to be dropping off there soon and see if they can get some damage done. And MaxPax is going to hit the main base of Clem, so super high action opening. As you are going to see 2 Stalkers here, but without the Prism to micro, they are in trouble.
They're dead, Wardy. They're not in trouble.
Some would say
if
dying
we're ever
is in
going
trouble.
somewhere and you tell me we're in trouble, I now know what to expect, because they died like 2 seconds after. This is bad news. Oh my god. At the same time, I do believe that Clem is going to be pushing back. That's a dead Prism. That's a dead Prism. That's game. That's game. Wow.
This was really a micro war.
You know, people will look back at this game, and this will not be talked about in 2 years from now, this game. You know, no one will be like, oh, you remember Tokamak, Clem versus MaxPax, the 6-minute banger? This was legitimately a very fun and high-level game. Good micro all around, very action-packed. This is StarCraft 2 too, but you never hear people rave about this.
Yeah. Too short to get people to remember it.
Yeah.
We need to we need to make like a highlight movie of this game. Get it
It's just the entire game.
Right, but we need
like post this entire game as a short or a TikTok.
Yeah, but you need it to like you know, have some epic like splashes and stuff to capture people's
Linkin Park music
attention.
on the background. That's how all old highlight videos were. One thing, I don't know why.
The Cyclone dies or something. Yeah, it like drops in and it's just like, you know, the Stalkers are dying, the Cyclone's micro back.
Yeah.
We need that edit.
So hard.
Yes, exactly what I was thinking.
Crazy zoom in, explosion on the screen. I miss the old highlights videos.
This is what I mean. This is what I mean. We need like a highlight video. We need to make like a mini movie of this game. You know, then it would be immortalized as a great game people will always talk about.
True. 240p Windows Movie Maker. That is exactly the vibe that we're going for. You need to be capable of counting the pixels, otherwise it doesn't count.
Love it. All right, and we go to game number 2 of our semi-final. In the top right-hand corner of the map, down a game, is going to be the Blue Protoss Max Packs. In the bottom right, our Red Terran and Team Liquid. Is it going to be Clem?
Torches.
Yep. Torches.
Yeah. What a map.
I like this map.
Yeah, I don't think it's bad either.
You know, this was the most...
It looks a little bit like a butterfly, doesn't it? If you tilt your
Oh,
head.
yeah. I actually see that instantly. It even has a face.
Yeah, it does. Oh, yeah, it does. It does have a face.
Yeah.
It's like a large butterfly. It's like a drawn butterfly, not how real
Yeah.
butterflies look, you know? Yeah. It's beautiful. It looks legitimately like the Pokemon. Is he called
Butterfree?
Butterfree? Yeah.
Yeah.
He comes out of a Metapod.
He does come out of a Metapod, yeah.
Yeah. Which is legitimately the worst Pokemon to fight against.
Well, you just need to kill it quick.
Yeah, because otherwise they harden forever.
Yeah. When they have like 10 hardens on them, it's rough.
Yeah, it's very rough. They're trying to escape and you can't escape. Can't escape now.
That's like
I never know.
a key like early game Pokemon moment when you have no like effective moves against a Metapod unless you pick Charmander, and so it's just tackle, harden, tackle, harden, tackle. This was peak gameplay back in like 1995.
Yeah.
Whatever it was. Jeez.
Jesus Christ. All right, what do we have over here? Yeah. Whoa. Whoa, Artie, what is this? Reaper Marine CC in the factory. This is as standard as it gets. As standard. And Max opener with Nexus before core. He scouted as well, which I'm not a huge fan of when you play this, because then your first Stalker is actually a bit too late. So it feels good, but going Nexus core into no scout, I think is actually just superior. And this little factoid is backed by the fact that everyone that plays Nexus before core frequently always no scouts with it. So I'm a big fan of this opinion. It was okay this time because I think Clem wanted to go for, a save up on the Reaper, wait until the Adept shaded out, then you go in, except there was no Adept and it wasn't core before Nexus. So it's going to be Stalker into Sentry, Twilight Council over here. This is a build that MaxPax has recently kind of started mixing into his repertoire.
Mm-hmm. Nice to have.
And it's actually fantastic against what Clem is doing.
He's going to have a lot of scouting. He's going to have a lot of info as to what's up, so should have a lot of preparation time as Clem just adds his extra barracks on. So going to be very bio-heavy early on as well, and MaxPax will just get away with kind of going to that Twilight Council and kind of going from there. We see one Cyclone, but there's not going to be like a medevac to support this or anything like last time. There's a third Rax as well, so I'm just going to see the full-on commitment to the bio coming up.
I think the moment you see the third Rax, I wonder if you have to get the third gate. So this is a really bad map to be aggressive on, right? You don't really have a good blink into the main base. You could blink over the mineral patches, but then you also don't really get anywhere. So blink pressure is not great. So I wonder if it is allowed / viable to just go straight into a third base off of 2 gates. He's going to do it really quick anyway, so I guess he just wants that third gate for a little bit of extra safety. He's adding another pylon. Here's what pylon number 4 that's going to be, as Blink is being happily chrono boosted out. Yeah, this is just a straight 3-Rax tank, and a lot of Protoss players, what they play against this, so someone like Hero would probably open up with charge against this, right? They go charge and then kind of try to rush into Templar Archives behind it, or even play a fast Robo Bay with it on 3 gases. That's not what we're seeing out of MaxPax. He's rushing out of Forge, actually, skipping on his robotics facility or some type of splash stack in the form of Templar Archives. And he's just gonna get an upgrade going. So probably wants to play a heavy gateway army here early on.
Mm-hmm. Get that all rolling, as obviously the bio upgrade is going to finish in a couple of moments. And this hallucination still just scouting on through. Just keeping that information going. Is there anything in particular that this hallucination wants to see at this point?
I think you just want to have a look at like the starport timing. So because you can judge when the first move out is supposed to be, right? Starport finishing, you're pretty much adding like 36, 37 seconds due to the float over, and then the starting of the medevac taking 30. Oh, this is a bad float. Factory was blocking there. That's going to add 4 extra seconds onto the starport production. That's painful, man.
Yeah, unnecessary. Just a little bit of a mistake as the Stalker can get rid of the Reaper as Clem. Just seeing if there's anything else to see for himself, but there really isn't right now. Just +1 charge on the way. Gates coming up. I think a lot of just what you could expect to see at this stage now.
Yeah, I mean, this is as slow a game as you're going to get out of Clem, because it was a 3-Rex factory. Cyclone to try and deny scouting didn't really work out. It's going to go for a double drop here, and I think MaxPax should be somewhat mentally ready for it. He sees the unload, going to lose 1 stalker to it. I think this is absolutely fine. Worker count is good for MaxPax. Unit count, not quite there yet, all right? Not quite there yet. He's going to need 1 or 2 more warp-in cycles. He has the robotics facility with this, so I'm expecting Robo Bay or Templar Archives really at any point right now. We're not seeing it quite yet, but he'll need to. Like, he absolutely has to.
Yep, as the Cyclone is going to get taken out, so Stalker's delivering there immediately. Bit of bio still pushing through, the Stalker's still getting pushed and shoved away right here. It's actually kind of a big deal, no? There's a bunch of Stalkers getting caught and going down, so Clem with a good catch. Multiple of those more expensive gateway units going down early. We energy recharge on a sentry on the left-hand side. Now this is going to dive up on the right. The force field kind of feels like it hurts the Zealots more than helping them. Now the Zealots on the left, though, they do get a good catch. This force field's a lot better. And as Clem is still kind of just standing and fighting, but he should run out of units here. Finally decides to lift up, leave, and to reset from that as the MaxPax coming in from 2 sides, really helping him in the end.
Yeah, that flank was beautiful. Coming from that left side in the end was huge. Double Guardian Shield as well means that both of these units were enjoying the benefits of a +2 armor there. And we have a 3rd CC that is now being constructed. We have 2 more barracks that are going down in the natural. I wonder if we're going to rush into like a Ghost Academy from here, or if we're just going to play it a little bit slower as Clem. He seems to be pretty willing to play high tempo as we see a quad medevac load up. Prism at the same time is going to run into the natural of Clem, but there are reinforcements there. This could actually go pretty poorly here for MaxPax.
Yep, that's going to go very badly if you just don't know about it. The quad drop, not completely full, but still with a plenty of punch going to come in. And there's only, like you say, a handful of Zealots here, so he's going to have to pull everything back, and there's going to be the Widow Mines to help zone these Zealots a little bit, so they're likely going to get a lot done. We try and split. Honestly, decent splits apart from the 2 that went to the right. They did hit a lot of those Zealots. And Clem gets a lot of work as the Widow Mine, will clean up a couple of Zealots on the other side as we try and Prism drop into the main and natural. Clem gets out with a lot of units still, and we'll try and just take those elsewhere to keep this trouble up. He loses an empty medevac, and medevac with a couple units inside. The main majority of bio is still alive, and he loses about 4 workers.
I think the main issue here for MaxPax is the fact that he doesn't have a fort base. If we're having this exact same game, but there's a fort base and 8 more workers, I kind of like his position. But right now, it feels like he's awfully all in, and I don't think he wants to be very all in. He has 2 Colossi, which, you know, gives this army a bit of a boost. He's going to fly in once more here with this Prism. Mine count is good defensively for Clem. Clem is going to move command here into a lot of Protoss units. Loses 2 mines for free. It's maybe even going to lose a 3rd. No, we're going to get a Guardian Shield. 1 sentry goes down, 2nd sentry goes down. Drop hits the natural at the same time. So there's a little space there for these Marines to just drop into. Clem is perhaps in trouble at home, but actually he's just in trouble at home. He's losing a lot of workers as well in the main base.
Yeah. A lot going down there, and he's going to have to figure a way to rebuild those at some point, but his 3rd is under fire too. Still trying to drop on the other side. He actually does have an army supply lead, but the power of the 2 Colossus, if there's not a good answer to them, is extremely high. And that's really the issue, is that MaxPax can kind of stand on that 3rd base and do a lot. Alan goes down, depowering a bunch of the gateways, and Clem does get the jump on the other side. The Mabby takes out 1 Colossus. He's chasing for the 2nd, and he is going to get a cleanup on the aggressive army. That looked like his biggest problem. But he just caught MaxPax distracted, and he didn't pull those Colossus away in time.
Yeah, very nice. Well done here out of Clem, who was honestly giving himself another fighting chance. He lost a lot of workers here, which obviously sucks, but at the same time, taking out those Colossus does help. Viking count is currently at 3, which is good enough against a single Colossus. He's gonna full stim to the left side to try and heal up. Look at that.
I like it.
Yeah, I like it too. He's gonna need the base trade here, I think. Although this is just Stalker. Maybe you can just hold that with these Marauders. Ooh, bad blink forward out of MaxPax is gonna cost him at least 2 Stalkers. He's gonna trade a little bit at least, but these Marauders are absolutely unleashed. Left side army is just looking real freaking powerful. I wonder if Clem can take out this fort base.
I mean, that would be wild. No, there's a lot of Zealots there. The Sentry can pop Guardian Shield. Clem's going to kite away, get a few Zealots as he goes, but I think this is just well, I really thought it was just going to be have to get out of there, but now he turns onto the Colossus. Good force field. And the Colossus is going to live, and Clem's going to GG even. Wow. That went better than I thought, and then, yeah, still actually killing the Colossus is not easy. Huh?
Okay.
Some gaming going on.
116 supply to 108.
Yeah, I don't think the GG was needed right then, but maybe he just felt like he had 0 way to fight.
He should have left without a GG?
No, I think he shouldn't have left the game.
But the GG was needed. He just shouldn't have left.
Well, yes. When I say the GG wasn't needed, I meant the pathway to leaving the game, because you should always GG when you're leaving.
Okay, I didn't understand that. Thank you.
No, it's okay. Maybe you'll be a bit better managed on the ladder now. You get it?
Yeah. It remains difficult.
Yeah. I know. It's tough. You're in the lobby, right? Good job. Alright, game 3. Yeah. We actually do have the bottom of the bracket, by the way, has just been like bangers, apparently. Like, so many 2-1s in the bottom as Shin 2-1s Christiana, Showtime 2-1s Gumiho, and they will play each other in the second semi-final after this. That's actually also a banger of a matchup. Shin, who's been in 2 finals in a row in this event, Showtime, who's on fire lately.
Oh, we get to cast it.
Yeah, they will wait for us. Well,
they will wait for us.
But whether they like it or not, they will not start without us. And if they do, it doesn't count.
Doesn't count.
Well, maybe we let it count, but they'd have to wait for us to cast the replay. You know, like they get punished. Either way.
Mm-hmm.
You know, today, I didn't have to do any admin work at all. It was great.
You didn't what?
Have to do any admin work. Like, everybody showed up.
Okay, I heard, you know what was great? Today I didn't do any Adderall, and I was really confused. I was like, is that like a big deal to you? Like, I also didn't do any Adderall today, Wardy.
Yeah, that would have been a bit more concerning, wouldn't it?
It would have been, but not having to do any admin work, I'm very happy for you.
Yeah, it was great. Like, first of all, just gave up instantly, but didn't even message me. Just told Showtime to take the win, and that was it. Everyone else just played games. What a day.
Yeah.
Anyways, more interestingly, we actually have game 3 of this series, so.
Yeah, I'm still confused about that last game a little bit, Wardy. I understand. I think he thought that the fort base of MaxPax was fully saturated.
Mm-hmm.
And if that base is fully saturated, this is a very reasonable leave. But MaxPax's fort base was so extremely late that I think it was just the incorrect call there. It was 116 to 110 supply, which is a favorable situation for Protoss. Protoss just had a single forge going, and 2 second EB plus armory were on the way as well. So it feels to me like, you know, there was a little bit of water left in this stone to squeeze, you know? Like, yeah, if you want to get a full glass, it's going to be tough, but I think there was some left in there. Definitely could have. This is a great start, by the way, for MaxPax. Expensive early game out of Clem, who's going to be... I mean, what is he going to do off of this? Was this a gas first? I think so, right? Yeah, I guess. It was a gas first, so he's going to go Reaper into Factory. CC first. Oh, wow. Yeah, we're really gaming right now.
Drops that CC down. The Reaper in the orbital. Coming straight up. And we just have the SCV coming through as well. Nexus, Adept, all underway as the assimilator continues to build up for a couple of moments.
Interesting build. Okay, so this is not a worst case scenario, but it's a bad, it's a bad scenario where your eBay instantly gets stopped. You lose a lot of mining time. The follow-up, I think you can read it just based on the Reaper. The fact that this is a Reaper off of an eBay, you're like, okay, it's probably Reaper off of a gas first. Like, that would be my general vibe, would be my feeling. We're going to get a fast Twilight Council here as well, out of MaxPax. Okay. Adept, Twilight. He just wants to play his standard 3-gate Blink, I think. That's what we're seeing here right now.
Yep. Bring that through and getting set up. Factory to the reactor from Clem, so you can get a couple of Hellions on the way up. And obviously there's a lot of ways you can use Hellions in the early game to try and harass and break through and create some drama, even just, chase this Adept down. It can be very effective. There's the Reaper on the other side. It's going to spot the Twilight Council, but that Reaper is going to grenade its way to the low ground, and the Adept was shading high ground, which means that Reaper has a chance of getting out of here. It's gone. Adept shade after
that
it.
freaking eel. Slippery eel, man.
Slippery eel.
Yeah, prick. You see how he got out of there? Also because the first pylon was misplaced. If correctly placed and the gate touches the side. What a ridiculous game.
Ridiculous.
It's going to be 2 Hellion, 4 Mine Drop most likely. It's a classic build order that we don't see a whole lot, but we see it frequently enough that we should be aware of it, Gonna go into 3-gate defensively. What would you like to have against this? Ideally a full wall or a battery in the next roll, like a temporary full wall or a battery which is permanent. Both I think are fine here. We see the probe already moving into position. He's gonna try, he has to do it with a pylon because the pylon doesn't reach there to build a battery or a gate or a cyber core. So that's a little bit awkward. It is the way that it is. He's gonna cancel that pylon and he's going to see, oh my god, this is such a good scout of MaxPack. Seeing that medevac, that is great news. Pylon gets rebuilt one more time. Blink is about to finish up, and here comes Clem, and he's gonna be in trouble.
Yep, medevac is gonna go down, but we do get a full Widowmine burrow. But obviously this is full commitment. He's gonna get. He could have 4 workers there, but he will try and threaten the workers in the back instead and make them run a bit further. Hellions get through, so the Stalkers have to busy themselves with those for a moment, and chance to get a couple more kills here. We didn't quite target. We do in the end with the Reaper. That's a lot of units to go, but I want to say just 6 probes, right? Like, that's all of your early game units. 6 workers is not bad, but like, that's everything you build into to this stage of the game.
Yeah. And the scary thing right now is as well, right? You're going to have a Raven to counterattack with. There is 1 tank out, but look at the Marine count. There's 8 Marines out total. This tank can only defend really a single base at the same time. The best case scenario for MaxPack is if he goes straight into the main base with 4 Stalkers in a Prism, or if he jumps by over here. This is also completely fine. He's gonna get 2 worker kills already. Lovely little play here out of the young Dane, and can now pick up maybe 4 Stalkers and piss off, or he's gonna go for another warp in. I mean, both are viable options here.
Well, Stalkers get warped in. The charge will start up. Marines in a siege tank continue coming about. Engineering bay and the barracks still coming over. And we have the Stalkers ready to hop toward this main base. Prism loads up a few of the units, and we have ourselves the racks. And then move. I don't know where that rack's going. I guess just to the tech level combat shield. And then the factual reactor up for the starport or so. Something along those lines. Anyways, we have 1 tank out on the high ground, 1 tank out on the low ground. But in general, the blinker position's pretty well defended against for now.
Yeah, surprisingly so, may I say. He only killed 2 SCVs here in this game. I thought it was going to be way more. So I am impressed. I absolutely am impressed. We're going to see Templar Archives as a follow-up, so it's going to be 3-gate into Storm. That's a high Stalker count already, but once again, achieved nothing so far. I think Clem is going to be honestly very content with the position that he's in right now.
I think I can agree with that, as it's hard for MaxPack to do much of anything. Clem gets to kind of more or less just kind of get his way towards his upgrades. I mean, we blink in here as MaxPack. Clem has a few units there, which obviously helps protect the SCVs until a few other units show up, and that makes this a defense, so yeah, very well defended so far. The bunker is empty, which maybe gives the Stalkers a chance to poke a little bit, but I think the general consensus here is that this is a long way off really getting much of anything achieved.
Yep. No forges, by the way, just pure Storm. Extra gateways now being added into the mix. Stalkers just kind of stand in front of the base waiting for a move out at some point. That's what we're going to be moving into as well. You have +1 attack is about 50%, or sorry, 30 to 40% done. Ooh, double drops, not going to get spotted so far, but this Zealot is going to get the information, the valuable info as to where these drops are heading. Do you go for a recall here, or what's the plan right now?
It's tough, right? Because it's like, recalling's nice, you get in position quickly, but maybe you just believe that Clem doesn't keep committing forward because it's been seen by the Zealot. So then you just step back instead, and I think that's the better call, so...
Yeah, I like this. I like this a lot. Clem is playing this very patient, very calm. He's now going to pull some of these tanks further forward. Ooh, 2 tanks are actually kind of stuck here in the natural. I'm not sure if this is on... surely it's not on purpose. Okay, they're going to just be capable of moving towards the left. I think he's going to go for a full-on attack right now, isn't he?
It does feel like he wants to kind of get active a little bit, and there's an army here from Hackspecs that's going to find a couple of those medevacs off to the left side. Storms come down, he gets the prism, but... I mean, he did save some of the Marines, but still a lot going down. But, whoa, what the High Templar dead?
2 Templar. 2 out of the 3 Templar go down, plus Prism. I think that was the Storm that was dealing the damage, or it's the Marine just...
Yeah, I was looking at the mini-map already, and then I just saw the Templars die. I was like, whoa!
Yeah.
Yeah, I was not expecting. I thought the threat was over, but yeah, I guess they just wandered into Storm still. That's crazy.
Yeah. Truly some crazy stuff. Medevac is going to dodge the 4 Stalkers that tried fishing for him. MaxPack's not the greatest fisherman in the world. This fish managed to escape. Gold's now on the way. Clem most likely setting up for somewhat of a 1-1 timing push here. 3 tanks, what is it, 6 to 8 mines, 3 ghosts, bunch of Vikings in the mix. Vikings are not going to be the greatest tool to have, but they're still nice if you're fighting a Prism plus Templar, right?
Yeah. I mean, it's just really nice to be able to zone the Prism a little bit, right? They can't always keep on pushing forwards. It gives the Stalkers something they want to maybe try and shoot down. So yeah, having a little bit of pressure there is great, as obviously our Ghosts rising in numbers slowly too. The Robobay coming up from MaxPack, so he will add to his potential of splash damage as well. Oh, this Prism needs to be careful. And there's the Valiants there. Just didn't even really realize what was going on, so both players caught a little unawares on the left-hand side. And this Prism going to try a different angle to get forward with these Zealots, although maybe MaxPack can capitalize. The rest of the army showing up a little bit. They are going to get rid of the Prism, but the Zealots do unload. Wouldn't mind at least softening those up. We lift and get away. Wow. Clem really crisis managing that very well so far. He will be missing some of the units from this fight then. And a lot of his defense is very spread out, which maybe gives MaxPack a chance, but I think there's just too much from Clem. Right side unengageable, 3 tanks are a bit too much. And yeah, MaxPack will not try and dive the natural, although he tries for the siege tanks now when Clem is more towards the center. MaxPack's just trying to find openings as this drop continues across and could maybe get a jump on this 5th base if it wants, or it can obviously continue to head into the main.
Clem going into the main base is not what I had expected, as a Raven gets sent back home. Maybe he wants to do a little bit more auto turret harass over here. Get an aggressive scan, see 6 Stalkers warp in. I mean, this is the end of this drop, really. We're gonna not even gonna get a pickup here, as all of this is going to die. But at the same time, Clem is pushing towards, what was this, the 3rd base over here. Tanks unsieged, but this army is very, very powerful. And the only defense really here is going to be Storm.
Yep. These Valiants keep on pressing through. Gonna pull back a little bit. Storm's still coming down. Stalker's still getting hit. We're going to just aim for the Nexus a little bit, but I mean, we're killing units at the same time. We get the Nexus. The Widowmine there actually going to land on some probes that were still being pulled into this. And MaxPack, more or less, he probably looks at this as a counterattack scenario. Like, he killed a bunch of units. Clem committed to getting the Nexus kill. So he maybe just feels like counterattacking is an open door for him right now. At the very least, this group of units is a little bit stuck. Clem, it's kind of awkward. Like, do you want to try and save these in terms of, like, bringing other units forward? Looks like he's just going to try and make a getaway, and with Medevac boost, he will be able to get away for now.
Yeah, this was overall a pretty bad fight for Clem, but the damage dealt is significant, right? A base has been denied. It is 64 workers to 75. 4th base is now morphing already for Clem as well. Once that planetary finishes up, if Clem doesn't die to this incoming push, I think his position is quite decent. We have some Templar coming in here from the north as well. Can he get a Storm? Yes, he can get a Storm. It's not great, as Zealots are getting damaged here as well. I think MaxPack, there's kind of a timer on him right now. There's kind of a timer. 1 EMP hits. We still get a Storm. SCVs are going down. It's -8 SCVs. That's a full lift here on this CC, and this is what MaxPack needed. He needed 10-9 worker kills. He's gonna get it. Forces a lift on this base. We have his own 3rd base coming back online. Upgrades are not looking that great though for Max quite yet. There is a 2nd fortress. We're gonna continue pushing in. Is there a Prism with this? I don't think there is. They're just walking across the map.
Yeah, and the Vikings are in good numbers as well right now. Good enough to chase down the one Colossus that's left for a little bit, so... Yeah, and just the Archons that are here, there's no Storm, right? So just EMPs are extremely powerful. There's 1 High Templar on the left-hand side that maybe has something of a chance to get involved, but realistically, Clem has pushed this back and he's defended from, I think, the counterattack that was always going to be a little scary. This Colossus is still a bit out of position. We drop a Storm to try and help it, but considering we don't have a ton of Storms, I feel like we could have maybe saved that Storm for a better moment even.
I'm surprised that MaxPax kept pushing into the natural there. It felt like he'd achieved what he wanted. A lift on the third base, 10 worker kills, but now he's actually taken a significant amount of damage. Did not have thermal lens until now. How many Colossus did he lose already? Oh, just 1. And he has 2 right now. It's still fairly late, but he's 5 bases. We have a massive Zealot run by coming in towards the planetary. I don't think that will be successful. He's going to be pulling it back as well. Clem is going to be pulling ahead in workers. Clem is ahead in army supply, and these Zealots are going to get caught as well. It's minus 2-3 Zealots over here. I think MaxPax is in a little bit of trouble once more.
Yeah, it does not feel great at the moment, as you do see a couple of storms coming in, man. This Terran army just looks absolutely huge, doesn't it? So many Marauders. Obviously, there's a lot of supply in the Zealots on the left-hand side, which if they can get involved against a Marauder-heavy army, great. But not if they get involved on their own accord, and everything from MaxPax that really needs to be here to help fight is just not here at all. The EMP to guarantee the High Templar will not do much in this fight, and this base is in some serious trouble. MaxPax responds by bringing the main army across, but it's just a very late arrival. We do drop 1 good storm. The second, honestly, probably could have gone elsewhere, as we are going to be seeing the 3 Colossus maybe have the most to say right now, because there's not a good answer to them, but there's just not enough, as it does look as though the Marauders will power through. The Colossus drop down. The Archons that are morphing are not going to do well, and the couple of Zealots warping in will be a pitiful excuse of an answer to this army, which means that Clem will take the 2-1 victory here in the semi-finals, battling through this bracket of death to make his first WardiTV Monday finals in a hot minute. When I say a hot minute, I mean 3 weeks, which is, it's a while for Clem.
Yeah, that's crazy. Big performance, and on the back of a tough bracket as well, you know?
Tough bracket. Came through Reynor the previous round. Had to fight off Lemon the round before that as well. Not easy. Alright, dropping lobby links down as Showtime and Shin got vetoed. Showtime
What the hell?
Yeah, Showtime, it's Showtime, man. He brought some sense to the situation, you know? Last week Shin and Bjorn are like, we'll wait till the series ends to start vetoing, and then veto super slow. Showtime's like, no. Look, I'll show you how this works. We veto up now, and then when they're done, we can just start playing. It's like a crazy concept to the Koreans. Do we have everyone in? I felt like we missed someone, but I think we're good at 8. If we're not good at 8, then whoever's caster number 9 is just unlucky. Who you type into? Clem? MaxPax?
Yeah.
Both?
No, Clem.
Clem.
Yeah. I was telling him about how much more worthwhile it will feel that you have to win.
The win with the harder bracket.
Yeah.
Nice.
And I insinuated that this momentum might carry him to another EWC win. Did I ask for a percentage? Not yet, but I might send him a message about it in private.
Fair enough.
Yeah, it's really fair enough.
Understandable. Maybe I should do the same for giving him the tournaments to build up the momentum in as well. Thoughts?
Yeah.
Like, does he really need the Monday's prize money if he just wins EWC again? He could fund so many more Mondays.
That is true.
Yeah. That's a good point, well made. Alright. StarCraft resumes here. As we have in the top right-hand side, the Red Protoss player in this semi-final number 2, it is going to be Showtime. And they're starting this game up on Torches.
Torches. Yes. Torches is you know why this is an interesting map, Wardy? Because you look at this map and you think to yourself, this smells like a decent map for the Zerg player, right?
Yep. Short, aggressive.
But if you get blocked on the natural, I don't actually think it's very good for Zerg at all. Like, the third base is freaking far. Oh, Shin. Oh, we're not even talking third bases here, man. We're talking natural. What is he doing? This is going to be a 15 hatch. Is he going to take it on his own side or on the other side? His own side. Oh. Thoughts?
Very fun. I feel like we've seen Shin do this before. If not Shin, someone else did this recently.
Rogue did it against Classic in the GSL final, I want to say it was. You know what he did? He took both gold bases. He took
both? Yeah.
Yeah, he took the right one, and then he also took the left one. And then he stayed on 42 workers and Roach Ravagered, I think. He lost the game, but the attempt was very cool. Oh, Showtime scouted it, though. Like, Showtime, he just checked the natural. I was like, oh, there's no natural. I wonder where it is. Oh, it's over here. So there's a couple of possible follow-ups out of this, right? We can go for a drone mining out the minerals and a full-on link flood. You can also go for like just a third base, a standard third base, and then you have a gold. I don't know what type of guy Shin is.
Mm-hmm.
You know that you have like silver girlies and gold girlies.
Like girly?
Yeah, you heard that? Girly.
No.
It's like, you know, the girls who look better with silver or gold.
Oh,
or
okay,
gold,
sure.
You know?
I've never heard of
It's
this, but sure. I get it.
Yeah, it's a thing. I've heard of this recently.
Right.
Because it matches better with your skin tone or something, or
Sure.
like your aura.
All that nonsense.
Yeah,
Yep. Cool.
yeah.
Instagram fodder. I get
Yes, color theory, famously nonsense.
Yeah.
It's the same in StarCraft too, you know? You see some people, they do this, and then they start mining out the opponent's patches as well. And there's other people that just expand off of this. You know, you have the people that are greedy and then the aggressive clowns. There's also a difference there, also to do with aura and the like, what's it called when you have with the star signs? Is that astrology or astronomy? Astronomy. No. Is astronomy the fake one or astrology?
Oh, probably astrology.
I never know for sure. So whenever someone tells me they're an astrologist, I start making fun of them, and then, you know, hope that is the correct one to make fun of.
No, I think
Astrology is fake.
yeah.
Astrology.
Astrology is the connection between the stars and the human affairs.
Okay, gotcha.
Yeah.
I love that. Well, I don't love it, but you know what I mean.
I was confused because I just went to a planetarium yesterday, 2 days ago. And they were talking about
That's
it all.
sick.
Yeah.
They were talking about the astrology or
Well,
astronomy?
because there's like what's in the sky tonight sort of thing, and then they were like, obviously like all the non-scientific people really like it when they're like, and this is the one that looks like a fish, you know?
Yeah.
So it was a bit of
That's
both.
what they did. This one looks like a fish.
Well, they had all the signs and stuff. Like they didn't talk much about like how this star sign means you're going to be pissed off today or something, but like, you know, they talked about the zodiac signs and stuff, you know.
That's sick. I love that. Love that for them.
Yeah.
What do you think is happening over here? Look at this creep spread. We saw an Oracle get like, what was it, 3 drone kills. The earlier 2 were out of the adepts. It is 40 drones to 30. Or sorry, 40 workers to 30. This is really bad usually for the Zerg. There is a gold which offsets it just a little bit. But the creep spread, it looks suspicious, doesn't it?
I mean, the fact that the creep is kind of working towards and away from the base, it's like, I feel like we never see this off the gold. Like, whose creep spreads off the gold base? Usually the gold doesn't last this long without you be just attacking.
My feeling is that he's gonna do like some weird attack. He's gonna mine out these mineral patches. Or he's gonna try to mine out these mineral patches and then get blasted by 3 stalkers standing behind it. But this is just my general feeling. The natural, or I guess this is the third base on the natural location. I'm just gonna call it the natural. That's gonna be in the natural location. The gold base is the one that's at the gold. The natural is actually gonna be under some heavy pressure. We don't have so many links in position quite yet. 4 adepts are gonna show up. No oracles nearby to help them out. -1 drone, -2 drones, -3 drones. Ooh, the adepts actually finished their shade. And we get some shots on drones. 7 drones going down, 8 drones going down. Make it 9. Do we have 9? Yes, we have 9. Great little harassment here coming out of Showtime. Meanwhile, no Roach Warren behind this. So maybe Ling Hydra? It has to be... No, it's not an all-in. He's going to take a hatchery. He just likes spreading creep.
He just likes spreading creep. Why? My drone kill count is not showing up. Is yours?
14 total.
Yeah, but like on the side of the screen, was it showing up?
Oh yeah, it was showing up big time. Man.
Yeah, that's why I'm so confused.
I actually had 2. Maybe I took yours.
You had 2? Unbelievable. Well, we all know who the real streamer is now.
It's the people that have more trouble with counting, they get more help. So
fair
one
enough.
guy did university, the other one barely finished high school. We'll give him 2. Yeah, all right, guys, calm down. There's some creep being spread out still. What is this? This is an Evo chamber now coming in. Hydra's being built of 64 drones. I freaking hate it when they expand this weirdly because it becomes difficult to, you know, call bases the correct thing.
You just need to get over it. You just call the natural, the third, and the gold's the gold.
The gold's the gold. Yeah, I think calling the gold is going to do a lot of heavy lifting for us here.
Yeah, because it does just get confusing otherwise. And, I mean, we're at the point in StarCraft 2. Everyone knows what you mean when you say the natural, right?
Exactly.
Every now and then, again, someone in the chat tries to be really clever, but they usually just get laughed at.
Yeah, and then permaban. And then we find their address and dox them. So don't be that guy.
Yeah, don't be that guy. I've got a mod team that don't do anything in Twitch chat, but they're ready to dox you at a moment's notice.
Don't moderate the Twitch chat. They're more doxers, really. That's where the real passion lies. Ruining people's lives. Yeah. Oh, he's gonna drop. Look at this. This is... I still feel very weird about all of this. I don't quite understand what is going on, but I'm a big fan. Showtime already has like 6 stalkers in the main base, so he knows that this is a possibility.
Another thing that's super crazy, Shin is fairly well known for dropping. I mean, don't get me wrong, this game is kind of weird, but I think I can appreciate the idea that he's kind of roughly got the idea of it. Does lose the Oracle, unfortunately.
Yeah, that was a fun interaction. He was trying to take it out with drones, right? The mineral patches there.
Yeah.
I feel like one is missing, one patch.
Mm-hmm.
2 maybe even. Yeah, two are missing. So yeah, there's definitely the beginnings of a gap here. He's kind of got such a big drop going. This is so many units. This feels crazy.
It feels crazy. I think it would work if Showtime had not been the main.
Yeah. Do you think he's gonna morph banelings in his opponent's main base, or what is like the ultimate scenario? You think maybe a baneling run by somewhere else? Okay, he's gonna baneling run by into the third base, and then a massive drop into the main. Look at all these stalkers being pulled away.
No, Showtime. He was right on top of this as well. Like he really knew it, but like he didn't know about it, right? But like he felt like he knew about it. Starts warping in now. The stalkers will start to return, but we do begin to unload. I mean, we already had some warpings come in. The Stasis does catch a few of the Hydras and Lings, but this is a ton of units. He is catching the units at the front quite nicely. Stasis caught a bunch of Banelings as well, but he is defending the main base. Gets a good storm down to weaken up the Hydras, but there's just Hydras everywhere in the main right now.
Yeah, 10 workers already going down over here. 196 supply against 128. Let's not forget about these Banelings. We have a single Stalker warped in. Lots of gateways unpowered. Templar Archives in some trouble perhaps as well. Baneling's now gonna run in forward. Can we get the kills? He's gonna get a lot of them actually, as this is going to get pushed back, but I do believe that Shin has dealt enough damage at this point. 73 workers to 46. Showtime in a world of trouble.
A world of trouble. No, he really is. He's just lost so much here. The unit comp from Showtime good. Unit count good, but just the preparation of having to be everywhere to deal with this, really not good. Like in that regard, he was really out of position and has really been caught off guard a little bit. So looks as though he's going to be in some trouble as we have a few more Hydras and Lings dropping back into the main and just keep this up. And obviously, eventually, you'd imagine that Showtime just succumbs to a bigger push at the front if he's so spread out.
Yeah, Hydra's now moving in forward. Still lots of Banelings in the back as well. And this is so hard to engage into as Showtime because you just get small Bane splits like these, just trying to kind of fire onto those high Templar. There are a couple of Templar in this Prism as well, but the Prism goes down. And that is going to be game number 1 in favor of Shin.
Shin is looking for his 3rd finals in a Monday Cup in a row.
Ooh.
And he's lost all of them so far. He's 0-2 against Hero, then Classic. I would not pick him as the favorite against Clem, but maybe. Maybe.
You'd maybe pick him as the favorite, or maybe he can win.
Yeah, maybe he can pull off an upset, man. I don't know. I don't pick him as a favorite, but like...
Look, yeah, I also wouldn't pick him as a favorite.
I'm still on the Zerg wins one of these cups at some point in his existence. Copium train. Let me believe. At some point it's going to happen. Okay.
Interesting.
Tokamak map 2.
One more time?
Tokamak map 2. What's interesting?
What is interesting on Tokamak
No,
map 2?
just you said interesting under your breath. I'd rather know what's interesting than me blabbering on.
Oh, just the general vibe of, you know, Shin and Clem and that type of stuff. I also
Yeah.
was reading some chat. I was just interested by what everyone was saying.
Oh, I thought you were gonna say, and then they said this, but that was just your story. You were just reading chat.
Yeah, I was just reading a bit. I was like, oh, it's interesting. All right. Game number 2 between Shin and Showtime on Tokamak. And Showtime sends out, look at that first worker go, man.
Go.
This guy's on a mission.
A mission to block a hatchery.
Yeah, a mission to block a hatchery. If it doesn't work, he's gonna dox the drone. That's what I've heard. Yeah.
That's how Showtime does it.
That is how Showtime does it indeed. He just doxes people like that. Poof. Oh, Shin. 15 hatch. Is that going to be in time? Is it going to be... Oh, it's not. How unfortunate. It's going to get a 16 hatch, a 17 hatch straight away onto the line base instead. Ay, 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 ay. He really wanted it. He wanted it so bad. You could see it. But instead, he's going to get that 17 hatch. Showtime's going to be real happy. It's going to be going for... What do you call it with the 6 corners?
Hexagon?
Hexagon, there you go. It's making a nice little, neat little hexagon.
Six
You know...
sides, not 6 corners.
Oh, sorry. 6 sides. That's what I meant. What is it called with 7? Septagon?
Yep.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, sick.
Was it? It's not a heptagon, is it? 7's weird.
Heptagon?
Yeah, it's
What
a
is
heptagon.
8? Octagon.
Yeah, it's a heptagon.
You can do 8 in StarCraft 2 with a patrol move. You can,
heptagon or septagon. You can use both.
Oh, both works?
Apparently.
Ah, that's crazy. This, I bet, is one of these things where if you say the one that is less used, people will call you out.
Yeah, people
It's
call
like,
you
oh,
out.
It's actually the other.
It's
and they say, well, actually...
it's actually the heptagon. I thought you had a degree, huh?
Yeah. You know, you can only make a heptagon in StarCraft 2 maximum because you can't add an extra patrol point.
No way.
Yeah, it's really it looks really ugly. Because I'll be starting a beautiful little octagon, and then I'm like, oh no, you can't. So like the last side looks absolutely terrible.
Uh-huh. That's wild.
Yeah. It is what it is.
How about you don't patrol? You just shift click.
Yeah, but then it doesn't... You know, with patrol, if you properly connect it, it connects. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it makes it a loop.
Yeah, it makes like a neat loop, you know? But you can't do that with a shift click. Like, it's never a complete loop.
Yeah,
So
well, you just shift click enough times.
Yeah, but it doesn't spark joy. Like
It doesn't
patrol
spark
does.
joy the same way.
No, it does
It's not
not.
as satisfying.
It is absolutely not as satisfying because they really connect when you patrol move, so it feels very different. All right, what do we have got going on over here? We have the first adept across the map already. Second adept is about to show up. Oh, that link survived. What the hell? How did that link survive? Actual eel.
Crazy.
Double adept. Still wanting to go into the main base here is a play and a half as well, isn't it? Oh, no way.
Well,
Look at what Shin has in the main. He has 2 queens there.
yeah. Handlings. So he loses
Yeah,
no drones, and he kills the depth.
What a brilliant little mind game. You know, everyone and their mom for years now always builds the queen on the 3rd base. Oh, that one is vulnerable. But the Protoss player, I guess you can scout it. You can see where the queen is popping because you can see it build, right? But we don't do it because we don't have to usually. That was such a cute little move out of Shin. I love that for him. He's now sending the links across the map. He's gonna lose a couple to that Oracle, but Oracle needs to stay at home. Follow-up is going to be a Phoenix. There are 2 Overlords aggressively positioned. So these 2 could potentially die, but a Phoenix is really slow at killing stuff. So it's not always a guarantee that you're gonna get both. Also, Showtime might not know about the right side one.
Yeah. If you don't go over there, you will not in fact get the kill. That's how it works.
Yeah.
See if he checks. There's currently just drones coming up, more oracles on the way out. Our first few minutes. So you're going to be just defined by what we see next, and maybe we'll also have a Twilight Council from Showtime. He's got Probe right there to build the Forge next to it, I think. So readying up to play very standard stuff as the next step.
Fast Evo chamber as well here. So that is interesting to me. It's actually very interesting to me. We have the stasis ward, another stasis ward, and one more after that only. Dude, this is Stasis City right now. He's gonna indeed get the third one as well. Adept finish there. Shade Stasis is gonna connect with just 2 drones. A couple of workers are gonna fall. Once again, like these early aggressive moves, they feel kind of nice. You know what the issue is with them? Is that you basically give up later aggression for fast aggression. And then if you don't kill a lot of workers, right now Shin can do pretty much whatever he wants. I think going up to 76 workers at this point is a completely fair thing to do.
It's wild how that group of units going down gives you that much freedom, no?
Yeah. Yeah, but it signals a lot of things. It signals slower gateways, right? And also that the first warpins aren't going to be actually useful units anymore. Like it can be stalkers or it can be anything. Like there might be some like very late glaive builds that you still need to be somewhat careful of, but I actually think you can go to a very high worker count on the back of this. And it looks like Shin is agreeing with me because he's building a crap ton of workers right now. His fort base is on the way. His lair is about 20% done as well. And I think we're going to be heading into... I wonder if it's going to be a Hydra Link Bane type of game. Shin has played that before. I mean, he kind of played it in the previous game, although it felt more like a Hydra drop move rather than anything else.
Well, those lings are going to bounce away from the right side and head back up through the middle of the map and keep on trying to see what else is going on. Storm just starts up from Showtime. He's going to play very straight down the middle at the moment as the Stalkers just took up a little bit. Blink is done in a moment. We have a battery here to help a little, but yeah, a little bit annoying. Again, with quick finishing, we can protect the Stalkers, and the Zelt Warpins help a lot too.
Yeah. Now we're really going to see what Shin is up to. It's going to be a fast Spire out of him. Instant 8 gas is what I'm expecting. 5th hatchery as well. He actually stayed fairly low on drones, if I'm being honest. Like, he saw the Templar just now, so now he knows for certain what it's going to be. He's going to go Hydra then, plus Spire. And I think he wants the Hydra then to be spotted. No, he already got the Spire spotted. Was the Hydra then a response to being scouted?
Not sure.
I think it was. And we get an infestation pit. So it's fake Mura right now.
It's very annoying if you prep for mutas and then they never come. Obviously, the Hydra build could like hit it like a brick. So, Oracle's activating here to help defend against those lings. Storm coming up. Shouldn't is not over prepping against mutas, but he will start at cannons, the mineral line right, and just prep for the eventuality of those mutas possibly flying in. I would say it's like a reasonable amount of preparation. It's not like he's throwing down like Stargate Phoenix production or anything, right? So it's not going to fight too hard.
He already has one Phoenix, and I think all he really needs to do is kind of get a read as to what is kicking off. He didn't see the infestation pit or the Hydra then, by the way. Is he adding more batteries anywhere? He's getting another cannon over at the 3rd. He's getting more cannons at the 4th, but nothing is really out of proportion in my mind. He's going to go for a push to try and force something. I like that. It's like an aggressive approach to dealing with Mutalisk.
Gives you a chance to be on the map. And a look, then coming up behind this from Shin, so we see where he wants to go eventually. This is kind of a rough time, though, right? If I just won, not going to have upgrades. Like, right now, it's really just Ling Hydra. Showtime, he has that Storms to maybe help with it, but attacking into a base on creep is scary. He's going to back it up for now. Once your lurk is on the way out, kind of changes the pacing of this game now, no?
Yeah, it's just a weird game all around, to be honest. I feel like Showtime probably would have wanted faster Fleet Beacon plus 2nd Stargate. Because right now he has like not a whole lot to deal with lurkers, and majority of the good fights will need to come from taking actual good fights rather than having good units. So We're talking like flanks, making sure that they don't run into position immediately, see if you can get some zoning storms out ahead of time. Like all of these things are becoming really important. This Zealot attack is freaking brilliant. I love this for Showtime. Without this, I think Shin probably has a lot of, a lot of space to kind of start moving across the map. Right now, that space isn't really there. This Lurker then under some heavy fire as well. If this can be right-clicked down before Seismic Spines finishes up, that would be huge. Zealots are trying their absolute best, but Shin is coming in clean, and the Lurker then will survive with about 170 HP.
Yep, that's good enough. They're going to build some Evo Chambers right there as well. Get those rolling. Only has the one Evo Chamber on the map so far, but builds a couple more. We do have a Stargate fleet beacon, of course. Later game is being established here. Showtime recognizes the need to go into a response to that, so begins to prep, gets that on the way. And still just gathering Zealot Stalker Archon on the top side of the map for a few more moments as well right now. A lot of Zealots joining up at the moment.
Yeah, this is still a very odd game. It feels like Shin is rushing into a late game with what was a pretty poor mid-game eco. Like, he did not really have a strong economy whatsoever. He's going to see this Showtime run by, or I guess he didn't really see it, or he would have moved the links a bit faster. He's going to end up losing 10, 15 links there, pretty much for free, as their bodies being disposed of by the... Who do you think does that? Who does the cleaning there?
Cleaning?
Yeah. The cleaning of the bodies. They disappear very quickly. Is it just the rotting and like
I think it's the cleaning bots. They're just not always recognized on the map as a critter. They're always there. You know?
I like it.
They're just very small, and every now and then one becomes big enough to be a critter.
I like it. That's a lore accurate explanation of what happens. I'm gonna get a Nidus network out here. 5th base on the way. Tempest, Mothership. I mean, to me, this feels like we should be heading into a proper late game. I think Showtime is significantly better in these scenarios.
Yeah, I mean, to me, Shin is an aggressive player, right? Like, Shin is the mid game. He is the pushes. He's the timings. The later it goes, it's Showtime's realm. You know, this is where he likes to be at. 100%. I'm with you. It's I don't think it's not that Shin can't win in this stage. It's just it definitely feels like this is where Showtime would like to be at. And probably where Showtime feels like his highest chance of winning is going to be at as well in general.
Yeah. I'm with you. You have, what is this? 6 Templar out. Decent ground army. Cannons pretty much everywhere where we need them. Some extra in the natural right now. Some extra in the main. We have some Zealots in the main as well. Like, you're just not really going to be fighting into a Tempest force without high Corruptor count. Instead, we're seeing Vipers as well as Neural Parasite being researched right now. Nidus coming in on the far left side is not being spotted by that Prism. That means that the 5th base could be in some trouble.
Lurker's actually going to get out of there, so Showtime sees it coming. We'll see if he can defend it. He's actually going to bring the units back up from the left side, so should be fine. Maybe lose a bit of stack defense, but I think he's going to be able to clean this up. And the Lurker's actually in trouble. We try and dive on the Nidus, but we do not manage to get many of the units.
New Nidus Worm behind the 5th. Double Zealot Warp in, though, is going to take care of that. Showtime doing a very good job of taking care of basically whatever is being thrown at him here. And now he's going to be fully moving across the map. Where's that Mothership? I know it's somewhere else moving across as well. We have a Zealot run by towards the right side. I mean, Tectonic Destabilizers is around, which means that spores are going to fall rapidly. Another Nidus Worm comes in. Once again in vision of a pylon, though. I feel like there were some spots perhaps where Showtime didn't have vision nearby. But Shin is not going to use those. Meanwhile, Viper's coming in. That's -3, -4 Tempest. Whoa.
Yeah, that's a big deal as we will see the Corruptors continue to dive in. So at least in the end, all 4 Tempers didn't go down for free, but it was only a couple of Corruptors we got back in revenge. But it is definitely a big hit to Showtime's kind of higher tech units. And that's definitely the kind of thing that Shin wants to see here, right? Value found in moments like that is going to be huge for him. Zealot's cleaning up one more Nidus network. The Archons, High Templars, and company joining up beneath that mothership as the Zealots patrol around and look to see what's up.
Yeah. Another Nidus Worm going up in the main base, but it's in range of 8 cannons. The 2 Changelings should have been capable of figuring that one out. We have more Changelings being sent out across the map, but I think Showtime realized and is going to clear them before they can get anything really done. There is a dead space in between that natural third and the fourth, where a Nidus could actually put in some serious work. Shin has put one very close by, but not quite in that spot yet. We have 12 gas right now versus 10 gas. Generally considered fine for Protoss, especially if Protoss has as much gas as he has right now. We also have a dead space, by the way, in the main base, or a dead space, a non-scouted space here.
Yep. Yeah, 4 more cannons coming online. The Nexus halfway up, plus 2 air weapons is coming in on the Cyber Core. And we got that Nidus coming up right there. So we talked about some of these dead spaces. That's going to be one of them. No, is you just have no vision of it. The Tempest spot spawns out and sees it. So what a catch that is. Wow.
Yeah, very fortunate there for Showtime as he pumps into this right side area with the lurkers already set up. Corruptor's not nearby, as the Nidus worm is gonna get cleared here by that reinforcing Tempest. Hydras are gonna snipe not 1, not 2, but I think 3 Templar over there. That's kind of a big deal. Almost feels like that with the Corruptors, you can just kind of fly on there right now and go for it. How many Tempest ended up dying there? Was it more? 1 more, I think, right?
Yeah, I think just the 1 extra one. Now Shin adds Infestors on, by the way, as well, so he's really kind of continuing to step towards later and later game. Spellcasters coming up are going to be huge for kind of fighting this Protoss army somewhat efficiently as you head into the super late stages, so Infestor count growing, more Tempest coming out. There's Nidus over here, starting to get to the point where maybe Showtime is not keeping up as well. He has 1 Zealot showing up, but units will be able to spawn out, and now it's a bigger problem to deal with, and Showtime was poised on the right side. He has to recall over here to play defense. There's also a Nidus in the main base, so this just keeps on happening. Shin is starting to test Showtime a little bit with these consistent attacks.
Absolutely. How many Nidus worms do you think have died so far already?
9.
It's 11.
11.
Not a bad guess though. But yeah, Prism's gonna get taken out here. We're still 12 gas versus, well, what's gonna be, what is that? 11, I guess? 11 is gas for the Protoss player, 75 worker to 75. Both have a decent army. If I were to look at these 2 armies, I think I prefer having Showtime's army here. 7 Tempest, 5 Immortals, 5 Archons, Templar in the mix. What's the Corruptor upgrades here? We're at +2 attack, +3 is on the way. It's actually double Spire pumping. It's nice upgrades. I'll give him that. We have some potential Lurker harass. Nidus Worm is going to go down over on that left side. These Corruptors are looking for something, but they're not quite going to find it. As the Lurker attack onto this base. It's a lot of Lurkers here moving forward, all in a line as well. So that means only 5 of them will actually be attacking. And after getting 4 probes, they're going to be moving back into that Nidus Worm. -1. We have a new Nidus on the far right as well. So it seems to me like Shin is very keen on doing some ping-ponging over here between these 2 Niduses. Seeing if he can get anything done. This right side army is very, very weak. There's just a single Archon, no Templar. If the Corruptors come to join up with the Lurker force, you're going to kill a lot of Tempest here, because it's 13 Corruptors against just these Tempest. It's going to be a great fight for the Corruptors.
Yep, this is very scary. You just don't have support. I mean, a couple High Templars showing up now, but gotta be careful with these kinds of moves. Changeling spotting what's over here as well, so Shin has information as to what is where, and that gives him the chance to make moves onto those kind of groups of units. And Broodlords are going to start morphing in as well. What are your thoughts on getting some Broods going right now? Is this the time to bring them in?
It is kind of the natural way of doing it, right? In the late game, you have to eventually add some Broods so you can kill the ground forces. Just Lurkers by themselves are not going to be good enough anymore. It tends to slow down the game and also makes Tempest control very important against these Brutes, against the air units in general. Things like vision with Oracles is going to be a big deal too. These Lurkers are kind of caught off guard. We'll need to leave. This Nidus Worm is going to get cleared. Once again, Showtime. He's just continuing shutting everything down. That is pretty much his goal. Showtime is not here for a fun and attractive game. He's here to win. And he's doing that in, honestly, world's most boring manner. He's just kind of sitting back, shooting stuff. He's going to clear this base. That is his first real aggressive move that we've seen out of him in this entire game, I think. Like, we saw an early game move out at some point, but after that, he's just been controlling the pace of the game pretty much.
Yeah, he really has. He's not really letting much go down. He's just going to let this play later and later, and still probably confident in how the later game army looks for him. I mean, that's a lot of Broodlords, but like, if there's ever an army to fight against Broodlords, 7 Templars, a bunch of High Templars available, Mothership for support. You know, we really have what we kind of need against Broodlords, so feels kind of fine right now. Is there anything you'd like to see Showtime get rid of and replace with anything else?
the Phoenix, maybe.
Yeah.
And I guess, but really nothing else. Like his army is pretty freaking perfect. Like this is what you want to have in the late game. His cannon lines are looking healthy as well. You know, he's out expanding his opponent. He's like double, triple, quadruple expanding. He just wants all the bases, and right now he's taking one of his opponent's bases as well, because he's taken both what we could consider kind of the neutral bases on this map. If Shin doesn't do anything about this, Shin is going to be in a world of trouble.
Yeah, that's definitely step one for Shin. He's got to stop these bases coming up, because it's already a difficult scenario. It's even more difficult if Showtime is mining bases that you're meant to at least have one of. And resources lost is not good for Shin. It's not like he's trading well enough to let Showtime mine more either, so yeah, he really needs to start doing something now. And the Broodlords are going to show up, so he's making a big attempt on the right-hand side. Showtime's going to counterattack on the left at the same time, and obviously that is where the other base is coming up. So he's going to secure one location while he maybe lets the right side just go down. Because obviously Shin's biggest weakness with our army right now is it's not fast moving. It's going to take a huge amount of time for Broodlords to rotate from right to left-hand side. If anything right now is Shin, you kind of want to push up with the Broodlords further, but that's super risky off of creep as well, so it feels like you have no good move. It's a base for a base, but it's a base you actually want to mine from versus a base where Showtime's like, whatever, I've got the alternate base on the other side. He's just going to keep throwing this down. It's kind of a mineral dump, which forces Shin to fight and keeps him over pinned to the right-hand side.
Yeah, Shin is in a world of trouble. The one thing that Shin has got going for himself is that he has a bigger mineral bank, but that's mainly because there's so many minerals invested into cannons. 45 cannons right now out on the map. 45.
That's a lot. It's like 7,000 minerals of cannons right there, so that's a lot of investment. We've got 10 new ones on the way up, 6 additional batteries as well. Showtime is spending those minerals, but he knows he's got the bases to replenish minerals for days right now, so and honestly, better to spend your minerals now. How often do you see it in the late game where there's no gas left, you've just got minerals? Right. So why not use the minerals now in ways that are going to help you secure bases and secure more gas for the future as well, to keep making this best possible army and keeping that in, topped up to health.
58 cannons, is that where we're going to? 59 cannons is what we're moving towards. Ooh, this army's gonna get caught. We're gonna get a recall. I assume that is a mothership recall. Yeah, it's a mothership recall, and that means we're gonna have a push towards the right side here immediately, or at least we somewhat should. Army once again splits off towards the left, the Archon Immortal Force. This is a serious army here as well. We're gonna be pushing in. We need some vision. Stasis wards are nice, but vision on the Corruptors, vision on the Vipers, vision on the Infestors is going to be huge as well. Can we get some neural parasites? We know they're here. So far, no neural parasites, as the Broodlords now popping forward. One Brood is gonna get taken out. Second Brood is gonna get sniped as well. Good zoning storms. Can we have some feedbacks as well over here? Stasis ward helping out. And here come our next set of revelations. At the same time, we have this army on the far left and a 5 lurkers on the far left as well to try and defend that attack. Shin attacking into this is a wild move. I'm not sure if he's allowed to do this.
I don't think he is, right? Like, the cannons and Archons are going to clean up the Broodlings. The Tempers are just going to shoot through the tech units from afar. I mean, that's another Brood going down. This was super expensive from Shin. He lost a lot of Broods attacking in. He had a lot of Infestors feedback. A couple went down. Like, this was genuinely just expensive in general. Okay, Showtime can't break through or do much on the left-hand side right now, but he also just doesn't need to, right? He's now holding both of these, bases that, as you say, were kind of in the neutral zone. If he has both of these and he mines anything off of them, every little bit he mines from these is going to make Shin's life tougher. Now, Shin's going to make a bigger dive on the left side, and maybe this is just what he needs to actually jump through some of the stack defense and to force something here. Showtime, I don't think he's got enough in position already just to kind of jump on this, so he might have the left side taken out, but he still owns the right side. He's going to get caught pushing forward a little bit here. Massive fungals coming down. Feedback's coming down as well. The High Templar left in the front. We are not going to have much on top of these Corruptors. The Parasite Bomb plus the fungals were huge. Shin has lost a ton of stuff. Showtime will lose a lot himself. The Broodlords are still alive. We're going to start warping in Stalkers as a response to these. I think enough survived from Showtime here for him to be A-okay about it, as Shin has not even got the Overlords to fully max back out, and that's going to be a problem because he needs support right now for these Broods because Stalkers and Archons are coming to chase him down.
Yeah, having like 3-4 lurkers here with this army would have been huge so that these Stalkers are less viable. Stalkers right now actually didn't even kill that much either, so honestly Shin, with probably a fight as good as you're gonna get it, the question is it good enough? I am not certain about it. I am not 100% sure because we still have the extra bases for Showtime. That is just the real issue. Shin needs to deal with that reality. He needs to clear either the left or the right side, and I don't see a viable path to clearing the left, and thus clearing the right side is the only thing that remains over here. Observers flying into sport on the left side, but there's not even any lurkers over there to defend, so I don't even think it's going to matter. Temp is now helping out against the Broodlords on the far right side over here, as the gas is being mined already by Showtime. His ground force is planning on moving forward once more.
Yeah, we
do
have
lurker.
we have a lot of stuff there, right? So there should be enough to kind of stop Showtime from pressing through, and it does seem to be the case. As maybe Showtime just trades with those few Hydras, though. I mean, maybe can get a good enough trade there. The lurker making it difficult. There's a little bit back and forth there. Showtime does lose the base on the right-hand side. Obviously, so a lot of the lurkers came over to the right to ensure that those stalkers could not continue to be as much of a factor. I'd say that's the biggest win maybe for Shin overall, is that Showtime now has some supply in stalkers, which, you know, ideally over the next minute or two, if Showtime wants to build his army back to what it was, you trade those stalkers back out for more useful units again. So, yeah, but he is still going to get back in position here, deny a couple of workers on this mineral line, and obviously he already knocked the rocks down. That's something which Shin has not been able to do. So Showtime's base, it's just even more minerals he has access to that Shin doesn't.
Yeah. And I mean, Shin is not going to be mining these minerals out anytime soon either, right? Like, the Tempest range there is a little bit too powerful. They're standing behind there. Showtime has a full control of the map right now, and Shin has no control on the map. Shin has taken some decent fights, but no great fights. And that means that the next fight needs to be perfect, because he only has one army. He has 2.5k gas in the bank. His army currently is worth 7.1k gas. Sorry, 7.7 gas after those Broodlords finish up. I mean, this is just not looking good for Shin. It is not looking good for Shin. He's going to need the fight of a lifetime here. And then, actually, just the fight of a lifetime, because Showtime doesn't have enough money to rebuild. Showtime actually has no minerals. Do you think he built too many cannons?
I think the amount of cannons he built is fine, but obviously it's been a pretty chaotic few minutes now, right, where he's had to rebuild a lot. And so his mineral count's being kept low. He's not being able to really build back up. The body blocking on the stalkers. The units try and get away, and he says no. Not in the slightest. So now we're going to trade left versus right side again. I mean, we shouldn't really care too much of Showtime here. He is going to lose his mothership, which is maybe one of the bigger losses. But, I mean, he's going to get rid of multiple bases on the left, because he should be able to push through for a little while right now. It's going to take a long time for Shin's army to come back. And he lost a lot of his more mobile units already. Showtime is not going to push further in. Obviously, does lose one of his recall options with the mothership going down. He's just going to leak a few zealots into the natural, let them maybe cause some trouble, and then reposition himself. Again, at the end of the day, he's lost one base. He doesn't necessarily even need to mine from to win this game.
Yeah. I mean, the mineral count right now is pretty much even. The gas count is heavily in favor of Showtime. We have how many lurkers? 10 lurkers on the way. One extra lurker at home, so there's going to be 11 lurkers total. We have 13 brutes, 21 corruptors. Big army for Shin, okay? 168 army supply. So he has a huge force. Can he do something with it?
We'll be finding out as... Yeah, the army supply is massive, right? That's the one thing that definitely is in Shin's favor. Showtime has some free supply he can still kind of work with. Working his way to that right side, just warps in a massive zealots on the left. That is a lot of his minerals going away, though, and not really spending his gas along with it. And the zealots are not going to protect you against these lurkers, so that looks like an opportunity. We're just going to recall down there. Again, that maybe gives up the right-hand side, but it does protect the left, so you're keeping at least one of these bases up. As the Broodlords will work their way through some of those cannons, and again, at this point, unlikely we ever get to rebuild those, because Showtime's mineral bank is maybe one of the problems in this game for him. It's getting back up there now.
Yeah, so far 30 cannons have died. There are 49 cannons still out on the map. This is a huge push forward out of Shin, who I think is starting to realize slowly but surely that he needs to just fight. Like, he cannot continue this. He has not mined out the left side. He has not mined out the right side base either. His middle base, or like his forward goal, he hasn't been mining from. Like, he's way down in cash, and he's going to need a couple of good fights and then see a way to push through. So these lurkers are sieging up. We're going to clear a lot here. Showtime with some sloppy control. It's going to lose this side army big time. The Tempest are chasing the Corruptor Viper.
He just wasn't watching it. He had storms that he at the very least could have dropped off as, oh my god. do you oftentimes see a full High Templar warp in?
No. I cannot remember the last time I saw it. There was, what, 10 Archons at once? So 12...
no, it was...
Oh, sorry, 20 Templar.
Yeah, it was 20 Templar, yeah.
Jesus.
20 Templar all at once, and it hasn't even dented his bank account when it comes to the gas. And now he actually will chase these lurkers away. Time Warp to make their retreat a little bit worse, and if they stop the burrow, I don't think they're going to have a good time either. So Showtime getting some value, and suddenly you look at Shin's bank account, the gas is gone. He's going to try and take that right side base. Boy, does he need just extra places to mine gas from right now. He has basically nothing coming in gas-wise. 150, 180 gas a minute. It's just not a lot, and that's going to be his biggest issue. From here on out, he's basically building Zerglings and the odd tech unit that does not keep you in the game against Showtime and his army.
Absolutely does not, Wardy. It absolutely does not keep you in the game against Showtime. He's gonna try once more. There are a lot of Archons here right now that could just be sitting ducks. Good fungal number 1, good fungal number 2, good fungal number 3. Can we get it? I think we're gonna need like 4 more over. Holy crap, these units aren't dying with the batteries nearby. I don't even think a single Archon has gone down yet. Now we're seeing a Templar fall. Showtime coming in with the Tempest flank. Is he going to be capable of doing this? There are 20 Corruptors. We have 7 Lurkers and 13 Broodlords. Showtime's going to attack into this. I think he can poke at this from a distance as well, but Showtime believes in his army, in the ability to just move all over his opponent right here, right now. A couple of big storms coming in. Parasitic Bomb, Fungals on top of the Tempest as well. The Broodlord still dealing a lot of damage, but we get a blinking forward out of the Stalkers. As the Lurkers have disappeared, it does seem to me that these Stalkers are going to be decent enough at some point. What is our brood count right now? We're at 9 versus 12 Stalkers. That should be okay for the Stalkers to blink in forward.
Yeah, they're going to go for it. There's nothing to support, right? There's no Infestors, no Fungals. They are playing the corner very well. Stalkers kind of need a blink again. They need to get a couple more here at least and really nip away at those numbers. Lings coming up, but Lings are not going to do much with an Archon or 2 mixed in. And more Stalkers reinforced, and I think we should just be fine here. Showtime's still down on army supply, but remember now, so much of Shin's army supply is dead weight Corruptors. 14 Corruptors that do absolutely nothing in this scenario. And Showtime's just going to go working his way on some bases. The only threatening army is on that left-hand side, so he just has free reign of the rest of the map. He can go and deny all remaining mining from Shin, and he knows it.
There are a lot of Links out on the map still. The Links are actually going to go for a surround. They, of course, have very solid upgrades, but this Archon is staying alive for now. Is this going to be good enough out of Shin? The answer is going to be yes. Archon goes down. Lots of Zealots here are going to fall as well. Showtime still has the ability to build a bunch of Archons, but he needs to be careful with the Stalker specifically, because that's going to be his main key to dealing with these Broodlords eventually.
It feels like he should still have this, right? Like, as you can see, he can build a bunch of Archons. He's got a lot of gas. He's the one that's still really mining here. This base is the only real contending base to mine from Shin. And Showtime's stepping towards it, but he's got to be careful because the Broodlords are right there as well. Storm's coming down as we had a couple of High Templar available. The Archon's very slow to arrive. The Stalkers do not get towards the Broodlords at all right now, but the Lings will go down. Showtime just doesn't have much money to warp in with, so it might just have to be an Archon chase after the Broodlords. That's not ideal. They're very slow moving. We're going to get underneath the Corruptors for a moment instead. And now we just slowly rebuild our Stalker count, and I honestly think these Archons should focus on running away, because I feel like we kind of need them to protect the few Stalkers we're going to start getting. We go blinking underneath with just a couple here. We get rid of one more Brood. I mean, every Brood you get rid of is not going to come back in this game. 3 Broodlords remaining, 3 Stalkers that can still chase as well. The Archons still doing their job, and I think we have got enough to chase this down. It was not pretty, it was not easy. Only 2 Broodlords left in the sky, but another 8 High Templar warping in as Showtime continues to dig through that massive gas bank of his.
Yeah, if there was just even a single Lurker in this battle, that would have been an absolute game changer, right? Like a single Lurker with the amount of Corruptors that you have, an Overseer for sniping Observers, the Broodlords, it would have helped so much. It wasn't there. I'm not saying he would have won, but if you have this right side base mining, then all of a sudden you're probably out-mining what Showtime is doing, no? Because Showtime isn't mining from the left. Showtime's currently mining from just a base and a half, really. He's actually undersaturating one of the bases by a little bit. He could have way more workers there if you just, properly send some workers over from the outside bases. And that would be a pretty big deal, because he's struggling heavily when it comes to those minerals. Even the gas bank has lowered significantly.
Yeah, this feels difficult right now. Archons and High Templars are going to begin to move through the left-hand side. A couple of Tempests even starting back up as well. He cancels those, decides his money elsewhere. Looks like he's going to start a Nexus on the far left, so that's what he wants to put some minerals into. There's actually going to be Corruptors here that can force an instant cancel on that with the Caustic Spray. That's the one thing the Corruptors can really do right now. Should just be a cancel as the Archons step up and will force them back. One Lurker does start to morph in, so Shin realizing what he maybe needs to still have something of a competitive army right now. But I do think there's a couple of Tempests building. It's weird though, right? Like, you want to build Tempests, there's still a lot of Corruptors up. Like, they're good, they're very good. But your opponent has an answer. Like, you're giving these corruptors a usage, no?
Yeah, I really think that just going for pure ground, Archon, Immortal, Templar is better. Showtime might be confused as to what his eco situation is compared to his opponent. He knows he's outmining his opponent, so he doesn't really want to force anything. And I mean, Shin should also realize that he's running out of time. Like, he does not have much time left here. It's now or never. He's going to send a lot of these spores in forward as well. What do we have defensively? We have 2 Lurkers, 2 Brutes. I mean, against 9 Archons, I don't think this is enough damage output, Wardy.
No, I think the Archons can just step through, right? They don't get kept back by enough right now. So, kind of with you. The spores are stepping across. They're going to get some creep to set up with as we try and contest this left-hand side. Shin is expanding to the right as well. He will try and retake that base, which we've talked so much about contending over. As the couple lurkers blow her up. The one Stalker here is going to see the news. And going to realize what is up as Showtime is army nearby. He's about 20 army supply ahead. He has been producing much more nicely, but he's also out of gas now. Remember, he had that massive gas bank? That has been spent, so there's no more kind of like Hail Mary, like, oh, I'm just going to actually stop and go back to my gas bank as my backup plan. Like, it's not there anymore. This is what he's got to work with to the end of the game, but Shin just sees how much there is. He just says, no way. GG.
Yep.
Showtime takes game number 2.
Wow, what a game, Wardy.
What? And that really was quite a game, wasn't it?
What a bunch of gamers.
Gamers.
Right. Showtime's going to be very happy that he won that in the end.
I think he's going to
2 min, be right back. Okay,
allowed.
I'm with him. I'm also 2 min, be right back.
You're also 2 min, be right back? Wow, so is Twitch chat because I added them. So, you know. Everyone's taken a 2 min BRB. Not us, guys. I will sit here. I could sell out, but the ads are on, so don't even really have a good sellout right now. Apart from, I mean, I guess if you're not seeing ads, then feel bad that you're not watching ads and supporting, and hence you you're obligated to use your Prime subs. How about that? Maybe on the YouTube people hear us as well. I don't know. Yeah, a couple moments. Obviously, Showtime Shin Game 3. Long game. As we work our way into Game 3 of this semi-final. And then Clem's waiting for the winner of this in the finals as well. That will be best of 5. So we've got that coming up. Quite a day of StarCraft that we've still got coming through. Awesome. Is it just the heavens have just opened here as well. It's just it suddenly got dark like 5 minutes ago. I was like, oh my god, what's happening? It's just clouds. And now it is absolutely torrential rain. Love it. Good old England. Fun game. I really feel like Showtime was meant to be almost a bit more comfortable there, but Shin did a great job of making it very awkward for Showtime to actually find, I guess, the fights, which he really wanted to take much more comfortably. Like, he never let the Tempest pick away at him from afar for an extremely extended period of time or anything, which is what Tempests love to do. So we never really let that happen. That obviously helps a lot as well, so some big pluses. Big pluses. Just wait for the players to come back, be ready. I don't know what the maps are, so they will have to do the hosting as well. And get this underway. Love it. WardiTV Mondays 44. When's WardiTV 50 going to be? So we have no...
After 49?
Yeah, no shit, Sherlock. Good job. Proud of you.
What? Well, you asked.
Of course I already know. Of course I already know which number it comes after. That wasn't the real question.
Then why would you ask?
Like, clearly the question is, like, what date, like, what week's that going to be on? Like, when is that? You know?
Why wouldn't you ask that then?
Because I didn't think it had to be so specific. Because most of the Twitch...
Your communication is so unclear. The people are constantly complaining about it.
You're the only person complaining about it.
But I am constantly complaining about it. So it's kind of accurate. And I am the voice of the people. So really the people are complaining about it.
People are complaining.
You know what I realized the other day, by the way?
What?
Is that my posture is becoming worse at the PC due to having a microphone that I kind of need to lean down towards.
Yeah, that's why I don't use it. I hate this thing.
I have your microphone as well.
Yeah.
So I think I'm gonna use it in the future.
I think even if you just use it sometimes, that's good.
Yeah, I think so too. Because it makes it harder for me to have good posture.
Also, 99% of people who are watching have no idea what the difference is when they listen.
I mean, I don't think it matters so much. One nice thing about it is that it's always close to your mouth, right?
Yeah. Well, I mean, I move around all the time. Like, I couldn't cast with a standstill microphone. You just move around too much. I stand up. I stretch.
The posture got worse because you're on the PC in general. I guess this guy knows more about why my posture is worse. I can notice it with the microphone the most, like because I have to lean forward in order to speak into it. Otherwise,
Can't
my
you pull
posture
the
is actually
microphone
quite
further
good.
out? You don't have to lean.
The problem is I want to. Then I have to speak louder, right?
Well, not if you just pull the microphone towards you, no?
Okay, but then it's right in front of my face, and
And then
it's
you can't
annoying
see
as hell.
anything. Yeah.
And also, I want to move a little bit, you know. So then I'm constantly. So if it's too close, then like I feel forced into just being stuck, and it feels super weird. I don't like the way that feels.
Yeah, it's tough.
So I think the best solution is just using your microphone, because the people, they don't care. The people's ears don't function really. I mean, a lot of TV shows, they use crap microphones as well. You know, they use freaking clip-ons, like
Yeah.
€60 clip-ons.
Yeah. Well,
I
because
don't know why streamers are so obsessed with having like perfect studio quality audio.
literally like 99% of people, I think 99% of people don't even have headphones good enough that could actually tell the difference anyway. And then the other 1%, like there's like 50% of the 1% don't even care as well.
Yeah, you know what's the problem? Is that the people that dislike it, they're so freaking vocal, like these audio nerds.
Yeah.
I think there's no type of person that I dislike more than the audio nerd. Except for Uppetry, he gets a pass.
Yeah. But he's more than just an audio nerd.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's also a sponsor of the WardiTV Monday.
Really?
Yeah, he lost so much to me in poker last Home Story Cup. Not the most recent one, but the one before. He sponsored a couple of these, so he's a legacy sponsor.
He's a legacy sponsor. I like that.
Yeah. He doesn't realize he sponsored it. Well, I told him. He wasn't too impressed to hear about it. But a legacy sponsor.
Love to see it.
Every now and then you should
Alright.
pop in his chat and just say thanks for sponsoring the Mondays, you know?
You should do that. Enough with the jokes. We're actually having a high-level PvZ right now
We are.
on Ultra Love. Wardy, what are your thoughts on this map?
This map, great for the 8 racks. Unfortunately, that does not apply to this matchup. I actually don't know.
It's true.
Well, I wasn't wrong. But I don't know, actually, for this map. I feel like we see Glaives a lot on this map, no? Like people like...
Glaives a lot, and we also see a lot of roach all-ins on this map. I feel like both teams, you know, they love just all-inning on this map because it's so short. They're like, and they think they're so freaking original when they do it. Like, yeah, short map, let me do Glaives, you know?
Yeah.
Like every Protoss in the world does Glaives. And then the Zergs have the same. It's like, oh, short map, let me do Roach Queen, heh. And then the other guys are already like mentally so prepared for it, you know? This should be one of my lower win rates map, but it's actually a higher win rate map because I just anticipate what the other person is gonna do rather than just blindly playing my build. This is an elite move.
Yep. Elite move. Smart. So is that all you've got for it as well? Like, people just do play aggressively here?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, it's a short map, and
I don't think it really plays well to play super long on either, right? Like, the bases start getting very far apart, so...
yeah, but it has to be good for someone, you know?
Oh,
Because
yeah.
not everyone can say it's bad, you know, in late game. A map can be bad in late game. It's bad in late game for a race, you know? I don't think I've ever seen a late game on this map, though, now that you mention it.
Probably have, just
Like-
very forgettable.
In PvZ?
Mm,
I don't think so.
yeah, maybe not. See a lot of attacks that I feel like we always see like Hydras getting blocked by the rocks getting knocked down, and they have to like walk over to the left before they can attack into the natural or something, or third base instead.
Yeah. That is interesting. Okay, what else do we have? Nexus coming down. Love to see it. Oracle on the way. Love to see it too. 4 Adapt. Where are they? Oh, here we go. 3 in the natural, or 3 in the third, 1 in the natural. Dude, Showtime's so active with his oracles. Let's see if we can get some damage done though. Just being active isn't good enough. This isn't personal health. Like, your Fitbit isn't going to congratulate you for just doing 10,000 steps here, buddy. You need to get some kills. Imagine your Apple Watch wouldn't congratulate you unless you get a kill.
Congratulations.
wild.
You hit 10,000 steps today, but to close that ring, you need to kill somebody off.
You need to kill somebody, yeah? Say, what? Steve Jobs. So who's the guy in charge now, actually? Steve Jobs hasn't been around.
I have no idea. I don't follow any of this. My world really is very StarCraft focused. I don't know.
You know who's
people.
in charge of Blizzard then?
Hope.
Oh, yeah.
That's also very, like I say, I'm very StarCraft focused.
Okay, who's in charge of StarCraft? Right.
Yeah.
Okay, gotcha. What do you have over here? A little bit of a shade in. He could cancel, but he's gonna finish. Yeah. I think it's very scared to cancel there if there's like 15 more links. I'm not even sure. Like, if you have oracles nearby, then I don't think the links want to commit. Now you gotta run all the way back in, though. That sucks. I think the shade should have just been less far back. That probably would have been the best solution. Queen should die here. I think Showtime's gonna try for it. Gets a cancel. Ooh, I like this a lot. We have roaches on the way already here for Shin. Showtime's going to see that. He's going to be quite surprised by it. Queen's pushing these oracles back. This is a pretty neat defense out of Shin, honestly. I like this. 15 drones.
Wow.
Which base is he saturating?
He's double saturating. I guess he's gonna get all those gases and build some structures. I don't know, man. He's gonna have 75 workers on a set he needs 66 for. A little extreme.
It is ridiculously extreme. It's crazy.
He's gonna do mild oversaturation, so he actually has better economy. We just don't usually appreciate it. How about that?
How about that? Oh, okay. This is gonna be the Shin classic. We've seen this a lot. The Roach Hydra all-in. He's a big fan of this. He'll go for Roach Ravager Hydra. And he maxes out and he freaking goes. He plays this off any drone count as well. It seems like he doesn't actually have a drone count he prefers. He just likes doing it. He's adding in an infestation pit, which I would call out as a fake, but I don't think it is a fake. So this is confusing now for me.
Yeah, it definitely doesn't just all in as Showtime pushes in aggressively. Hydra's not out yet, so it's just Roaches versus Stalkers. We have a couple of stasis wards to fall back to as well, so Showtime is very safe and comfortable to keep pushing in a little bit here. But he's making great progress. The Roaches are hurting. I mean, another Queen showing up. Showtime has Blinks available once again on the Stalkers. We really need these Hydras for the extra DPS. The Queen's on the left side exposed, though. They will go down next. Finally, the Hydras are here for some better damage output, but if they're just on their own and extra Stalkers are showing up, Shin might still be in some trouble. The Stasis catches the Hydras as well, so of all the things for Shin to walk into, that Stasis is going to be rough. We see Showtime a little bit more aggressively moving forward now. There's drones pulled in on the left-hand side. Oracles are killing an Extractor. That's not how it's meant to be. They need to go onto that Queen, which they do manage to get to in the end. 15 dead drones. We have a Stasis still sat here waiting to be used, and Showtime having a few more Stalkers finishing up. Stasis doesn't do much, just one Zergling, as Shin does deal with that well at least. And Showtime, good damage, but was it enough? Can Shin build out of this? I mean, Showtime's going to get to Storm, and Shin has to rebuild an economy, no?
Yeah. Well, does he have to rebuild an economy? He could also hold down the Road Hydra button.
And just
I
go.
feel like going for a Hive right now would be a crazy move, no?
I feel like if you go Hive, you die before you get anything off the Hive, no?
Yeah, like your first Lurker is going to be out like 12 minutes into the game. The other guy's going to be flying in with a Mothership and a Tempest. And you have two Lurkers without Seismic. He's going to go Naked Lurker. No, Hive. Okay.
That's going to be...
Wow.
If Showtime has a bit of confidence off of this previous attack and just comes with, like, Storm, Stalker Charge, this feels terrifying for Shin. Like, he's going to have nothing for the next minute and a half. And even when he gets, like, a couple Lurkers up, them being unupgraded really sucks as well. So then Showtime, you know, he has time to build up. There's not going to be, like, a good Lurker attack for a while. Showtime should be loving this for now.
You know what this is like? You know, in movies when you're hiding, like they're trying to look for something in someone's office, you know, and then the guy comes back, so they have to hide under the desk in the office.
Yeah.
It feels like that's what Shin is doing, you know? He's like hiding under the desk, hoping that Showtime doesn't look under the desk. Except Showtime has a, you know, before he went into his office, someone handed him a note that said, "Look under the desk." And Shin is just sitting there like a duck, like a sitting duck. That's what he is.
He is the sitting duck.
He's the only one right now. There's a wild blink forward. Templar actually kind of exposed right now. Good control on those Hydras. Gonna snipe one, gonna snipe a second one. Roaches kiting back. This was not a great fight for Shin, but it probably was good enough to somewhat survive. Yeah,
he gets some Lurkers in position now. Showtime well on his way to the second Stargate and Fleet Beacon though, so he is prepping for this. He didn't need to do a lot with this attack, but it was daring. Like, he blinked in, he left the High Templars off to the left. He looked to jump on an opportunity, but by jumping, he kind of gave up the real strength of his army, so a little bit rough right there. As, like I say, now we're going to have lurkers on the map. That's still a long way from being okay for Shin, though, because he's got basically no creep spread. A 5th base team is pretty tough right now, and his opponent is building a hard counter to the units that he's going to rely on to try and keep him in the game.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it's still 4 base versus 4 base. This is generally considered terrible. There's going to be a single push here. That's what it is, right? We're going to have a single push, and that push is about to hit. Showtime is blissfully unaware of this. As his Prism hits the other side of the map, it's going to get like a bit of a Zealot warp in, perhaps. 2 Tempests are out right now. Do we have an Oracle? Without an Oracle, this could actually be an issue, because just 1 Observer, that is not great for detection.
No, he is getting another Obs in production, so we'll be seeing the attempted defense. I mean, the problem right now is just that this Natural's getting broken into. None of the units are there. He needs to break through the low ground so he can get back towards his Natural. Showtime's in some trouble as Shin chases on through. High Templars in the main drop 1 Storm. Kind of need to just morph them into an Archon. He got another Storm off, but they start to die. Stalker's coming up to the high ground too, but man, this is just taking forever to clean up.
Yeah, a serious issue here is that there's no units that are shooting up. There are 10 Hydras on the map, but they're not really in this attack. Even if Showtime were to lose this base, if you clear everything else, you're gonna be just fine. I don't even think this base is gonna die. Lurker count isn't necessarily great either. We now have 4 Tempests out on the map, and these Hydras are taking a freaking beating as we speak. Roach is trying to right-click this Nexus. The Nexus is gonna fall, but Shin didn't take a 5th behind this. Is trying to tech into a Spire as he wants Corruptors to deal with this. If he can get 15 Corruptors out, magically, maybe there's a way. But he doesn't have the money for it, and the Spire isn't done yet either. So there's a couple of issues here with this plan.
I mean, it was a pretty committed shove from Shin, right? Like, it was later mid-tier tech, right? Like, yes, you can have the Spire finishing now, but your money's already been spent. So like you say, you know, you can't actually add on the ants that you now need. So you're going to be a little bit stuck there just in general. And, it's going to keep you in a pretty rough position as Zealots, Archons, Tempests continue to just press on through. Hydras and the Lurkers gathering up. +3 attack. We'll be finishing very shortly as we do have a little bit of a Hydra dive forward there. The Zealots turn around. They're going to jump in. It's going to be seeing a couple more Lurkers firing back. The High Templars with the Storms available will look to get involved too as the Tempest's going to engage one more time. And we are going to just storm through once again right there.
Big Ling run by now,
nice.
Getting into the Natural as well as the main base. These Lings don't have upgrades though, do they? No. But they have speed, I guess, which is theoretically an upgrade, but doesn't really help them getting probes.
Well, it does help because they can get on them more fast quickly, but still
true.
Get what you mean.
Yeah, but it's... Okay.
Yeah.
That's very true.
Just
completely
like
correct, Wardy.
Yeah, just like to be pedantic with you specifically.
That's fine. So you're going to get 6 Corruptors extra out. We already have 5. There's not that much anti-air in this army. You know, we were joking around that if he gets 15 Corruptors, then maybe, but he actually is managing to kind of get those Corruptors out. And if he can jump this army, it's still not looking great, but maybe there's a future.
It gives you more of a chance at least, right? At least you've actually got something that can fight. And you get rid of the Tempest, the Lurkers can carry you as well. We've seen many a fight where Lurkers have been the big MVPs, so definitely don't count those guys out at all. There's 5 more Corruptors coming up. The Robo facility coming through. Templar's building. We just see the little army moving between the bases for a couple more moments there. We do have Zealots joined up underneath those Tempests now also as we move across through the middle.
Yeah. Shin honestly doing a good job stabilizing, or at least, I'm not sure if he's stable yet, but, you know, pretending to be stable. I think that in and by itself is very, very impressive after how this early start of the mid game went.
I'm with you. See the units gathering up. I mean, Showtime is obviously maxed and just wants to figure out what sort of fight he wants to take or how aggressively he wants to place himself on the map. He's just kind of taking bases, right? He's taking another base off to this right side, and Shin. The Shin is still just kind of, I mean, Shin's not even really adding upgrades on as well, right? The Corruptors have no upgrades. Like, he's not rich enough to have the luxury of making these units good as well as just getting units out. So he's just going for kind of sheer, kind of brute force power and numbers. We'll see if he'll be good enough. He did see some of these stasis wards coming into place, so you should be able to set them off preemptively. But there's a lot of units on Showtime on the left side as well, and I'm not sure there's going to be a lot to deal with that. As Shin trying to get in position here, preemptive storms and a time warp to slow this down, let some of the stack defense do their thing and give you even more time to work on that left-hand side as well. As now these Lurkers get set up. I mean, the Corruptors, don't get me wrong, are looking great. We're going to pop ourselves up the cloaking. Storms all over. It's a little bit of a messy scenario. We're still storming up the Corruptors right now as the Templars try and hold their own, and these Lurkers will get to sit in position, storming some of the Lurkers too, but High Templar's going down as well. I mean, don't get me wrong, you wipe this out as Shin, but then Showtime has a massive army across the map that you're not doing anything about currently. I mean, Showtime's losing the base.
And you're killing a 5th base while you're losing your own 5th, you're losing your own 4th, 36 workers down the drain. Showtime, all he really needs is any amount of Tempest right now. We have 7 Corruptors on the map. 2 of them are extremely damaged, and this army can just come back, flank the Lurkers, and probably be fine as well. I'd love to see an Oracle for Revelation. We're getting that Oracle indeed, because just relying on pure Observers can be tricky. As Stalker's now taking out some of these Corruptors. Observer is going to get cleared.
Oh, he saved it. And actually lost a bunch of Corruptors and trying to get that Observer as well, so it's actually worked out for Showtime. Shin is going to bring more units across the bottom right, so he is reinforcing in the next few moments. But there's the Revelation, so now you've got the vision you need, although these new Lurkers show up. Do we have an Observer here? Yes, we do. So he's actually going to catch all those reinforcing units already, and now he can absolutely collapse in on this army, and Showtime comes to clean up. Lurkers going down, the Zealots charging in, Storms are beautiful. The Corruptors have no job in this game anymore, and that is a full ground wipe. Don't get me wrong, it was expensive for Showtime. He's sub 100 supply himself, but Shin is even worse for wear.
Wow. GG gets called. Showtime is going to win the series.
What a great series, actually.
It was a fun series. I enjoyed this massively.
Yeah, had a bit of everything, right? Like Torches was kind of the more aggressive game. We had the super macro game, and then kind of a scrappier, more mid-phase game as well. Very fun. GG.
For sure.
All right. Showtime makes it to the final of the WardiTV Mondays. Something that he has done once before.
Wow, what a guy. I'm going to leave you here, Wardy, for the quick match. Yeah, I'm sorry.
He's slacking today? I can't believe it.
I'm definitely slacking, yeah.
All right, it's okay.
Enjoy it.
I was going to use you to sell out for the YouTube as well in the next game, but it's fine. Don't worry.
Okay, we'll have to do that next week then. Oh, you're not here next week?
No, there's nothing on next week.
Oh,
week after, though. Or maybe the week after.
So for the people that are watching on my YouTube, where can they go, Wardy? Because these guys, their Twitch is blocked.
Their Twitch is blocked.
That's true. They can't watch on Twitch.
YouTube.com/WardiTV.
Oh. I can just insta-link it as well, can't I?
You can insta-link it? I guess that go wild.
Okay, for the kids on YouTube, just click this thing. It should work. Yep, there you go. So I expect at least 10 more people to show up.
I'll count.
And for the people on Twitch, I will just rate myself. All right. Thank you all for watching, and enjoy the finals. Bye-bye.
All right, guys. Finally, we get to see some real casting here. None of this nonsense analyzing games and early game builds and being excited about little things. We're going to do some real hard just watching, telling you guys what's on the screen, counting the amount of drones on minerals in the main base at the start of the game. All that good stuff, you know. That's what we're rolling for. It is going to be Showtime versus Clem. Probably a couple minutes away. Clem's still AFK, it seems, so videos have not started yet, so we've probably got a moment or two before we get rolling. And yeah, obviously, thank you, Harston, for the raid. Welcome, everyone. I guess I should stop sharing thingy with Harston. Oh, no. And stream together. There we go. Yeah, he went offline. We're still streaming together. I don't even know how that works, you know. Cool. You're a follower on Twitch, but you cannot log into your account. Do I know anything about that? I have no idea. Crazy. Talking down our boy Harston. Oh, look. The only thing the only time I get to talk down to Harston is when he's not here, because he absolutely destroys and owns me every time we cast together. I have no chance, so I've got to take my digs when I can get them, you know? I've got to try and pretend to be able to do stuff whenever possible. Apparently Showtime might have hopped to Europe, so take a moment. We're going to count, that's why Harston had to drop. See, yeah, this is exactly what we need. I take our opportunity. Yeah, Showtime is on Europe. I'll tell him to come back, because Clem is in Korea. And we'll get ready to go into our finals. Best of 5. Like I say, Showtime has been into a WardiTV Monday final once before. What's actually crazy is that Showtime's never made top 4. Only top 2. So obviously he's made top 4 and getting to the top 2. Because, yeah, he's made, because you can't get top 2 without. But, like, the fact he's never made, like, he plays in not all of these Cubs, but he plays in a lot of them. I would have thought Showtime would have had a couple more top 4s, to be honest, but I guess it is tough when you play a hero or Max Pax or a Clem a lot of the time in the round of 8. When he did make the top 2. He got second place in Edition 29. He lost a hero 2-3. He was down 1-2, brought it back to 2-2, but he couldn't make it happen. In that event, he actually 2-0'd Clem. He actually had a great run. He 2-0'd Bunny, Clem, and Solar before meeting Hero in that final. Today he meets Clem in the final. It's a difficult matchup, but hey, Showtime has been playing well today. I mean, it's interesting because we've not really seen the bottom portion of the bracket, but Showtime, he started the day out with a 2-0 against Beyond, 2-1 against Gumiho, now he's 2-1 Shin. Like, he's playing well against some top-tier opponents. I don't think Clem's an easy matchup, obviously he never is, but I think there's some potential for Showtime. Like, I'd say Clem is an 80-20 favorite, so never count out that 20%, right? Let's see what their recent history's been, as vetoes are underway, guys, so we shouldn't be too long. Okay, Clem's on a nice little win streak against Showtime, 2-0, 2-1, 3-0, 2-0. In the WardiTV Spring Championship, Clem lost 1-2, but then won 3-1 in the rematch, I believe. Yep, I remember that. WardiTV Mondays 29 was the last time they played, and yeah, it was Showtime's victory before that as well, so... In 2025, Showtime is 2-1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. 2-11 against Clem, which is not a great score. Hey, that's like 2080 though, ish. 3-11 would be a little bit close to it, so you know, I'm believing. So yes, probably not super likely that Showtime's going to be the favorite here, but we'll see. I think it's tougher in it being a best of 5 as well, but. Like I say, we will see what goes down. And get ready to rumble into Pylon for the first map, but vetoes are done. Hoping that this first game is not super long, because we've just come out of a couple of long games in our last series. My ads will play in 18 minutes on Twitch, so kind of hoping this first game is like short enough that we can come out, play some ads, and then just clear the way so we don't get interrupted by ads mid-game. Fingers crossed on that. So let's keep the long games for games 2, 3, and 4, and 5, hopefully, you know? Let's try and do it properly. Maximize efficiency. I do think this should be a good series. And Clem and Showtime, I feel like a lot of the time Showtime gets 2-0'd by Clem, but looks very good in the games. So, kind of hoping for a little bit of that. Hopefully he hasn't drained himself out playing everyone else so far, so... Hell yeah. Alrighty, guys. We'll just take a moment or two. We're in the lobby. I think we've got everyone here. We should have 7 casters because we lost Harston. Cool. Ready, GLHF? We are good. Alright, we're going to count on into this, guys. Best of 5 finals. And the winner is the WardiTV Monday champ. Obviously, Clem, 18 wins over the 43 editions that have finished up so far. 7 times he's made it to a finals and lost there. And then obviously Showtime, his second ever final, looking to try and join the pretty elite group of players that have won one of these cups. I mean, there's only been 8 players that have won over the course of, you know, 43 editions. It's pretty crazy. Again, Clem, Hero, MaxPack's really hogging the top spots in this event a lot of the time. So let's see what we can do as we dive on into our grand finals of WardiTV Mondays Edition 44. In the bottom right-hand corner, we're going to start things off with the blue Terran player from Team Liquid. He's had a rough bracket today. Reynor in the round of 8. And then, of course, coming out against MaxPax in the round of 4. Let's see what he can do in the finals. It's Team Liquid's Clem. In the bottom right, our reigning world champion. Maybe the final time we get to call him that, because I'm not going to be casting him again until after EWC after today. So this might be the final time we get to call him the current world champ of StarCraft 2. That says how close we are to the EWC starts 1 week and 1 day from now. As in the top left corner, the red Protoss player is going to be Showtime from Sentinels. He will be at EWC as well, looking great in this Open Cup. What a great way for him to kind of step into that event. Going to be very, very exciting. Alright, so... I will just take a moment here. I do real talk. We've obviously been co-casting with Harston. I've not really done a lot of my selling out and stuff today. So first of all, thank you if you've been subscribing throughout the stream today. Gnoid000 just came into the 40-month resub. I've also had the Gyron. Ian M7 gifted out 10 subs as well. So thank you so much, Ian, as always, for gifting out those subs. Grats if you got one of those. My Wardy dad hit us up with the 101 month resub too. So thank you everyone for supporting and showing some love. Super appreciate it. And yeah, we are obviously... A quick moment just to say, obviously, this is a WardiTV event, so these events don't happen without you guys. We do appreciate the support. If you sub up, etc., it goes a long way. You can support for free, though. If you're on the YouTube, you can like and subscribe, free to do, lets you find more of our videos, lets you see the live stream more frequently, so do that. Obviously on the Twitch you can follow, and like I say, any support goes a long way to helping. And if you want to support specifically tournaments, you can go to patreon.com/WardiTV. 100% of any pledge on Patreon goes directly into tournament prize pools. So if you love the WardiTV events, if you love the tournaments, from the Mondays to the bigger events, European Leagues, the Summer Championship coming up after the EWC, if you like the WardiTV events, consider supporting on the Patreon. We even cover transaction fees, so if you donate $10 on Patreon, that $10 will 100% end up in the pocket of a StarCraft 2 Pro, or an amateur, if an amateur beats all the pros to win the prize money. But it will 100% go into a prize pool, will 100% be given out to a player. So if you want to support the tournaments, check out the Patreon. Like I say, it's a guaranteed way where you can ensure that, what you're putting in is supporting the most important part of StarCraft 2, which is the players. Doesn't Patreon take a cut? Yes, I cover that out of our other revenue. Like I say, it's guaranteed. So I will cover the transaction fee and guarantee that it goes into prize money. So yes, we make sure to, but the whole point is I want to make sure that you guys have a 100% guaranteed way that money goes directly to tournament prize pools, because I know that's important to a lot of people, so. Alright, that's the Patreon at patreon.com/WardiTV. That's enough selling out. We've had 3 minutes of this game. Fortunately for me, not much has happened. Would have broken off if it looked a little bit more exciting, but it's really not been. Reaper and a few Marines coming out, the bunker up defensively early, nothing lost in the game. The Adept will attempt to scout as the Reaper is poked across on the other side of the map as well. We just have the double gateway and a robo facility coming through. The blink chrono boosting up on the Twilight Council. And we have ourselves a couple of moments. Medevac, Marines, Widowmine all producing through. The Adept is going to be a little bit of a shade through toward the main base. Medevac and Marines still coming over. Barracks and the Tech Lab coming up. Blink is on the way in as well. I'm just going to be seeing this Medevac popping out of the starport and ready to jump into... ready to jump those two Widowmines inside and start to go out across the other side of the map. So Medevac boosting across over to the top left. Nexus building, Blink coming up. Raven is building on the starport as well. Another barracks just going down in the main. Two Widowmines continue to come across and get ready to hit this mineral line in the next few moments as we have ourselves a chance to actually do some damage here. Stalker's not in position. First Widowmine will get burrowed. Has to kind of split a little bit hectically. Too many probes nearby. Oh, that's nice. That was actually kind of nice because I feel like the probe kind of taking the... Oh, and burrows into Stalker fire. That's a dead mine. I was going to say that probe kind of looking like it was going to go towards the 3 maybe meant Clem didn't retarget it. So then when you pull it back, it fires and you actually get to clean up rather than wasting more time. But yeah, either way, I mean, this was nice because, don't get me wrong, you killed some mining time in the natural. That first Widowmine drop-in was nasty, but the one in the main going down fairly freely is a bit of a shame because now you've got an empty Medevac. No units are going to stick back to deal with that, and we're going to catch the Raven on the map. That's very bad for Clem. He should lose this 100%. Raven down, no spell casting from it, and that's one more harassing unit that will not be on the map any longer. So Showtime finds himself in an amazing early game position. Minor mining time lost, but nothing to stop him from mining in the future now. That's the most important part of this. There is nothing else that's going to make his mining time miserable, that's going to slow him down here. He can fully focus on just progressing in this game, and that's where he's going to go to right now. Just put some pressure on at the front. Third base can saturate. This is so nice. You just don't have to warp in any Stalkers at home. You don't have to pull probes away. I mean, the bunker's going to stop you from doing much. It's not like Showtime has a ton of Stalkers out across the map. Doesn't have a prism there to support it either. But just sits here, holds his opponent back, sees what's going on in the main base with the Observer. He's going to see the reactor timing, so he does know the Medevac timing as well, which is absolutely huge. Third CC will drop down there as we just get that underway. Looks like, yep, there is a bunker that will fall, so that bunker drops down dead, and that does mean we get that cleaned up as the Observer pops through, moves out to the sides. The Stalker's going to pull back over to the right. Stimpack, Combat Shield, and the +1 upgrade continuing to come online for the moment. +1 in charge, Robo Bay coming up, additional gateways, and everything else coming online for the next little while. Gate morphs into the warp gate, couple of zealots coming through, the +1 attack on the charge coming up as well, and Bio will still gather, siege tank setting up in the natural, and we'll just have our army moving out from the main base toward the nat, and just going to be seeing that Observer overhead, keeping an eye on things. Observer to the right side, Also going to keep a little bit of an eye on this and that. Going to get a scan in, observer falling. It's going to be a nice catch right off the bat as the +1 in the combat shield continues to build into play for the moment. Well, now Clem just pushing. I mean, this is where Showtime should feel good, right? He's had a decently good early game. He's had no reason to keep pressure, be kept back or anything. He's not taking a 4th base just yet, although I'm sure he would love to have one started up, but he is just going to be cautious about it. There's a later 3rd from Clem. It's not super fast 3rd base, so Showtime just kind of getting towards his Colossus, and honestly, right now, I think Showtime's army can easily jump on what is here from Clem. Clem scans it, sees it, already start to step away. Showtime having 2 sentries gives him an option to have a Guardian Shield that comes up, maybe a Force Field or 2 as well, but she's going to blink forward after the Medivacs that just lifted up, a couple of Siege Tanks that were in this army. I mean, this is difficult for Clem because Showtime can chase, and those Zealots are so tanky. The only good news right now is obviously that, you are getting rid of some of these Zealots as we go, and eventually, with a mine showing up, we are going to turn this Protoss army away. I mean, Clem lost himself a Medivac there, didn't lose the Siege Tanks. I think the main thing was that Showtime couldn't get his range units really in range. He was really chasing, and the chase was very real. And so because of that, he didn't get a lot of his units fighting the entire time. As we get one more Siege Tank set up already. The Extended Thermal Lance will finish up in a moment, +2 attack on the way in as well. The army on the right ready to potentially strike down toward the 3rd as we go. We're just going to be having a few additional probes finishing up. Forge Battle complete, 2 more Vikings building from Clem. The armor upgrade on its way out of the engineering bay. We drop another mule in on the right-hand side. And as that mule drops in on the right side, we'll just see a couple more Vikings coming about. Again, the upgrades continue through. +2 attack, +1 armor. Prism, Zealots building at the moment. As the army collects over on the right side from Showtime. Stalker's just going to go through. Just going to be seeing a couple of shots coming about. A little DC, unfortunately, from one of our casters here. As we'll see the Zealot Stalker Colossus. Right as this moment's about to get interesting. I mean, Clem's supply blocked for a moment or two. He does have a few Vikings to help keep the Colossus at bay. That's going to keep Showtime, I think, from being comfortable and kind of attacking into this place. So Clem is able to push Showtime back the other direction for the moment. And Marine Marauder continuing by. The armor upgrade coming up as well. Here comes a few extra Zealots. Showtime obviously close to being maxed out. I think in general, as Showtime, you want to keep on forcing fights as long as there's no access to, ghosts or anything here. Typically, don't get me wrong, this is a defensive Terran position, but you've got Zealots in the main base right now as well, so the Prism going to get active over here right off the bat. And then that gets cleaned up nicely, but I think Showtime does want to just keep poking around and staying a little aggro. Recalls the Prism, so the Vikings hunting it down do not find it. Yeah, I really feel like while there's a chance for these Colossus to get in there and trade without being taken out easily, but there's a very good chance for Showtime to just keep fighting there, but not happening just yet. And there's a couple of Warpins come through. Disruptors building up, gates on the way. And again, Marine Marauder Ghost building about as well. +2 attack, +2 armor, building also. And this army heading down to the south. As we actually do see Clem about to take his 4th base. Showtime's going to be right on position to try and play denial of this 4th right here. So that could be a pretty big factor in the next moment or two. As you do see a couple of units stimming up at the front. Going to start 7 forward, 1 Stalker already going down. And we are going to have a couple more units going down over on the side. Stalker gets jumped upon. Just going to see the rest that's going through. Nice EMP, and that's going to be a chance to get rid of these Colossus. The Colossus kind of stepped into the front of the army from Showtime for a second there. And the Zealots walking into the massive bio is not great. The Disruptor's too close to fire. There's no way it fires and does well enough, yeah. If he was going to fire that, I mean, he had to in the end here, right? Because he was running for his life. It was going to die anyway. But if there was a time to fire, it would have been as soon as he was oh god, before he maybe sees the Disruptor, maybe then he doesn't notice in time to jump toward it. But yes, this was a disaster for Showtime. This fight was not it in the slightest, as Clem just smashes him. And that army gets kind of ripped up and torn apart a little bit. 11 additional Zealots going through, a couple Disruptors coming up. Our army still stepping forward, and we do have ourselves the Protoss trying to just jump back onto this right now. But yeah, we lost all of our Colossus. It was a really weird fight because it happened so suddenly. What really did come into play was just the fact that I think we dove kind of in with the Colossus accidentally. The way they stepped around the corner just put them into the front, and so they just got hurt hard early. Now the Vikings on the ground trying to help out. Clem's losing a lot of supply, trying to attack in. Showtime's turned this into a very respectable defense. Plus 2 attack will help him a little bit. He gets a prism across the map. Could maybe cause some trouble if Clem has just been reinforcing across. And Showtime actually going to bounce back in a big way after getting heavily reset on his army. He's actually going to show up. Main base now not mining from Clem. Just going to let these Zealots cause chaos. And if nothing else, it gives Showtime some presence on the map. He has a 5th base up. He's rebuilding the Colossus. About to have 3-2 upgrades as well against the 2-2. So he will maintain an upgrade lead in general. And he's confident enough to step a little bit onto the map once again. So that's a really nice bounce back from Showtime, because that was such a terrible fight in the middle for him. So yeah, really able to turn that around, get some disruptor shots off in the end. And that's going to be absolutely huge. Why is Showtime not using Storm? I think it's just one of those games where... I think he had a chance to go Storm in this game, but I think he probably would have liked to have gone Storm soon after having 3 Colossus, and I don't know if he was just already feeling good on the map and he just maybe just likes having disruptors on this map instead, maybe because he feels though you can't move forwards without kind of going up certain positions and disruptors zone those very nicely. Or I don't know if it was just because he had such a bad fight at a point where maybe he would have thrown the Templar Archives down if he'd continued to have money. Instead, disruptors are much more of a Hail Mary. Of course, he was already building disruptors though, so it did seem like that choice was made earlier than that. So yeah, I mean, Storm is not essential. Disruptors and Storms kind of fill similar roles, where they're kind of real zoning units, and Showtime going to get jumped on here, jump on this army here. He actually started talking down Medivacs. Disruptor shots come through. Good split from Clem, as the disruptors do not land. That disruptor in the back, yeah, I was going to say, it fired and tried to kill the Protoss army. A little bit of a traitor. Second time we see Showtime in this similar position, having to run away and not having a great time. The Vikings, at the moment, chipping through the Colossus, and that is going to be an issue. Not having that consistent damage output of AoE, and instead just relying on the disruptor shots does take away the consistency that this army of Showtime is looking to be able to play with right now, and that is definitely a kind of a longer term issue for the moment. That's what I mean before this series when I said that Showtime plays a lot of good games against Clem, but the scorelines don't always reflect it. Like, I can see Clem winning this game, but Showtime's put up a good fight and had some good positions that have, been lost to him, but TLDR, like, as a viewer, like, these series are really fun to watch, even when the scorelines typically end up in Clem's favor, because Showtime does put up a fight. He does have a challenge in his kind of nature against Clem, and sometimes it comes out in his favor, oftentimes it does not. Going to try and dive through here. Zealots are going to try and lead the charge forward. Again, chasing that Bio army back a little bit. Zealots get onto the right-hand side. A few SCVs already going down. A little bit of Bio will chase. A couple Zealots getting caught. +3 armor coming up. The shield upgrade coming through. Dark Shrine, Zealots, Nexus. Continue to come up here as well, as the Bio is just going to jump onto the Nexus as well. +2 ship weapons. Going to be continuing through the cloaking on the way for the Ghost as well. Just some of the later game upgrades coming up from Clem right now as Showtime gets himself a couple moments to try and attack in over here. Clem is at the point where he's building a bunch of bases. Obviously, Showtime's built bases all the way throughout this. Great position for Showtime. He can zone with the disruptors a little, but he's not confident enough to stick around. And maybe rightfully so. You see those disruptors already being chased. He might need a few units to step forward and protect these disruptors. Clem try and target the further disruptor out. Not a bad idea. The Vikings do make quick progress onto the Colossus. So they're going to die. And these Zealots, like, they really do hold the front nicely, but it's just the Colossus are dying. I think this is a moment where Storm actually does become very, very good, because the disruptors you can kind of dodge away from. A Storm here would have much more so pushed that army back and stopped Clem from being able to re-engage in. Like, a Storm could have come through there and realistically hit the Bio, where the disruptors were not able to find the same kind of shot or the same kind of opportunity, right? So I think this is 100% a good question of maybe it's time to go Storm. At this point, maybe Showtime feels too committed without Storm. Maybe it feels too difficult to kind of, switch that up and bring that back in. It's going to have an army on the left-hand side coming over. Stalker's going to blink on underneath those Medivacs. It's going to be seeing the Zealots taking some damage as well. So a few shots coming over. Bio pushing back up. We have ourselves at this stage where Showtime is trying to obviously keep splitting up and go in different directions. Every base on the map, the bottom left-ish base, that should probably be Clem's, is kind of being taken. Showtime contesting both corner bases as well, so really trying to have that endless kind of, as he starts to trade badly, and he's only 2k resources behind, which is not bad, but as he gets to that sort of point, you do want to be mining more here as the Protoss player. Like, that is very typical of this scenario, so You want to try and keep that very true. As the Nexus in the top right-hand side goes down as well, it's going to be another good catch for the moment. Shadow Stride done shortly. It's going to be another harassing option for Clem as this game progresses. For Showtime as this game progresses. Blink DTs are very scary. They can take bases down quickly. They're also extremely expensive to get up in very good numbers. That's always going to be a choice you're going to make. As Showtime tries to kind of pinch onto this army, he will get the Zelda charge through. Coming in from the left-hand side there. He just finished up another Robo, and I'm wondering if we go back into Colossus because we have just completely reset the Viking count here. Yeah, 3 Colossus coming up all at once, and if Clem doesn't realize it, that can be a very dangerous switch. Disruptor's here trying to find the edge of the army. Doesn't get it despite the lack of a stim there. What Clem is also doing is building up the Liberators, and eventually Liberators are going to make you have to tech into the later stage of this game as Showtime. The first 3 or 4, no, not really. As more come up, that's definitely going to be where the problem lies. He warped in a bunch of DTs. They're hitting the bottom left base in a moment or two. We'll check in on that after this fight happens as Clem just about gets away from the terrible disruptor shots that was about to be. Terrible for the Terran, that is. As you do see, the base bottom left has gone down, so those DTs are succeeding. But Clem is obviously pressing forward, and there's not much of an answer right now from Showtime. He needs those Colossus to pop out and to come and help us here. We put an orbital on fire. We're going to finish off another bit of static defense. And we should be getting the hell out of here, but Showtime's just got a bit too much going on. All but 1 DT go down. It's expensive. I mean, Showtime's going to warp in a bunch of Zealots and Stalkers now. He needs to be careful because his gas count is going to be the challenge, right? Like, he needs to make sure that if he's warping in DTs, he still has gas for the other tech units to keep everything else alive and rolling. A couple libs set up on the right side. Again, it's going to be such a challenge to attack into those libs. That's why Showtime wants this kind of mobile harassing force at this stage, because then you can pull the Liberator sieges apart. You can see this. He's diving past the Liberators a little bit here, right? He's got an attack in the bottom left again. Like, these are the things that Clem has to now try and deal with on multiple fronts to really stay in this game. Showtime has a ton of minerals available too, by the way, so going to maintain that. A few medevac's going to boost down to the bottom side. It's going to see another jump onto the Planetary Fortress here. The few Zealots are going to get involved right away. It's just difficult, man. You're fighting through a choke point. You've got, Planetary Fortresses fighting against you as well. Stim forward, do not like that at all from Clem. It doesn't let the Lib siege up very far forward, but the Colossus turned around and laser beamed down that Terran army at first. So that was a bunch of bio taking a hit. And you can see Clem right now, not a lot of minerals. He needs to find a base to drop some mules onto. Showtime is outmining him mineral-wise right now, which makes sense. 80 to 49 workers. Obviously, Clem, at certain points, will probably just have the, the ghosts the mules to help him out, as I'm thinking of the ghosts here, EMPing, making sure no recall in this base. However, Showtime takes this as a chance to press forward. Some of the new orbitals being forced to lift up in the skies. There's just no way we fight through this. Those Liberators are way too scary. We will zone backwards, and we will get some of the Vikings, which try to chase the Colossus, going to be protected by that. Showtime losing a lot of probes down here. Opens up some supply for more army units if that's what he wants to go for, but that does take away some of his potential for rebuilding. He's going to dive this command center here. That's a planetary that goes down. I like that a lot, though, because I actually think this has a lot of value as a planetary because it really stopped Showtime from attacking into this position. Now it's going to be replaced as an orbital. That base feels way more engageable, and this location feels opened up. This is an avenue of an attack, an entire pathway that now Showtime can access where he could not really access previously. The planetary really clogged him up way too much before. The orbital, not quite so much. Showtime going to already be pushing right back into that position. As he dives through here, a couple of libs out of position here. We should be able to turn onto at least one of those. It just feels like Showtime's losing so much, though. That mineral bank is draining. Clem's starting to get a little bit better mining up and running. Man, Showtime has so much down over here. Maybe that's why he's lacking on the top. He's going to have Clem really running up to the top side. I think Clem realizes that Showtime has not got a lot at home. Man, so many of these units are so low, but there's so much that it doesn't really matter. Showtime counterattacking, great. That's all well and good, but we need to live. We need to survive. Colossus is going to pop out. There's too many Vikings. And I think Showtime's almost just a little bit too all over the map right now. I mean, Clem's going to respect it a little bit and pull back. He is going to have... I mean, this is obviously turned into a base trade to some extent. So Showtime's going to lose a lot of his mining bases to the right side. I mean, you see Liberators setting up over here. There's a few Stalkers that could probably get through and make something happen. The reinforcing units there getting taken down. Showtime, he's going to back away from it, though, so he's not sure about continuing in. It took him a little bit too long to break into that base. I mean, this base is just... it's just a give-up, right? Although I do like what Showtime's doing. He's going to bring the rest of the army forward here and look to knock down this bit of mining, especially that rich vest being gas. Take that away from Clem. And now Clem's in the wrong position to really do much about this. Couple of the Colossus, a Viking count at 6 only. That feels manageable. We don't have as many Stalkers as we used to, but in a game where the resources are low, there's not a lot of banks to be worked with. Like, I actually like this because remember, Clem's army's kind of low HP as well. It's actually going to come diving in on this. Showtime just going to send it. Is that a cool decision? I do not think so. Oh, he felt like he could take this fight, but his army was just not good enough. Oh, that's a shame from Showtime because I really felt like he was still competitive here, but diving right there when so much of his army is still elsewhere as well is just not the play. And I think that's going to be the move that actually cuts Showtime off in this game. 23 minutes deep, and we are, I think, on the verge of seeing Clem picking up the opening map now because that was just a little bit too much lost all at once right there. And I think we are now going to end up in a bit of trouble, to be honest with you guys. Clem retakes this base on the right, so he's going to be able to get a little bit more mining going once more. And Showtime in comparison is, I mean, he's got the bottom left base up, the same base on the other side of the map. He just lost so many units. He had another Colossus coming over as well. There was so many ghosts in that army too, which actually packed quite a punch if they're not getting taken down quickly. It just wasn't the fight from Showtime. I think a few times in this game, the issue has been like he's ran into these brick walls of bio armies that have just been too stacked up. Like there's just been too many units stacked in a clump that he's not been able to declump and really work his way through. Like the splash damage has not been there. And in that case, it was very true. The Colossus went down way too quickly, and so Showtime lost that opportunity. Which is, like I say, a shame because I feel like this was still very much up for grabs either way. Just like I say, you can't take the fight like that. And that does, like, at this stage, leave us with Clem looking very likely to probably be victorious in game one because Showtime, he's just not mining enough to stay in it at this stage. Clem, you know, beforehand he was obviously denying bases of Clem as well, but Clem retaking, or overtaking, I guess is the better way to say it, to the top right. Like that top right corner base used to be Showtime's, now it's Clem's, and it's mining. You know, it was a close game when Showtime was mining there. Never mind now when Clem's going to mine from it. I actually really wonder what would have happened if Showtime was a bit faster to get up into the main base when the base trading thing was happening. Like, initially the two Liberators weren't there. That would have made a big difference. This fight, there's no chance. Too much bio, it pulled up. Splash damage goes down before you can really punish the stack. And Clem will take a game one. A great example of what I say when I mean Showtime gives us great games. It just doesn't always go his way in the end, right? Like, he doesn't always get the scoreline to favor him at the end of it all. GG's. When that is going to be an opening game going to Clem. Congrats to him. It was a very cool game. Awesome opening map of our finals, and is our finals, guys. Game 2 coming up in a moment of a best of 5 here on the WardiTV Mondays edition 44. We are approaching 2,000 viewers on Twitch. We are at 500 viewers on YouTube. I think this might be, apart from the time we had Twitch front page, I think this is closing in on being one of our most viewed WardiTV Mondays. I mean, obviously, even when we had Twitch front page, we had, like, I want to say we didn't have much higher than 2K viewers, actually. Like, it's kind of a little bit crazy, to be honest. Kind of a little bit crazy. All right. We are just waiting for the guys to host up. Showtime's played a lot of long games back-to-back. If he needs a couple minutes, no worries. We need to run ads as well. I've used all my ad snoozers. You remember when I said I hope this game's not long? I used all of the ad snoozers to my power, and we just about managed to avoid having ads during the game on Twitch, so hopefully we can keep that up as we get ready for another game here. We're missing one caster, get them invited in, and we should be good to go. It's the Harstem effect. Well, Harstem casts with us every week, man. He doesn't usually do this. It's the Harstem leaving us effect. That's what it is. When Harstem leaves us, the viewers go up. So it built it up a little bit because everyone's like, oh, I kind of like Harstem. But then when Harstem left, everyone's like, no, now I really like the stream. 200 IQ. But Harstem has a cutoff point. Like, he gets us to like almost the tip of the mountain, but we have to cut him off to get to the tip, you know, to get to the peak. That's the real play. What's up, Jimmy Jim Kev? Thank you so much for the Prime sub. Thank you also during that game, Nanny EL, 13-month resub on the Prime, and Merham, the tier 3 for 79 months. It's EWC already. I mean, it actually is in just 7-8 days time. Crazy, right? Absolutely crazy. Let's go. Back in game. He's like the Yoshi in a Mario level. You have to jump off of him to reach the goal at the end. Yes, that's exactly it. He's the Yoshi. We use him to navigate the course, but to finish up strong, to get that final completion, we have to let him just dive into the nether as we jump over. That's the perfect stuff. Love it. All right. For it's worth, it may be very little. I'm here because EWC Dota 2 has 2 days of downtime between the group stage and playoffs. Well, welcome. Enjoy watching some StarCraft too. Good to have you here. We have SC2 at EWC next week. If you like what you're seeing today, these guys are probably going to kick it up another notch next week when it comes to all being on the line. The beautiful part of StarCraft 2 is 90% of players you've seen today. In fact, I think everyone we've casted on stream today, apart from Shameless in the very first match, will all be at the EWC in a week's time. Which is kind of crazy, no? It really baffles me that the players are so supportive of these events and they get so involved with them. It's amazing, obviously. Great for me, and I think great for the community of StarCraft 2. Obviously has to settle into this weird state where we're dying, but we're not really dying because we're super passionate, so... yeah. Thank you, Dohi, for the 44-month resub, and let's have a look at this game. Minute and a half, I got to put us on an observer, so... ignore me, just leaving us in the main base. I know how to make the most of having 2,000 viewers. Yes, I do. See, I'm just gonna accidentally forget to do anything with it. Yeah. Peaceful opening, few moments here. Tokamak opening game, and we get this settled in as the factory and the commencer continue to come online. One probe gets back over there. Not really much going on, right? Early game, Reaper and the Marine even hanging back. It was true last game as well. We had a pretty passive opener for the most part. The bunker came down. I mean, I didn't really talk much about the opener last game as well, but not much happened. The Reaper scouted, the Adept scouted. No one really traded out much. Both these players happy to set up slowly. I kind of wonder if Showtime has intentions or a plan as to what he would like to do as this Reaper hops up to the high ground, hops back down. The hallucination going to start moving out. The orbital and a starport building in as well. Widowmine and a couple of Marines will continue up for the moment. Product Council will finish. A couple of gates coming online. Warp gate about to complete, and the Reaper still just obviously cruising around, looking for some info if anything is possible. Here's the blink from Showtime. 2 more gateways, very similar to what we've had previously. From Clem, he's going to have himself a few Marines as the starport comes online, and this can be a very different drop because you're going to be much more Marine heavy in this game. So you can just go medevac and drop the 2 mines, but you could also maybe go like Marine mine drop if you wanted to, or Marine poke, mine drop at the same time. There are options at this point as to what he maybe gets up to, so definitely has those choices as a couple of gateways continue to produce online for the moment. Gates finishing. At the front, we get that set up. Hallucination. Sees the load ups and he knows it's just 2 mines coming across the map. Does not necessarily know what direction that's going into because the hallucination saw the lift up and not necessarily the direction we ended up going, but the 2 stalkers do intercept. Hallucination gets back on track, and that more or less makes it impossible for Clem to go across the map now. Remember, last game really started badly for Clem. The first Widowmine drop was not really it. Got cleaned up a little faster than he would have liked. And then also we have, had the Raven getting caught. Again, here we go. Medevac going down. So Showtime absolutely on top of the early game here. That is absolutely huge. So no initial harassment. Obviously, we'll see if the Raven can get across instead. And maybe that will provide some opportunity. Oh, what's actually over here? Is that just the Reaper diving through for a couple kills? Looks like it. Apologies, guys. So yeah, Reaper dives over and gets a couple kills in the end at least. And Showtime continues to sit out the front and trying to hold his ground. Stimpak in the +1 continuing online. And the Forge and a few more probes building up as well. Continue to get this settled up into play as the few Stalkers get to the front. There's going to be a bit of a bunker play here. Marines putting some damage out. The Marines still trying to step on forward. Stalkers have to keep blinking away. There's that medevac up the right-hand side. Sorry, the Raven up the right-hand side right now that's going to come through. So it did get across the map, most notably, and is going to be in for some damage. Auto turret going down. I'm just going to pick away at a bunch of those probes. 2 workers down immediately. And at the same time, Stalkers blinked into the main base. Oh my goodness, Stim goes down. It's always funny because Stim is like a really good pick-off. But it doesn't always feel as good as it maybe should. As this is awkward. Do we not have a recall from Showtime? He's going to blink and just keep going. Oh, this is very scary because you're going to lose a lot of Stalkers. But it's almost... I almost want to say it's okay-ish because We denied Blink, so it's going to be... we denied Stim, so it's going to be difficult for Showtime for Clem to punish this. 2 Stalkers do make it home, but that was a lot of Stalkers. Usually what we say about Stalkers is they're the kind of unit you want to keep forever. Because A, they have the ability to keep themselves alive with Blink, and B, they're expensive units. Like, you don't really want to reinvest money into rebuilding your Stalkers. You want a Stalker count initially, and then spend your money elsewhere. They're quite mineral heavy, so you want to spend those minerals on Zealots, and they cost quite a bit of gas too, and you want to spend that gas on other tech units. So having to rebuild a Stalker count back up can be an issue. Like I say, no Stim maybe gives you a bit more recovery time to get an army up and to take advantage of the workers that you've killed. I mean, look at, like I say, like, Stim is not far from being done still, despite the denial, because we just go straight to the other tech lab. What will really be delayed, because obviously Stim's delayed a bit, what will really be delayed off of all of this is going to be combat shields. So that's meant to be the tech lab combat shields is building on. And so that's going to be the real delay for Clem. So there's still, don't get me wrong, it's a good pickoff from Showtime, but it became expensive, he made more of it. Hard to say whether I would have rather him just recalled immediately or just continue to go after those SCVs. I don't know how many Stalkers he would have just lost if he instant recalled when he blinked across toward the mineral line. I think he would have gone away with at least 5 or 6, in which case, versus, like, and probably still killed 2 SCVs as well. That's actually a genuinely very difficult little bit of analysis to make. Is I think in the long run, TLDR, as long as Showtime doesn't die in the next minute or so, and it's going to have been worth it, right? Like, he took a very serious economic lead, put himself into a very good position, and gets to kind of start reaping the benefits of it a little bit right now. So, yeah, across the board, I'd say pretty darn good, to be honest. Back around the right-hand side. Clem has just started up Combat Shield, so he'll get himself toward that. I mean, Combat Shield's a big deal. It's minus 10 HP on every Marine. It doesn't sound like a lot, but when you consider that there's 20 Marines on the army, that's 2,000 less health you have to go through as the Protoss player to get kills, right? That's basically like the Terran player just double stimmed. You know, it's a pretty big factor, and especially when the Colossus start lasering and they do the AoE and units die so quickly anyway, Marines die so quickly to that AoE, and it really does become a pretty big factor pretty quickly. So definitely something to think on here as Showtime steps out toward the middle of the map for the moment. 2 Colossus in the army. There's this kind of phase of the game in this modern day of PvT where the Protoss feels so good once they've got 2 of those splash units up. There's not really a lot to get rid of 2 Colossus right now. And as long as there's not enough to get rid of 2 Colossus, like, those Colossus can be super annoying. They can step up, they can do very well, they can trade very nicely. There's a lot of value they can find. Some probes across the map going down as the Raven again is just making a name for itself. That's why in the last game it was such a big deal that he knocked it down early. Great force fields, 4 Marauders get caught instantly. Love that. Vikings do get some shots on the Colossus. You'd like to see the Stalker stepping through to protect the Colossus. We're going to lose the Colossus, but we do get rid of 3 out of 4 Vikings. 2 new Vikings show up, but there's another Colossus showing up as well, so I'd like to believe that this is going to remain very comfortable here for Showtime, but he still has a good amount of splash available. Zealot's warping in from across the map. No Prism, right? So, no, there is a Prism, but where's the Prism at? Oh, it's coming. So it is going to be there soon. A shame it wasn't already here. He might have made enough momentum to really break through this army and get through and across the other side and make something of this. A few other probes just end up transferring. Marine Marauder Viking coming up. Engineering Bay and Armory coming online. On the bottom, we do have our Stalkers and the Prism coming across as well. Widowmine burrows up. We'll just give 1 Zealot to that Widowmine. We have a few Vikings. Gonna go straight after the Prism. That's a rough loss. Loses the warp in as well, and immediately he just sees that clump of bio, and he's like, I don't believe in my splash damage, and I don't think he should have done. I think it's the right call to run the hell away from that. Losing that Prism is so rough. There's something, it's so wild. I feel like Showtime, this game is so reminiscent of so many Clem Showtime games we've casted over the last 2 or 3 months, where I feel like Showtime can do so much right. He can move into a lot of good positions. He just can't seem to fight this Terran army like a lot of the other Protoss players. Like, it feels like he consistently runs into this brick wall of bio where it's like, oh, there's just too much bio here for my units to be effective. I gotta back up. And I feel like we saw it already a couple times in the last game. We've seen it just here now. It seems like such a struggle for Showtime to actually find the fights that a lot of the other Protoss players do find. It's a very interesting conundrum. Of course, he's still not playing Storm. He's playing Colossus into the Disruptors once again. So getting those set up, bringing those out. Ghost Academy and the few Vikings continue to build in as well, so we get those coming up. As the Raven there. Still annoying, 7 kills on it, just again, it's just a constant harasser. It's kind of nice, you can pop in and check the robos are building and stuff as well, so you know what the follow-up is, or if there's more tech units coming out, etc. Like, the Raven in general is just providing a lot of info and damage for Clem at the moment, so. What Showtime is doing well is he's starting to expand a lot, double expanding off the 4 base to 5 and 6. Typically, I believe the current opinion is that if you're 2 bases up as a Protoss, the Terran player feels okay about it. So, obviously, the fact that he's double expanding now, Clem shouldn't be like, oh my god, double expand, gotta expand myself. I think we should look at this and be like, oh, Clem should be feeling pretty good because those double, bases 5 and 6 do not come in quickly here for Showtime. Loses a hallucinated probe that he's using to just gain some map vision, get an idea of where Clem's army may be at any stage. So, looking for that as the bio back over the right. Another scan coming in, a couple disruptors, zealots, and stalkers joining up. Another scan again. Uh-oh, disruptor gets dove on. Oh, the prism's there to save it, though. That's actually kind of big. I do think we need the disruptor to help zone, right? I think that's one of the things we've not really had much of from Showtime. Like, he has had disruptors, but he's not been able to really get a lot of shots off with them where it's like, okay, I can zone you out. I can stop you from pushing in right here and now. It almost feels like we need a little bit more of that from Showtime still at this stage. Bio pulling back over to the left. Vikings in the sky. We got hallucination again. It's terrifying because there's a lot of Vikings, and your Prism's very important, your Colossus are very important. What is very important though is that Clem does not notice that Showtime is over to the left, so this could be awkward. Like, this is just an orbital here. This is an engageable position. The little group of units that's left behind is not good, and yeah, I think Clem gonna have to bring this army from the right over to the left, but Showtime will have position. He's going to clear this Widowmine out with a disruptor, which tells Clem that he's over here, right? Preemptive shot down the ramp as well. He's almost expecting Clem to know he's over here, but not actually the case, and Showtime's not super confident about going in, so he plays a little bit more slowly. He actually lets his disruptors lead the charge, and I love the idea. He was firing from far enough away. He really had a chance to do something, but then it became a little bit disastrous because he left them all in the front, and that is the fine line you're playing with these disruptors. They've got to be firing from close enough to actually connect, far enough away that they don't just get jumped on, and also far enough away that you can also just run away with them if you don't actually manage to completely turn the army away from the Terran player. So, kind of a huge deal across the board. 3/3 upgrades still coming up, +1 shield, +2 armor. Continue to come into play as well. The Zealot Stalker Colossus still moving over the right-hand side. In the bottom left, moving around the bottom in general. I mean, at least Showtime was able to disengage. That's what I mean. I feel like when Showtime plays against Clem, it feels like he's so close to so many good fights. And then just like one thing goes wrong and it's like, oh my god, scramble a defense together, I love that he's getting Storm. I think it's better to get Storm now than continuing with what he's had. Because in the last game, I think if he got Storm up, he would have had some positions where he could have taken some better advantages. So I like that we're seeing Storm. What's going to be awkward for him right now is that he's playing a very complex army to control. You've got a Zealot Stalker army and Colossus that just wants to run on in there. You've got Disruptors that want to fire from a distance, preferably one at a time. You've got High Templar that want to try and spellcast here and there as well. It's going to be tough to kind of manage all of that at the same time, so we'll see how well he's able to do it as these Zealots just dive in, take some of Clem's attention. Showtime, he's trying to do something else on the right at the same time, and Clem's aware of it. He just knows that there's a good chance that Showtime is going to try and multi-prong during this, so good identification of just the typical game state. That's a good disruptor shot. Oh, he kind of pulled it to the top, which in the end wasn't bad. It did land. Now he's going to start storming as well. The Vikings are not going to let that prism warp in. Disruptor shots now land a little short. I mean, the Vikings just make this so difficult. I mean, at this point, I think it's good we have High Templar, because at this point, I think we don't want Colossus up for a little while, because those Vikings are just in completely dominant numbers. At this stage, I think adding on, like, Robo Facility 2 and 3. Are we already on 2? Yeah. Adding on Robo Facility 3, and then just rebuild, like, 3 Colossus at once you've cleaned out the Vikings, that's a much more powerful play at this stage. The only problem is if you don't force Vikings, your opponent is able to clear up supply for Liberators, and that's also going to be a concern. I mean, this is where we're basically kind of very complexly jumping around unit compositions and figuring out, oh, if you got a bit of this, I need a bit of that, but then I kind of don't really want to build a bit of that because you got a bit of this. And so, in general, there's this kind of ever-evolving kind of what army do you really want in a TVP? It's not like, you know, when we cast in those EVP late games early and Harsom's like, you know, I think Showtime's army is exactly what you want it to be. I feel like that's never, like, that can be the answer in a PvT for, like, this point of the game. But then, depending on what the Terran builds next, changes what you want next. And then what you build changes what the Terran wants, right? Like, there's never really this kind of exact perfect, like, oh yeah, like, this is it for the entire time. That's a good disruptor shot again, just exactly what you want. Zones those units back, gives you time to play on this high ground. and yet we still can't continue through. I really felt like we should have left some Zealots to hit those Vikings, no? Those felt like easy pickings, but we do back it up. Let those Vikings live for the moment, and Showtime steps away for now. Clem on the right side, running forward. High Templars do have Storms to buy you some time. Energy Overcharge as well gives you a little bit extra. The Energy Overcharge Templar goes down to a snipe after one Storm, so was very close to dropping another. It doesn't happen. It did stop Clem attacking in, though, so Showtime successfully pushes him back on the right. That's a big deal compared to what we've been seeing. Showtime actually stopping some of this Clem pressure and aggression. Islands dropping. Something else to note in this game is the bank accounts. Showtime does not have a lot of gas. He has got minerals, but Clem has much more of both banked up already. And so Showtime is working off a much lower work account. Like in the previous game, Clem had a much larger army at points because Showtime had a lot more workers still. In this game, Showtime does not have a ton of workers, so he's got more room for army supply, but it does mean he's got less bank to play with, and that's just a very different vibe. In a matchup where Protoss typically trade ineffectively, but have so many more workers to rebuild with, is going to be super intriguing to see if Showtime can overcome that in some of these later game fights now, and make that kind of extra army supply really count in some of these engagements, and really help him, to make a bunch of difference, really. On the right-hand side, bio units coming in. Attacking straight on forward. As we just have Pylon going down, the rest of the Zealots showing up. I can charge on through. On the left-hand side, a little bit of a fight as well. We do have the Ghost getting jumped on a little. At a fight for Showtime as he holds his Nexus right over here. A warp in, I don't think it's going to be in time to save the base, so the Nexus goes down, but he will be able to chase those units away at least. But still engaging over here into the couple of Liberators. They go down. The Vikings should get the Colossus, but there's not enough to deal with the Zealots. I'm going to need some reinforcements right now, otherwise he's going to get overrun a little bit. There's two more Liberators. That's going to be difficult to deal with. So Clem will be forced to, or Showtime will actually just pull back and go actually after another Orbital. Putting damage onto this before Clem lifts it is kind of a big deal. He turns back around. Liberators have repositioned, letting the Zealots just trade against the bio units. Now more Stalkers showing up, and Showtime might overwhelm Clem right here. Clem needs units to start popping out of these buildings. He needs units to come back home from the defense. He does lose the Disruptor that was heading for the Vikings. Get rid of some of those ground units. Gets rid of the orbitals on that location is a big factor, because there was nothing that said those bases should have died. I actually think they could have been safe, perhaps. Showtime, another massive round of reinforcements. It's low-tech units repeatedly, right? He's looking to overwhelm. He's looking to not give Clem a chance to set up and play defense. Stalkers want to get through. They want to get these Liberators ASAP here. He's going to get the one furthest back first. I love that. EMP on the Stalkers, but there's no follow-up. Or maybe there is. These few Marauders coming in from the right side. They want to get something done. They're going to try and fight. The Zealots have to run back, and Clem will continue to hunt down this army, as this is the point of contention right now. Clem is still chasing. He's still finding units. He will not let Showtime get away freely, but his supply's hurting. Clem has 8k, 2k in the bank, and he can't spend his money fast enough. Extra Zealots showing up. Clem's army's already hurt as well. It's running the orange and amber colors. He is not in good position in this game right now. Stalkers will hunt down Medivacs too, and Showtime continues to own the position on this map. Overwhelming with numbers, but can he keep it up? Two Colossus about to join the fray, and they're going to be an issue as well, because we don't have anti-air. We have 5 Liberators in production, none of them ready, not even close to being ready, and now these Colossus get to join the fight against the bio. That's a big difference. This is what we've not seen. Colossus actually able to connect on clumps of bio units and punishing them from clumping up against those Zealots, as even more Zealots joined in, and the maxed out Showtime army knocks another base down, steps away to Colossus number 3. 5 Liberators, maybe Clem's savior, but they're just not here yet. EMP's coming down, but we need something beyond those EMPs. The ghosts are low, but we are going to dive on forward. Colossus losing their shields, but not much else. Extra Zealots, extra Stalkers from the left-hand side. We're coming back through one more time as we blink on through. We're looking for the Medivacs. The Zealots want to get the bio, but Clem will just admit that he does not have enough. GG, well played. We're tied 1-1 in this best-of-5 final. Showtime will get this second game after a bit of a rocky game. We went back and forth for sure, and Showtime is good enough to get the 1-1 scoreline. Ooh, okay. We are gaming in this finals. We really are gaming. 1-1, and we're going to continue to go the distance a little bit. Man, last week we had a really good Monday Cup. This week we're having an even better Monday Cup. Mondays have been great lately, huh? They have been absolutely fantastic. Alright, we'll jump into game 3 in a couple of moments, guys. Just give the players a moment or two. I have to run ads because we're in long game after long game. I'm hammering this ad button and hoping that we can just keep them out of the game. So far we've been able to, but fingers crossed we can keep it up. As we get game 3 ready to go, I guess I need to run some YouTube ads as well. Thank you guys for watching the ads. Do appreciate it. I appreciate the majority of people watching are already in and out, but, you know, it looks good if I say thank you, even if they don't hear it, you know? Everyone else hears it. Oh, it does support the stream. It does allow us to keep on running these events. Obviously, if you're enjoying the events as well, already mentioned you can support. Anything goes a long way to helping these events happen. Specifically, the Patreon page, patreon.com/WardiTV, goes a super long way to making sure that these events happen, because that helps fund specifically the prize money of WardiTV tournaments. Not necessarily just the Mondays, but obviously we run a whole bunch of different events. European League is ongoing. That's going to be Tuesday and Thursday's content this week. And then we have, obviously, time off, EWC. We come back from EWC, we wrap up European League, and we go full on headfirst into the Summer Championship qualifiers and then action as well throughout August. So, going to be a ton of fun. Looking forward to getting back from EWC and getting a bunch more StarCraft on the way. Going to be awesome. Gonna be awesome. Awesome casting today. Thank you. I'm powered up today because I've not casted for a few days, you know. It turns out when you don't cast for 5 hours every single day, that the casting is a bit more energized when it does come around. And obviously we get some good games as well. Alright, game of 3 coming up as we get into Torches. And we head into this third map, tied up 1-1. Showtime looking to be one of the rare first-time winners of a WardiTV Monday. There are 6 players that have made the finals without a victory, Showtime being one of them. Again, this tournament is stupid, crazy difficult to win because you've got players like Clem, Hero, MaxPax who are so consistently there. I mean, Reynor has now played in 4 or 5 of these. He's yet to make a finals, right? Like, there is an insane level to get to every single week to make it through these events and to make it through deep and all the rest. So, yeah, Showtime, if he wins today, would become, I think, our 8th ever individual winner. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Sorry, our 9th player ever to win one of these cups. We're getting to the point as well. Like, we are 44 cups deep. Like, we really do have a legacy going on. We've got, like, storylines to talk about. We are coming up to a year of these events at this stage, so hell yeah in that regard. Alright, let's get into game 3 of this best of 5. In the bottom right hand corner, the red Protoss player is going to be Showtime. Top right, the blue Terran player repping Team Liquid, it is going to be Clem. And again, just want to say thank you. We have broken through the 2,000 viewer mark on Twitch. We have been hovering around up and down from 500 viewers on YouTube. That's actually ridiculous for the Monday Cup, so thank you so much, guys. I appreciate today's been a crazy Monday Cup as well. We've had great games all day. That's obviously helped, but thank you so much for watching. Thank you so much for joining us. We do this every Monday, so if you like what you're seeing, we oftentimes have a lot of these great players playing every single week. Like I say, obviously we do have... it's usually every Monday. Next Monday we will not, because it's going to be just before EWC. I will be in Saudi ready to cast. So, yes, we'll not be having one next week, but we'll be right back at it the week after. We ain't stopping. So, yeah. Just letting you guys know. Pulling away. Reaper in the factory coming over. SCV coming through. I'm just taking a moment to breathe. Obviously, we had a pretty hectic wrap-up of that last game. Showtime taking some fights, taking some wins. He really just started to take some better trades in the end and was able to actually finally show the power of that Protoss army just massing up. And as Clem was trying to get through to that Liberate account, Showtime was able to stop it getting super high. And he also did a really good job of moving between the tech units, right? Like, he was using Storms very well, and then when the Vikings were gone, he really did get through to a few Colossus that actually made a big difference in some of the final fights that we saw. Went a long way to helping us out there. As we are, by the way, I think we're on track to go into the longest WardiTV Mondays ever, by the way. I don't think we've ever gone 5+ hours on a WardiTV Monday. We're 20 minutes away from that, so today really has been a banger in every single way, shape, and form, so thanks for being part of it, like I say. As we just take a moment or two. can't believe I don't have a pre-recorded tournament ready to boot while I'm in Saudi. You know, there was a time where I thought that that would be a really cool thing to do. Just be like, pre-record some tournaments and just like whack them up while I'm away. It'd be pretty sick. The only problem is I can't run the ads and stuff, you know. If I'm away, I'm away, you know. I did think about this once upon a time. Sometimes it's good to actually just take a break, you know. I first thought about it when we did the Christmas Day games, because obviously the Christmas Day games are like, you know, we pre-record them and we run the VOD on the Christmas Day. You know, it's my way of streaming on Christmas while still having a family life and stuff, you know. So, yeah, I thought about it once, but it's a lot of work, so. I know. Crazy, isn't it? Crazy. These few Marines in the cycle coming through. Adepts and a bit of troll, probe and troll, but the battery finishing is what I wanted to get to. Guardian Shield popping. I don't even know if we needed the Guardian Shield by the time we kind of got toward the end there. Oh, that's a nice battery save on that probe as well, so that's a nice little catch. There's cloaking coming up, so Clem going for a little bit of a different opener here. Heading into the Banshee. Heading into the Siege Tank. For the moment. A couple of Marines coming out. The blink is going to be done shortly. Stalkers warping in, gonna see that medevac. We don't have blink, so we can't do much to chase it down, but even a couple of shots, you know, it warns this medevac that, hey, you gotta be a little bit careful here. I was gonna say, this is an exact opportunity where you should come across and utilize this healing shrine. On Persephone, there's an air blocker on the healing shrine, so you can't heal up medevacs and so on. On Torches, there is not, but it's much more out of the way, and so you can go across, heals up the medevac, heals up the Marine a little bit that was hurt as well, and then just brings that back home full of HP. Why the heck not? Saves some resources from repairing. Hallucination sees the unload, so you know this medevac is back home as well. It's good information for Showtime. There's no way your opponent is out. He goes directly into charge while taking his third base. And it's just a handful of Stalkers. It's an awkward map because there is always that chance of like a drop down that right side, you know, a push through the gold minerals or so that you've got to be kind of aware of as a possibility. And obviously it's the ramp up into the natural as well, so you're a little bit not always as in the know on Torches as you would be on some of the other maps. Making his best to make something happen here as these Stalkers just try and trade. Not perfect blink micro, loses 2 of the Stalkers already. This should be central, so this should be Showtime server preference in case you're wondering, and the Banshees into the main. Oh, this is scary. Clem obviously up in the ante a little bit in this game because he's obviously going to be very aggressive with the Marine tank push and the Banshees. There are Stalkers plus an Observer, so we have an answer to the Banshees. We just need to actually get on top of them. 4 workers, 5 workers down, Stalkers trying to chase. We should have a blink through in a moment to get rid of one of these Banshees, which should stop this from doing much else. Stalkers still trying to trade at the front is, of course, a concern as well. If we get rid of the Banshees, we can obviously do a little bit better here. One of those tanks was hurting. One Banshee to the left-hand side. We'll maybe find one more probe. Actually going to go after the panel and the batteries. I think we're just going to go as Showtime gets rid of one tank. Going to get rid of 2. Honestly, before the Marines really kind of joined into fight, he got rid of those tanks, so that is kind of as good as it's going to get there. Sentry goes down. Good target to get rid of the Guardian Shield, but there's going to be a shutdown from Showtime. He's going to clean this up. Did he take damage from this? Yes. Down in workers? Not great. But he's got 3 bases against a Terran who, yes, is setting up into stim combat and all the rest of it, but also a Terran who is not playing a 3rd base right now. Now, that's for good reason. Clem's adding on barracks 4 and 5. He's actually heading into a 5 racks aggressive 2-base attack. So he is going to be aggressive off these 2 bases. We will see how that goes down. There's a couple of Marines going to get jumped on. A couple of Marauders taking damage. Marines taking shots. Widowmines will step forward as well. Stalkers getting away. Some of them on low HP. This is going to be dangerous, right? Because we're in this kind of stage of the game as, wow, that's a daring move from Clem. He's completely believing Showtime will not poke back up the ramp and that he doesn't have vision to realize that there's medevacs here. Oh, the Stalkers are going to break through to the right, just a little shy if being in time to notice these medevacs. That's such a shame. It's the perfect idea. He's just late to it, and he doesn't have anything in the main. Showtime is kind of on track with what he should do, but like I say, he's just 5 to 10 seconds late. He's going to recall into the main base. He's going to be recalling into a burrowed-up Widowmine. It's a lot of Stalkers. Mind fires. Forge goes down. So there goes one of the things you were going to catch up on. As like I say, what I think I was trying to get to and it got distracted by other things is that with this 2-base attack from Clem coming in, from Showtime, this is a real challenge to get up just as much as possible to enable him to save himself against the big 2-base commitment. Denying those medevacs would have been a major start. Keeping his Forge alive. I mean, now he's finishing up a Robo Bay. Double Forge on the way up. It suddenly feels like Showtime's going to build a lot of stuff which is not going to immediately help him. quad medevac down the right side. The vision is just not there from Showtime to know what's up. The observer out the front of the natural kind of needs to be more in the natural to see these things happening. We do have Stalker still in the main base, though, so this drop will not come through. Oh, does it? It does! Showtime's still in position. He will knock down the lesser used medevac initially. Now just going to have to turn onto the units. We do not have batteries in this main base. Widowmine's burrowing on top, and Showtime loses a lot of stuff. He blinks away from some of the initial mines. He does have Zealots charging through. Mines now on cooldown. More Warpins coming in. He's going to turn this around. I mean, it was a daring move in from Clem. It looked great initially, but Showtime gets the cleanup eventually. How expensive has it been? Clem is building a third base behind this as Showtime starts 1-1. He starts Extended Thermal Lance. He has a Colossus out right now, so he is getting to be stronger and stronger. Clem is just going to keep dropping down this right side. He is not going to give up this idea of just dropping into that same position, or at least threatening that drop. Showtime takes a fourth bottom left, which is fine to do because Clem is heading to a third as well. This is not a full commitment, two base all in anymore, right? There is the follow-up plan from Clem coming through. Again, it's not enough Stalkers here to truly stop these medevacs coming in when there's 5 of them at the same time. We warp some Zealots in. The battery going to help the cannon out. If some of these Zealots just survive long enough to set off a mine or two, like not in the main cluster, that would be fine. We don't have enough Stalkers to blink in after the medevacs, but again, we clean up the mines, and Showtime stops a lot of this Clem aggression. Like, is it clean? Is it super easy? No. Is it super free? No. But he knocks down this Banshee. That's one less thing to worry about. More Stalkers that get freed up. And he has denied the Widow Mines repeatedly. Because Clem keeps attacking in, his mines keep dying, and so he only has 4 mines in this game. Which means, like, a Zealot warp in right now would start to look very scary because you don't have a lot of the splash you maybe need to really chew through those Zealot numbers and their shields and so on. So that could be a big deal as well. Something else to be thinking on here. Actually going to start up a little bit of a fight. Showtime confident to step forward. Has the couple Colossus. Needs to make sure you're not too far away from the batteries. You do want those to keep the Colossus safe in case Clem is able to start diving into it. A lot of the Widow Mines didn't go off yet. I think the Showtime, you don't care about this 4th base. Like you care about it. You want it. I don't think you cry over losing it. Stalkers blink a little late to actually get rid of the medevacs there. And also a little bit of a shim. He lost 1 Stalker to the Widow Mine as well. It shouldn't really happen, but he blinked into it. Like, I feel as though Showtime, like I said, don't get me wrong, he wants to save the 4th, but I don't think you're like, oh no, game's over because I lost it. Like, it wasn't saturated yet. And honestly, if he killed a couple more units, I think he'd have a really strong counterattack right now. It's not the case. Medevacs are still very healthy on energy as well, which is a big deal. Means this Bio Army should get healed back to good HP. And obviously now Vikings start to come out as well, giving Clem the chance to have an answer to those Colossus on the field. 2 upgrades starting at similar times, so Showtime's going to catch up on upgrades. Considering he got his first Forge denied is a pretty big factor, right? That, is pretty, a huge deal, honestly. Units gathering up, we step forward. The Widow Mine right there is going to be just sat still and steady. Bio units still gathering and joining together. We trade a little bit. Couple of Marauders taking some shots. Stalkers blink back and away. We dodge away from that. 1 Widow Mine goes down. Marauder and Marines taking damage as well. Nexus in that bottom left gets set up, so 5th Nexus starting. Showtime looking to keep the pressure up. He's got to be careful, man. Like, I guess the main army's back, but we are going to see Clem starting to drop again. These Zealots are in! No! Showtime, go! Okay, maybe this wasn't a bad call. Units actually started to come back over, so I guess the Zealot run by already did its job. I love Showtime. He's sending some units to the right side. I think he's aware of the fact that Clem is maybe looking for that same drop path into the main base once more. Just going to be a little bit more cautious about that pathway. I think this right side is super important, as we've seen Clem trying to abuse it repeatedly. Obviously, you catch one of those drops before it gets to the base and you kill the medevacs full of units. Like, it's a major momentum swing in the game. In a game that's fairly well balanced in this moment. A move like that could offset and really tip things into Showtime's favor very quickly, very heavily. So, Bio still stepping through the left. T2 upgrade's about to finish. A couple of Zealots on the way out. The Nexus is about to complete. I mean, the 5th base of Showtime is probably in some trouble here. Again, this is one of those bases where I don't think Showtime wants to throw everything away, trying to save it. Disruptor was a nice idea from the side, but I don't know if it's meant to be here. A little bit of a shame it didn't get into the prison to save itself. We're actually going to engage into this. Oh, I love that. I don't know if the hallucination was intentional, but it did absorb some of the Viking shots. Actually absorbed like the first round of Viking shots, which gives the Colossus a little bit more time to live. Colossus actually got a chance to be a big part of this fight now, and they pull away nicely. That prism just wasn't in the right place, unfortunately. Needed to be more over to the left. And then failed to save that disruptor. Should have just ran instantly, because you know your army's on the left. If there's anywhere the Terran army's going to go, it's to the right. I mean, losing the 5th is rough, because, again, we want to see the pros up on bases. Clem is on 4th bases already, right? And you're not going to have the economy of Showtime if you're going to play the same base count as the Terran. But the way that you're going to be trading is the issue. But that disruptor shot, oh, it hits well. Clem just about turns away from it to minimize the damage, but still a few Marauders that get taken down quickly. Colossus just about hanging on in there. Showtime does not know where Clem's army's gotten to. It's just off to the left side. And now Showtime might be a little bit exposed. The Disruptor's way too far forward. He starts to run it away. I mean, Guardian Shield and just see what we can do. Stalker's blink back down. The Colossus will not last long at all. This Disruptor's in production. That Disruptor's a good Disruptor because it fires from far enough away. But it exposes your 5th base. So now Showtime, he's going to have to... If he makes a dive for this, this has to be it right now, right? You have to save this base if you're going to commit in. You're going to start targeting down Medivacs. I like it. Removes the escape factor of your opponent. Sentry's showing up as well. Those Zelk counts going down, though. That's not good enough. Oh, the Disruptor! No, it gets denied! It doesn't connect. It was dead center on the bio. Oh, Zealot Warpin is going to be there, but Showtime knows he's lost too much, and Clem is going to squeeze torches into his favor. 2-1 in Clem's advantage as we head to a Game 4 of this WardiTV Mondays Edition 44 final. And Showtime bring it back, or is Clem going to find his 19th victory of these cups? It's pretty crazy that Clem has come across so many wins so far. Players have been hosting the games. I don't know what the map is coming up. I'm sure we'll find out in just a moment as we get Game 4 ready to go. Maganatha going to be our 4th map. And that Disruptor shot was so close to doing so much, and that's rough because obviously if that Disruptor shot lands, you overwhelm the bio. The Medivacs have been targeted, so you don't have a lot of getaway potential. It's a very different fight if that Disruptor goes off, but again, the problem that Showtime I think is really having is like how do you get your Colossus to consistently fight? Because Clem keeps having the Vikings to just bam bam punch those Colossus down so quickly. I feel like the Colossus are meant to be able to get so much more value, and it's just not being allowed. So credit to Clem, because I think he is making it very difficult for Showtime to really step up, stand up, and do a lot in these scenarios. So yeah, it's been difficult. Get into the bottom right corner of the map as we start off with our 2-1 player. And again, maybe the last time we get to introduce him as the current world champion of StarCraft 2 from Team Liquid. This is Clem. I guess maybe if I cast him at EWC, I get to introduce him as that. But on our channel, at the very least, in the top left side, our red Protoss is going to be Showtime. Game 4 of the best of 5. Can he fight back again? Each of these games has been a challenge. There's definitely not been a waltz or a walk in the park for anybody. They've been back and forth. They've been aggressive. I mean, we've had long games as well, drawn out. I really felt like Clem last game was so close to getting so much done with the Marine tank into the the Marine tank into those Banshees, but Showtime cleaned up. And then I thought repeatedly those drops were putting Clem into potentially scary positions for Showtime, but Showtime kept deflecting them and just about doing enough to stay active and stay okay. Crazy, crazy stuff. Fans are going down, and we'll be seeing our Marine going through. Orbital coming up. Probe going to be there to nibble at the SCV. As the Nexus and the Cyber Core builds across, Probe is just going to nibble at the SCV for the moment. So far, so good. Just chilling. Yo, Tremulous Puma, thank you so much for the 10 gifted subs. We had 10 bombs from Ian earlier. Didn't get to read them out because Harson was yapping away, but thank you so much, Tremulous Puma. Going out to Bamut999. Bit shot moving too much. Kitty Lynn, $5 footlong. Team Roscoe, Alex G Punked, Syntex66, Yelitz, Issy, Bailey Reichenberg, and Nico Ladi. Thanks so much for the 10 gifted subs. Appreciate it. Hell yeah. Thank you very much. Appreciate the support. Thanks for subbing up. Thanks for supporting the tournaments. And the StarCraft 2. Just taking a moment here, guys. Obviously, still a bit of setting up being done. The Guardian Shield across the map. Oh, that's a misclick from a hallucination, though. I don't feel like that's meant to happen. Hallucination checks into the main. Main's going to fire. Hallucination taking a few shots. And the medevac is going to come across the map from Clem. Third base coming down from Showtime already, so let's see what our Widowmine and Marine combo will do here. It is a little bit different to what we've seen before. Obviously, before we've had the 2 Widowmines dropping. This game, it will be Marines as well, so... Stalker's in position in the main base, though. 5 of them as well. Now, no blink, so you can't just blink on top of the medevac, but you're close enough to start engaging quickly, and that's what's important. One of the main issues here is if the Widowmine gets in a good position to zone the Stalkers, but Showtime Magic gets to the corner in time, and that is the medevac taking hits, does not get the unload. Interference Matrix coming up on the Tech Lab. Usually the Raven in this matchup is only used for auto turrets nowadays and harassment. Building the Interference Matrix feels more of a fake in case Showtime hallucinates scouts and sees, like, doesn't see what's building, but does see the upgrade. Like, I'd be surprised if it really committed to Matrix. Don't get me wrong, Matrix has a place in this matchup, it's just, it's so rare to actually use it, right? In the end, the hallucination shows up before it gets faked out, so... Sees the starport moving across, gets a good idea of what's going on. So yeah, that really was just an attempt to fake out Cloak. That unfortunately Showtime is not going to be able to see to fall for. Yo, Peace B, thank you so much as well for the 500 bits. Appreciate it. Thank you so much for another way of supporting. Thank you very much indeed. Appreciate it. Thank you. As our Robo Bay comes online right now. Get that about halfway done currently. Just want to attack. The charge come through. This time stuff from Showtime. And it's been a good early game, right? Nothing has happened here from Clem. He lost to Hellion, and that's been it. You know, like, nothing has really taken place, which is perfect for the Protoss. Like, usually if anything's taking place, it's the Terran player getting in and dealing damage. Yeah, on the rare occasion, the Protoss gets in and gets some stuff done, but it's a much better game for Protoss than a Terran if nothing takes place. So Showtime should be happy with this opening thus far. He's very happy to set this up. Would a Raven with Matrix be good to support 2 base all-ins? There was a time where Matrix with Ravens was very good. The problem is I think over time you realize that as a Protoss, especially in this day where you've got that energy overcharge, you have a lot of ways, and there's a lot more sentry openings, there's a lot more ways to buy time. So if you Matrix like the first Colossus, in the past that would be like, oh, such a sick play, now you can attack in. Nowadays the Protoss goes force field, I don't care. Right? So your Matrix just doesn't do that much anymore. What would be better would be an anti-armor missile, but you don't need to upgrade anything to do that. So that's why in this scenario where Clem is going to use the Raven with the army, he doesn't need Matrix, right? Because usually an anti-armor missile would be just as good. Or auto turrets can do great at kind of absorbing a few zealot charges as well. Those spell castings seem to just find way more value than Matrixes do in this matchup nowadays. And also, you also have a meta which is a little bit more common to go, you know, Templars early too. And so the Raven in a fight trying to get an interference Matrix just gets feedbacked. So yeah, it's just not as potent as it used to be, basically. So, yeah. Just very different of how it works, the matchup, and what you build to kind of deal with it. Just doesn't make it work as well now. Medevac going down. It's going to be a nice catch. A couple Marines get picked away at. You think Matrix is underrated? You disagree? I mean, sure, but I mean, I can probably find you 10 different games where Terran has Matrix both Colossus and nothing happens because of it, so... I mean, what else do you want to Matrix? Like, if you Matrix both Colossus here, what happens? Showtime runs back and he force fields, no? Like, it's just not that good. I think there's a reason the guys have stopped doing it. Like, it used to be a thing, it's just not anymore, and I think for pretty good reason, no? Like, if you drop an anti-armor missile in this army, it's way scarier. Engineering Bay armory coming up. Gonna see the Stalkers blinking across bio, taking a little bit of damage there as the Zealots will charge in too. Nothing else happening on the map for Clem currently, so this is Showtime's chance to actually get forward and do very well. Actually get a good bit of picking off being done against some of the medevacs as well. One of the main things as well lately has been, obviously, over the last few months in general, we talked so much about, you know, Protoss players using their Stalkers well and effectively to knock down medevacs and just air units in general, and that's been one of the strengths of the Colossus, is that you're constantly having to rebuild medevacs, you're constantly having to rebuild Vikings and so on. It's definitely one of the things the Terrans have also improved at, right? You know, you've seen Clem so good at keeping Vikings and medevacs alive today, in comparison to if you rewind, you know, back when Hero really started kind of making this a priority, and a lot of players kind of copying him in that regard. And Clem as well was one of the players who also, I think, when he started playing PvT, showed us so much of the value of what you can do if you just get rid of the Vikings and medevacs consistently and really prioritize and using those Stalkers to aggressively blink in and trade with those units. I was just going to drop off a couple of SCVs going down. We do have the extra warpins coming through in the main base. Vikings will probably just kill off the Prism here. Showtime is in the main and the natural. And he's got the army still positioned to head into the third base too. How well does Clem deal with this so far? 8, 9 SCVs, 11 SCVs going down. This is nice. And like I say, we are going to have this army jumping onto the third base. A couple of Widow Mines here. Disruptor shot is actually going to hit pretty nicely. Hits one of the units in the front. That's pretty neat. Although we are going to see the Vikings not going to get pushed back. Stalk count not good enough to quickly get rid of those Vikings. So the Colossus do have to kind of just go running. I actually think if Showtime has like 4 to 5 more Stalkers there and he's like one-shotting the Vikings, I think he stands in that fight and those Colossus just trade back. Because maybe the Vikings kill one Colossus if he stands and fights, but he doesn't have the Vikings to kill 2 if the Stalkers are killing the Vikings way more quickly. So that might have been an interesting little thing to think on. The Disruptor shot was good. For some reason I thought it killed a Ghost, but there was no Ghost in play. The Ghost Academy was in production, so I was like, oh, great Disruptor shot. I was like, I actually don't know what it killed in the end. I think I saw it like blow up something beneath the medevac. I thought the medevac energy bar was like a Ghost energy bar. IO to the bottom left. 2-2 coming through. +3, +2 on the way from Showtime. So far he's been an attack upgrade ahead on some of these fights. He will fall behind for a little bit until his armor upgrade finishes. So the upgrade advantage is ping-ponging from one player to the other. Most notably here though, Clem dealt with that aggression. Main natural under Zealot attack the third base with the main army on it. Clem pushed it back. Yeah, he took some damage, but he survived through. And that's obviously what you're aiming to do here when the Protoss is kind of throwing units at you like that, right? You clean up a lot of the Zealots. That is a mineral investment from the Protoss. A couple of mines there, looking to catch some Zealots initially. Stalkers will blink back from it, though, instead. Retargeting from Clem is very cute because it makes it very difficult for Showtime to know when those Widow Mines are going to fire. And he is able to force Showtime back without those mines actually being set off. Zealots back in the main, though. The Prism is active once more and comes straight through. New Prism, new day, new Zealots. And again, just 5 SCVs forces Clem to pull back into the main. So cheap as well, right? 6 SCVs is already going to pay for the Zealots that you lose here. And in this case, the Prism is just back out and away, no? So Prism gets away, can come in again later. Currently just reinforcing the main army as Clem has missed that Showtime is off to the right side. Hey, this orbital's kind of low, no? SCVs pull into repair, realize that this orbital is low. Force fields on the left-hand side. Oh, but we're going to come around from the top side. Disruptor shot. Oh, it is going to go off. It was the wrong Disruptor that died. And another one. Dead center on the bio. Showtime looking good at the moment. Can he keep it up? So many Zealots to the bottom. He needs some up top to help with everything else. He's going to leak some to the natural. Reinforcing Zealot chop as well. It's going to be good. Showtime is going to catch Clem out of position. Clem looked as though he almost had the chance to get back on this army, but Showtime deals with it very well. The Disruptor got there, and like I say, Clem killed the wrong Disruptor. I saw the Disruptor die, I was like, oh no, he's going to get away with engaging into it. But the Disruptor went off, hit the bio, and that is going to be, well, destruction by Showtime. That's the power of Showtime in this game, controlling the game from much earlier in the game, right? Like, that is the power from Showtime, being on the map, constantly trading, and this time, he's able to kind of just, a few zealots in the main, slight distraction, Prism pulls back, reinforces the army, bang, Clem's just a bit out of position, has to run through a choke, opens the Disruptor opportunity, GG, and we're going to a Game 5 of this series. Crazy. Great play from Showtime, great position, and again, this is created by his just constant pressure on the map, being there the whole time. So, yes, Clem pushed back the previous set of attacks, but it definitely gave Showtime an idea of how Clem was going to position and deal with it. I do think it opens the door for Showtime in that game as well, as Showtime, for the second time that he's made it to a WardiTV Monday final, is going to go to all 5 games. Can he close out a Game 5 this time? He wasn't able to do it against Hero back when he played his last final in WardiTV Mondays 29. Can Showtime become our 9th ever victor of a WardiTV Mondays? When he joins the lobby, we'll start this game up and get this going. I did have to run more ads, guys, because we've had lots of long games in a row. I only have like a 10-minute cooldown on ads, so I'd rather run more ads. I know it's a bit aggressive because that wasn't the longest of games, but if this game went more than 10 minutes, we'd have ads during the game. So just run them now. Make sure that if this one goes 20 plus minutes again, that we'll be safe from them. So just being preemptive, because apparently we're complaining about ads today. I thought we got to the point where it wasn't cool to complain about the things that give us free StarCraft 2, but apparently it still is, so we're back on that train. It's okay. I'm ready to engage. I'm ready to do battle with anyone. Wardy versus Twitch chat. Round 2. Alright, let's go. Let's kick this off as we have ourselves in the top right-hand side. The blue Terran player is going to be Clem. Bottom left, our red Protoss is Showtime. Wow, what great form he's in, coming into EWC in just a week's time. Very exciting stuff. Thank you, BBB Dude, for the 51-month resub on the Prime. Super appreciate it, mate. Thank you so much. Hell yeah, thank you, thank you. And again, both these guys have had hella runs to get here. Clem taking out Reynor, taking out MaxPax, Showtime, taking out Pyun, taking out Gumiko, taking out Shin. Like, these are not easy brackets. This really was a stacked Monday Cup. We've had great games all day. Is this on West or Central? This is on Central for Game 5. So we do rotate the server preference each week. This week is the European preference in EU versus Korea. So Central, West, Central, West, Central for a Game 5. Shout out to Sola, complaining to me every single week about being European favored. Change the rule. 6 weeks after changing the rule, Sola complains to me that it's always Central, West, Central. And I'm like, no, it's not. We changed this rule 1.5 months ago. And he's like, oh, I didn't know. Shout out Sola. Really doing the work to get the rule changed and still complaining about it after the fact because he didn't bother to check it had changed. What a champion. To be fair, I also would not read the small print in the rules each week. But it was announced at the start, just, you know, should have logged in a little bit faster. Should have logged in a little bit sooner and actually been there at the start for the admin announcements, you know. Next in the Cybercore coming on up, so we get that all underway. Ley lines for final game. We've seen some banger maps in this series. Showtime's been pretty consistent about just playing the Colossus into the Disruptors. Obviously, he's had some games that have not quite gone his way. He's had some games that have gone his way. It's actually been a very fun series. Honestly, today's games in general have just been great. A great way to come back from a few days away. What's up, Stankops? Thank you so much for the 10-month resub on the Prime. The Terran tears are very real today. Yeah, I've not been keeping too much of an eye on chat, but I know. The complaining is there. Look, guys, we should just all chill out and enjoy StarCraft. You know how much more fun it would be if we just chilled out and just enjoyed the games? It'd be a lot more fun. And I know this because I just chill out and enjoy the games, and I have a great time every single time we stream. You know? It's a tried and tested technique. Tech Lab on the factory, so it's actually a very different opening from Clem. We have seen him Cyclone Marine drop once this series. And that's going to be a very similar vibe. It was very well dealt with from Showtime. He didn't let the drop come into play. Oh, Showtime with the switch up. He's going to go charge. Wow, after playing Blink 4 games in a row, this obviously looks right now very similar. This is interesting because you're going to want some Stalkers at the moment to actually come through and to be able to deny the initial kind of drop play and so on. So you kind of want that, but then the whole idea is if this is going to be like a tank push follow-up, having charge is going to be very powerful. Hallucination sees the medevac, and the medevac turns around. The units will continue on the map on their own. Showtime will warp in Stalkers right now, guys, because again, he wants to make this look very normal. Yeah, and Clem went back to actually just pick up more units. Oh, this is brutal for Clem. Because when Showtime shows up with charge, he's going to have a really good method of dealing with this group of units. Get out of this supply block, start warping in Zealots. Like, this attack is going to hit early, but if Showtime can just get, like, 2 warp-ins of Zealots, he's going to be real good against it. Marines, a Cyclone, going after that pylon, but Showtime has a backup pylon. His charge is about to be done. Like I say, that makes such a big difference. He's going to intercept the Reaper there. Here we go, charge ready, and we are just going to get the Zealots instantly targeting down that siege tank. You do lose the Stalkers on the high ground, but the Zealots are going to be very tanky. Cyclone to the high ground, everything else to the high ground. Okay, I like that play from Clem. Medevac taking some serious shots, though. Oh my goodness, very nearly goes down. We're going to chase forward. We're going to go for the Medevac. We will get it from the other side. And now the battery in the main has some work to do, as we honestly do a pretty good job of keeping our units alive. Zealots showing up, and Showtime will clean up this initial attack. Very well done. 3 Stalkers go down. That first tank really did get a couple of Stalkers on the high ground. That's where most of the damage came from. Resources lost, though, you can see, is heavily favorable to Showtime. Throws a 3rd base down behind this. Now goes into the Templar Archives as he plays a completely different follow-up, right? Because he went charge first, he's not going to play a Colossus. He's going to play into Templar Archives, into Storm. What a switch up here in the 5th game of this series, and a defense to start us off that gives Showtime a very strong opening hand. Let's see if he can play it out well as the blink starts. The Temple Archives will be finishing soon. Now the stim pack on the way up from Clem. He gets ready for the next phase of his game. The +1 coming up as well. Couple extra gates coming through. Just going to have ourselves stim the +1. There's that Storm starting. Like I said, it's going to be a big switch up. Going to make this a very different kind of game. Raven coming in from that right-hand side again. Stalkers don't have blink yet, but they're in position preemptively. Any damage you put on a Raven right now... Oh, he gets the Observer with the Auditor. I love that. That's actually a really cool way to target fire. But any damage on the Raven right now obviously makes it harder to come back in the future. All the gates coming online as well. It's going to be very gateway heavy here. We're going to have High Templars warping in off gateways as well. So you need that gateway production to sustain your army. Clem, I was going to say, this is not a game he wants to be 2-base all in from. And he is going to start the 3rd command center right now. I was just at the point where I was about to be like, we're not just going to commit to an attack, right? Because that does not feel good. Once the upgrades will be done, the Storm is going to be massively important from Showtime. He needs to protect his High Templar. He needs to use his Storms sparingly, but correctly. You know, you don't want to do nothing with the Storms. You don't want to just hold them forever. But you don't want to throw the Storm down as like 2 Marines split away and nothing really comes of it. The Viking shows up. Gets a couple of probes like that. May as well get some value where you can find it. Maybe a pylon kill here, maybe a probe kill. Mr. Viking being a frustration. The Raven low HP as well. Just going to get the probe back away. A couple more barracks coming out as Clem gets ready to take his 3rd base and go from there. Showtime. Actually, he's going to have a Terran army coming across toward him. Uh-oh, this Prism needs to be super careful right now. Showtime should see this before Clem sees it. Oh, he's going to find the Storms with the High Templar. Oh, Clem! He didn't know what to do. He backs away, he stimmed, and he was just tanking it. Don't get me wrong, that's not going to kill too much. But what it does do, it drains so much medevac energy, right? Like, this is medevac energy now where these medevacs would be, like, completely dry. You can't then take a fight across the map, stimming in with no healing available. Oh, Showtime. Like I said, that was super scary with the Prism coming in, but it's going to work out perfectly. And Clem just has to stop that attack, so Showtime shuts it down ahead of time, gives him more time to prep up. I don't know if Showtime has a chance to attack in onto the other side, to be honest. Obviously has plenty of Storm available. Zealots are very tanky. The Siege tanks should not care too much about... should not worry Showtime too much. The Zealots will not care about those. So Raven is looking for the Order turret, which is not going to do much. Kills one probe, but pretty quickly dealt with. Showtime's definitely looking for the idea of attacking in. It's scary. Don't get me wrong. It is scary because it's a lot of Terran that's spread out preemptively as well. You've got a good amount of Widow Mines here too. It's a ton of Zealots though. Like Showtime has a lot. He's about to have +1. He's going to attack in just as his +1 is finishing. So the timing is great. Zealots take a lot of beating. We do not have the Storms dropped yet. We drop a Storm onto a tank. He doesn't even know where to Storm because the Terran is so well spread out. This is not necessarily a good thing for Clem because it means he's not really, joined up anywhere. Siege tank going down. Zealots warp into the fight. The Prism is going to be fine. There's not enough Marines to attack it. Zealots get the warp in, and Showtime is looking to win a WardiTV Monday. It's his second attempt in the finals. Over 44 additions. He looks like he might be able to get it done right here as Showtime still has the Prism, so warp-ins available. Feedback on the Ghost. The Archon Stalker's trying to hold. Another Storm comes down. We have another Storm still available too as Showtime warps in the Zealots. Clem has lost too many SCVs. Widow Mines are going off, but they will not do enough, and Showtime will win the WardiTV Mondays edition 44. He will be the 9th player to win one of these cups. We make a big deal out of it because it is honestly a rare occasion that we see new people winning out against the Clems, the Heroes, and the Maxpaxes that have dominated this tournament series. It has obviously started to become a little bit more common. Classic won a couple, Beyond won one not so long ago. But the reality is, it's still a pretty rare occasion for someone new to come in and win, and Showtime will get it done in edition 44 with a 3-2 over Clem. GG, well played, Showtime. Playing well today, and this was a great game. Switched it up in game 5. Was the perfect time to switch it up with what Clem was doing. It was a perfect defense against the initial push, was well traded. He did not overcommit to defend the Raven or anything. He lurked with the Prism, found the shutdown on the next kind of push out, and then in the final stage of the game just said, I've got enough to attack. And it was crazy, right? Because there was just, it was that point where it's like, he didn't know where to drop the Storms because Clem was so spread. But like I said, being so spread is not great because the Zealots just completely own a spread out army, right? Like, he didn't know, like, the Storms took so long to come in, and that wasn't a bad thing because he kept them alive for so long as well. He was able to keep them alive for a very long time and make something of it. GG, well played. Showtime, like I said, joins the list of players. A pretty unique club of players that have won this cup. And, yeah. Crazy stuff. Like I said, I love following the stories of this tournament series, and obviously it's my tournament series as well, but like I say, Showtime plays in this pretty darn consistently. He plays in this a lot, and he doesn't even have any top 4s. He's only ever made finals. He's never made top 4 without making finals. He went 2-3 against Hero in edition 29, now 3-2 against Clem in edition 44. Crazy, crazy stuff. Guys, thank you so much for an amazing day. It's been incredible. We've had 400 to 500 viewers on YouTube for the last hour or two, which is crazy. If you're on the YouTube, like, subscribe. We're really trying to get the sub count up to 50k on YouTube. I think it'd be such a cool goal to reach. It's not easy to get there. YouTube does not generate a lot of subs anymore, but we've got probably a bunch of people watching right now on YouTube that are not subscribed, so take a second. You can obviously, subscribe right now. I'm going to link it on Twitch as well if you want to hit the button on YouTube to help us out there too. Obviously on Twitch, follow, see when we go live again in the future. How many have there been? Players that have won? He's the 9th unique player to have won over 44 editions. I'll bring the Wikipedia page up. The Wikipedia does a great job of showing this. So I'll bring it up because I love watching this. So Clem has 18 wins and 8 second places. So 26 finals over 44 editions. Hero 10-9. Maxpax 7-13. What's crazy is Maxpax has not won one since January. Like, that's really crazy because he was dominant in this tournament series. Classic 3, but he's only won in the last couple of months, so he's just on his hot streak. And then Bjorn's won a couple. He won one of the first ones. Shin won one of the first ones as well. And then Showtime won one, second place ones. Firefly Trap at the bottom there with a win in one final appearance. And a few players that have made the finals but never won it. Kyogami, Homana, Skillis, and Sola. Yeah. Anything special for the 50th Wardy Monday? Yeah, I was thinking about this. I'm not sure. Maybe. I don't know what we would do, though. I don't know what we would do. It's going to be the week of my wedding. So, like, I just counted it up earlier when I was talking to Harston about it. I think 50 is, like, the week of my wedding. So maybe we do a little special Monday stream or something. Because that's probably going to be the only stream we do that week, to be honest. I'm not going to be organizing other tournaments, so... Cool. GG's. Guys, I'm going to run some ads on the outro. Thank you so much, 16th Student, for the 2-month resub on the Prime. Obviously, yeah, I was selling out, wasn't I? Yes. Prime sub. Obviously, check out the Primes, guys. It goes a long way to helping us out. And also check out the Patreon page, patreon.com/WardiTV, where you can pledge on over, and 100% of pledges go directly into StarCraft 2 tournament prize pools. You get replay packs, and more. So everything we generate on the Patreon goes directly into more StarCraft 2 tournaments. So if you like what you're seeing, check out the Patreon. It's one of the best ways to support these tournaments and the other tournaments that we run. Again, that's patreon.com/WardiTV. So I'll just give you guys the link to that on the Twitch. If you want the link on the YouTube, if you don't want to just type it in, let me know and I will link it. But I believe you guys can type it. It's 2 words, basically. So, hell yeah. Alrighty, guys. Thank you so much for joining us. Thank you so much for being here. I'll be back tomorrow. WardiTV European League. Let's bring that up on screen quickly, shall we? So tomorrow will be European League, which is going to look a little bit like this. Go away. So tomorrow we are going to have Hearthstone, Hero Marine, Shameless, Nicorakt, Bjorn and Euthermal, Showtime, Sebezdes, Percival, Night Phoenix, Christiana, and Scarlet. And then on Thursday, we will not actually have Skills Max Specs. That one's going to be delayed, but we will have the other matches. So Goblin Mana, Jumi Young Yakov, Gerald R, Fiant Baby Marine, Mixu, and Hydra. So yeah, that's going to be coming up. That's going to be the next 2. So that's the other 2 days we stream this week. It's Tuesday and Thursday, European League. Then I'm going to take the weekend off just before I go to EWC. Then I'm at EWC. And then obviously we come back from EWC. We're going to do a whole bunch of stuff. Like after EWC, we'll be doing we'll be finishing European League and we'll be starting the Summer Championship, so it should be super sick. Fighters 3-0 have to play versus 2-1 because there's only 3 players who are 3-0, so someone gets down paired and someone gets up paired. It's just how it works. Like if there's an odd number of people at a certain score, they will just get up and down paired. So it's just something that can happen. It's not to screw anyone over. It's just there's literally no other way to do it with the amount of players we have. So yeah. Yeah, I think that's everything I've got to say, guys. I'm gonna run some ads. Again, thank you for watching. Hit those follow buttons, hit those subs buttons, hit the like buttons, prime us up. I'll see you guys tomorrow for some European League. That'll be about 24 hours from now, so go rest up. And I'll see you guys tomorrow for more StarCraft 2. Set of ads on the outro. We'll raid someone up after. You guys have a great rest of your day. Bye! This is where someone subscribes at the last second and I have to unmute the microphone. I haven't muted because it always happens. Apparently I'm baiting myself today. Fair enough. Alright, thanks guys. See you later. Bye. Rero75, thanks so much for the 44-month resub.